No solo damos inicio a un evento, sino a un espacio de encuentro que busca proyectar el turismo de la región de Magallanes y de la Antártica chilena hacia el futuro. Este encuentro es posible gracias al apoyo del Comité de Desarrollo Productivo de Corfo, a través de su instrumento Viraliza Eventos, y a la ejecución de la Cámara de Turismo de Magallanes y de la Antártica chilena, Austro Chile. Agradecemos a las autoridades que nos acompañan el día de hoy. Gobernador de la región de Magallanes y de la Antártica chilena, señor Jorge Flies Añón. Seremi de Economía, Fomento y Turismo, señor Francisco Virque Cortés. Director subrogante de Corfo Magallanes, señor Óscar Strauch Bertín. Directorio de Austro Chile. Autoridades, socios de Austro Chile y a todos quienes contribuyen al desarrollo turístico sostenible de la región de Magallanes y de la Antártica chilena. Antes de comenzar, invitamos a pasar adelante a Jimena Castro Rojas, presidenta del directorio de Austro Chile, anfitriones de esta jornada, quien nos otorgará un saludo de bienvenida.
Ahí está. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Un gusto estar hoy con ustedes y nuevamente con todos quienes de cierta forma aportan al desarrollo turístico de nuestra región. Un saludo especial a nuestras autoridades, al señor gobernador, Seremi de Economía, al director subrogante de Corfo y en especial, como decía Diego, a Corfo, que a través de su instrumento Viraliza ha hecho posible poder tener este evento internacional en la ciudad de Punta Arenas. Nuestro sector turístico es un pilar fundamental en el desarrollo económico de la región. Tiene un encadenamiento virtuoso, transportistas, alojamiento, agencias de viaje, gastronomía, en toda la región de Magallanes. Hoy más que nunca necesitamos trabajar y no solamente pensar en promoción, que lo estamos haciendo, gracias también a este trabajo virtuoso, público-privado que hemos estado trabajando. También necesitamos capacitarnos, pensar más allá, reflexionar, aprender. Y es gracias a eso que hoy tenemos una jornada con speakers nacionales e internacionales. Así que quiero aprovechar de agradecer también a nuestros invitados, Aisas, Ula, Julie, que están con nosotros. También Franz viene en camino, que va a tener una charla muy interesante en la tarde. Así que importante que todos se queden para que podamos disfrutar, aprender y reflexionar en las jornadas que vamos a tener hoy en la mañana y también durante la tarde. Importante destacar que este evento también se va a realizar en la ciudad de Puerto Williams, la ciudad más austral del mundo. Por lo tanto, hemos querido llevar también este evento a donde muchas veces no se puede llegar, que es a veces un poco complejo, sobre todo hoy, ¿no es cierto? Así que queremos agradecer nuevamente a Corfo y a su Comité de Desarrollo Productivo por darnos esta oportunidad y también entregarnos la responsabilidad de avanzar hacia un turismo más desarrollado, donde vamos a poder aprender a aplicar herramientas tecnológicas, por ejemplo, a través de la inteligencia artificial. Así que muy bienvenidos a todos y muchas gracias por estar hoy con nosotros.
Muchas gracias, Jimena, por esas cálidas palabras. Invitamos a pasar adelante al gobernador de la región de Magallanes y de la Antártica chilena, señor Jorge Flies Añón, para dar unas palabras.
Muy buenos días, un placer de poderlos acompañar en este desafío nuevamente de un encuentro que siempre parte por una belleza y estética de lo que significa convocar alrededor del turismo. Bienvenidos a todas y todos, especialmente nuestros invitados del extranjero, nuestros invitados de otros lugares del país. Bienvenidos a la región más grande y bella de Chile. Quisiera mencionar que estamos muy contentos, hemos estado trabajando estrechamente con un modelo que ha sido consolidado el año pasado a través del Comité de Desarrollo Productivo con Corfo, que lidera el gobierno regional, y uno de los focos nuevamente, sin lugar a dudas, iba a ser turismo. Turismo, si bien, y como ustedes saben, no es la primera factor productivo del punto de vista del PIB de la región de Magallanes, yo diría que esto que queda entre nosotros es el más importante. ¿En qué sentido? El impacto que tiene en la red magallánica, en la red de encadenamiento productivo, desde el más pequeñito hasta el mayor oferente que tenemos en turismo en la región, es gigante. Hace y muestra a una región de manera extraordinaria al mundo. La semana pasada, repasando con el equipo de comunicaciones del gobierno regional, la imagen del país y comparada con otros países latinoamericanos, fíjense que si ustedes van a las redes sociales, lo que aparece mayoritariamente, aparte de la moneda por Chile, es nuestra región. Y eso es una responsabilidad gigante. No solamente en imagen, sino lo que estamos haciendo en el territorio. Y está de más decir que el desafío es muy grande. No solamente en el esfuerzo que hace Austro, que aprovecho de saludar y felicitar en la coordinación convocatoria que tiene territorialmente, sino que en cada una de las etapas que estamos viviendo. Entiendo, según el programa que tenemos para hoy día, más las visitas que se van a hacer, hay elementos fundamentales como procesos de marketing y un tema que estamos en deuda, que es tomar decisiones en base a datos. Y ahí es donde nosotros, a través del Comité de Desarrollo Productivo y también como gobierno regional, nos vamos a poner a disposición de ustedes. No está de más decir que tenemos desafíos gigantes. Y aquí quiero aprovechar de saludar al nuevo Seremi de Economía, desearle éxito, Seremi, desearle éxito al gobierno en los planes que tenemos a nivel nacional. Turismo, al igual que en la región de Magallanes, turismo es un foco fundamental en el desarrollo productivo, pero también social del país. Así que lo que podamos hacer en conjunto, plena disposición con este gobierno regional. Tenemos ya un convenio en pleno proceso con Cernatur, también un convenio gigantesco con Corfo y suma y sigue varios proyectos que queremos desarrollar con ustedes. El gobierno regional de Magallanes tiene entre sus funciones la administración del territorio nacional, y ahí hay mucho que decir en los parques nacionales, mucho. Yo quiero insistir, estamos perdiendo oportunidades con nuestros parques nacionales. Primero, en su rol, poderlos habilitar como parques. Hoy día tenemos el 62% del territorio en área de protección, pero desde el punto de vista tanto de conservación como de administración, estamos lejos de poder asumir ese rol. Y hoy día hay una nueva institucionalidad a través del Servicio de Biodiversidad, que ojalá sea una oportunidad de desarrollo y adecuada y ojalá descentralizada en la toma de decisiones en el territorio. Segundo, desarrollo social. Y el desarrollo social, desde el punto de vista de la función del gobierno regional, tiene que ver con todo este encadenamiento productivo que decía muy bien quien me antecedió en las palabras. Y tercero, fomento productivo. Y vuelvo a insistir, como decía al principio, y con esto termino, turismo es uno de los 5 pilares de la región de Magallanes, pero probablemente hoy día es el pilar fundante de nuestra imagen, de nuestra conciencia y de lo que queremos hacer como región. Así que a Austro Chile, muchas gracias con la convocatoria, felicitaciones nuevamente a Corfo y sean muy bienvenidos a este seminario. Muy amable, gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor gobernador. A continuación, invitamos al Seremi de Economía, Fomento y Turismo, señor Francisco Virque Cortés, a saludarnos en esta ocasión tan especial.
Buenos días a todas y todos. Un saludo cordial a las autoridades presentes, representantes del sector público y privado, mundo académico y expositores nacionales e internacionales, y a todos quienes contribuyen al desarrollo del turismo en nuestra región. Quiero comenzar este espacio de encuentro que hoy nos convoca, donde se cruzan ideas, experiencias y sobre todo una mirada de futuro para el turismo en nuestra región. Magallanes y la Antártica chilena no solo es un destino, es una puerta de entrada al mundo, con identidad y un entorno potencial que trasciende nuestras fronteras, desde Puerto Odén a la Antártica chilena. Contamos con una riqueza natural, cultural única, que no solo debemos proteger, sino también proyectar de manera estratégica. En ese contexto, el turismo no es solo una actividad más, es el motor que dinamiza la economía y genera oportunidades para muchas familias. Por ello, las medidas recientemente impulsadas por el gobierno del presidente José Antonio Kast, enfocadas en fortalecer las pymes, incentivar la contratación formal y simplificar las regulaciones, cobran un valor fundamental para este sector. Apuntan a generar condiciones más favorables para emprender, invertir y crecer. Sin embargo, este crecimiento no puede ser al azar. El escenario actual nos exige decisiones cada vez más precisas y eficientes. Este seminario nos invita a pensar en el turismo del futuro, integrando la inteligencia artificial y en el análisis estratégico de datos, el fortalecimiento del posicionamiento internacional y, de manera muy importante, el desarrollo de un turismo sostenible y regenerativo. Nada de esto sería posible sin el trabajo colaborativo entre el sector público y privado, así como el apoyo de Corfo, que permite que iniciativas como esta se materialicen y tengan impacto real en los territorios. Hoy tenemos la oportunidad de consolidar a Magallanes como un referente de clase mundial. Para ello, es fundamental avanzar con decisión en condiciones habilitantes como la inversión, la conectividad, la certeza para el desarrollo de proyectos y la seguridad, entendida como base de crecimiento económico y del bienestar de las personas. Los invito a aprovechar este encuentro como una instancia para avanzar, alinear miradas y proyectar en conjunto el turismo como un motor de desarrollo para nuestra región y para el país. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Seremi. Invitamos al director subrogante de Corfo, señor Óscar Strauch-Bertín, a dirigirse a los presentes.
¿Cómo les va? Buenos días. Bueno, el turismo para Corfo es un sector muy relevante. De hecho, es uno de sus sectores estratégicos. Estamos apoyando hace mucho tiempo. Contarles que el 25% de los recursos asignados por el Comité de Desarrollo Productivo tributaron en 2025 al turismo. De hecho, hace pocos días tuvimos un evento relacionado con Antártica y la próxima semana vamos a hablar de gastronomía en Puerto Natales. Entonces, es un tema muy relevante que queremos desarrollar, queremos sofisticar, y ese es el llamado que tiene un evento. ¿Por qué la Corfo hace un evento de este tipo? El objetivo es bien claro para los emprendedores y los empresarios. Queremos que esto desencadene resonancia en cada uno de ustedes para favorecer el emprendimiento, favorecer la innovación y redes de negocio de alto impacto. Eso es lo que queremos que ocurra con un evento financiado por Corfo. No solamente vamos a estar hoy día hablando de turismo en Punta Arenas, sino que también este evento se desarrolla en Puerto Williams, porque ahí también vemos que hay un tremendo potencial. Queremos que, por supuesto, Puerto Natales se desarrolle, pero también Tierra del Fuego y Puerto Williams, y esas son las miradas que tenemos para el desarrollo de este turismo sostenible, que tiene que ser de todas maneras, y pedirle a nuestros expositores a que desafíen este ecosistema presente hoy día a sofisticar y a avanzar a un siguiente nivel. Les deseamos desde Corfo lo mejor y gracias a ustedes por participar y a nuestros invitados internacionales. Que tengamos un excelente día. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, director. En nombre de Austro Chile, nuestro agradecimiento especial a Corfo por hacer posible este seminario. También agradecemos a cada una de las empresas que nos han colaborado para el desarrollo de este evento. Aerovías DAP, Hotel Cabo de Hornos, Cape Horn International Center, Antártica 21, Santo Tomás y Zona Austral. A nuestras autoridades, colaboradores, medios de comunicación y por supuesto a la audiencia presente, muchas gracias por estar acá. Sin su colaboración este evento no sería posible. Para inmortalizar este momento, les pedimos a las autoridades presentes, expositores y directorio de AustroChile pasar adelante para tomar la fotografía oficial y dar por inaugurado el Seminario Internacional Turismo Magallanes 2026. Como se ha mencionado, uno de los focos de este evento es poder descentralizar el conocimiento. Es por ello que el seminario del día de hoy está siendo transmitido por streaming a través del canal de YouTube de AustroChile para llevar este evento a cada rincón de la región y del país, a través de nuestra señal online. Importante recalcar que este evento continúa mañana en el Hotel Cabo de Hornos con un workshop de inteligencia artificial y marketing digital, cuyas inscripciones se abren al mediodía por la página de Welcu del seminario. Los cupos son limitados para este taller práctico que permitirá profundizar en los contenidos que veremos el día de hoy. Y para comenzar esta jornada, debemos situarnos en el lugar donde estamos, Magallanes, un territorio que nos exige pensar distinto, porque aquí el turismo no es simple, es desafiante, es estacional y al mismo tiempo lleno de oportunidades. Y en este contexto surgen preguntas clave. ¿Cómo hacemos un turismo más sostenible? ¿Cómo aprovechamos mejor la tecnología? ¿Cómo nos adaptamos a los cambios que ya están ocurriendo? Este encuentro existe justamente para eso, para abrir esas conversaciones. Y lo hacemos partiendo con uno de los temas que hoy está marcando el presente y el futuro del turismo, la inteligencia artificial. Para abrir esta conversación, es un honor contar hoy con la presencia de Julie Thorner, quien es fundadora de Liquid Spark, con décadas de experiencia en el desarrollo y asesoría de empresas de turismo de aventura. Ha trabajado integrando estrategia, marketing e innovación. Y hoy lidera conversaciones sobre el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial en el turismo. Hoy Julie nos presentará cómo aplicamos inteligencia artificial en turismo, herramientas digitales para innovar y escalar. Bienvenida, Julie. Un fuerte aplauso para Julie.
Gracias a todos. Estoy muy feliz de estar con ustedes hoy día. Yo quisiera hablar en inglés porque mi español no está tanto bueno para hacer todo el seminario. ¿Ok? So I'll speak slowly. Just raise hands if I'm speaking too fast, okay? We put a survey out before the seminar, and you'll be interested to know who's in the room. over half of you are actually using AI on a regular basis, mostly personal, a little bit in work. About 22% of you are using AI occasionally, and there are some of us in the room who have never used AI, and that's okay. After this session, you're going to know a lot more. So all of you were very clear about where AI can help you the most. It's in marketing and social media, customer communication, content creation, some sales and booking. A few of you were very honest and said you don't know, and that's good. We appreciate that. We're going to cover all of that today, and my colleagues are going to reinforce things that I say and say more about their topics. That should be very helpful to you. Your top concerns. This is important. You are concerned about data privacy. You are also concerned about accuracy and reliability, and environmental and sustainability. We'll talk more about that probably in the panel session after this talk. Job displacement costs, and then, of course, ethics. And that's good. You all are alert. We would expect that, being tourism industry folks, and especially adventure tourism. You want to learn these things: practical AI for marketing, which is great. You're in the right room for that. Productivity and efficiency. That is part of what AI tools can bring us. Tourism-specific tools. I'm only going to talk about tools that we have vetted. I run a marketing agency in adventure tourism exclusively, and our team uses the tools that we are going to talk about. There are a few we don't use, but we have researched them and recommend them. Sales and bookings. How do you win more customers? What tools do you need for that? Some of you are also very honest about, I want to know everything about AI. That won't be possible quite this morning. I'm happy to stay longer, though, in Punta Arenas. And then ethics and responsible use. A little bit about me. I have been to Chile before. This is my 4th time here. I got to come as a young person in 1991. Everyone has heard of the Rio Biobío? I got to kayak the Biobío just a couple years before the dam started. And for those of you, is anyone in the room a kayaker? Whitewater? A whitewater kayaker? Well, if you were, you would know I'm in the wrong place. But I did exactly what I needed to do, leaned into the rock. I came right off. I didn't swim. I didn't have to roll up. I was right above Lava South, and then the river gods asked me to walk that rapid, and that was a smart thing to do. For Adventure Travel Trade Association in 2015 in Puerto Varas, we were here. I did a pre-summit adventure with Yak Expeditions and sea kayaked in outside of Puerto Varas. And then in Torres del Paine last year, where I met Paula and Daniela, and I'm thrilled to be here. Do we have sound, please? You'll know all these places. Are there folks here from Kayak Agua Fresca? Yeah, you'll recognize your team. I had a great time. I actually got a little work in as well. But the reason I did this is that my experience matches your travelers' experiences. How do I know that? Because I did a little research with AI. So what your travelers are talking about and my experience were the same. I used AI to help me quickly understand what lots of travelers are saying about 6 of the tourism providers in the Magallanes region. And it helped me to analyze all those and very quickly understand what those travelers are feeling, their sentiments, top positive sentiments, top negative sentiments, and then also messaging. This is really important. You can do this for your tour companies. You can do it for your region, Austro Chile, etc., and you can do it on your competitors too, right? So I won't read all of them, but obviously we know what many of these are. Your guides, your staff are the most important part of your tourism business. That is the very front part of what tourists experience. And your travelers are very excited about that. Negatives are going to be communication gaps, not enough information, things like that. You can also ask AI not only to tell you how are people feeling about your trip, but tell you what messaging, what marketing language to use in your marketing and what to avoid. And so we have examples. Let's see if I can figure this. Yeah. Okay. Authentic Patagonia shaped by local people. This is an amazing place, and I was really so pleasantly surprised how much you all know your history and are willing to share it. So obviously the landscape, la naturaleza, and then of course messaging. Whoops, let's go back. To avoid, don't promise things that you can't deliver. Like if it's a puma watching tour, you might not see a puma, so you need to make sure that you're not promising pumas. It was a very easy process. Collect your reviews, ask AI for information, interpret, and then taking action. My actual prompt, and we're going to do this exercise tomorrow in the workshop, was really very simple, right? Please read and summarize the sentiments of these PDFs. I pulled it from TripAdvisor, 6 providers in Punta Arenas, and then indicate overall sentiment, top positives, negatives, audience segments. We want to know who's coming. Are they solo travelers? Are they family travelers? Are they older, younger? And then some points around what kind of marketing language should I put in my marketing? So we're going to talk about 3 things today. What's changing with AI's impact on tourism? Why this matters to you, the tourism providers, and then what you can do in your business to be successful using AI. We want to take a little break, though, and make sure we understand AI can be scary. AI can be overwhelming. AI is a tool set. These are new tools we can use to be successful, to innovate and scale, right? But it's not changing our goals. Our goals remain the same in tourism. That's to deliver excellent experiences to the right travelers, earn their trust. We see that in reviews. And communicate very clearly. We know how to do this. We're tourism providers. I say we because I do marketing for tourism, but I also used to be a guide. I used to be a kayak instructor, bike tour leader, a VP of marketing for a large adventure company. So I know what this is like. I know the challenges of being a small company. We know how to handle changing conditions. We sharpen this tool every day in our tourism businesses. And we know that AI now, over 50% of all the content you see online is is AI generated. Authentic experiences are really important. We are in the best business to deliver authentic experiences because we're in tourism. The world needs our products. They need us to show up with authenticity and help them connect. We'll use AI tools to get our messages out, and then we'll deliver great human-to-human experiences. I'm a big soccer fan, so the gist of this is, of course, we've got this. AI is going to help us get the ball down past midfield, but the humans have to put the ball in the goal, right? I played soccer right up through college. I'm actually a first-level certified coach in America, and I coached all my kids' teams. Of course, we say soccer there. So I'll be checking my watch closely. We have a lot of information. I want to make sure that I'm able to go through most of it, and we'll be taking questions in the panel. So how's AI impacting tourism today? There are 3 groups that we're talking about. The travelers, your customers. They're B2C, they're business to consumer, they're independent travelers. They're also your tourism partners, right? If you have outbound companies in, say, the States, that come in and do your tours, they're important as well. The providers, that's all of you in the room, right? And then your online travel agencies, this is a pretty big segment for most of you. So we'll talk about what AI is doing there. In each of my examples, you're going to see AI doing for me what I'm trying to show you in terms of how it works. I needed some help to figure out a nice trip for this past week in Punta Arenas, so I asked Claude, Anthropic's Claude. And you will be delighted to know, one of the speakers talked about Puerto Williams. Puerto Williams came up even though I asked for something in Punta Arenas. So your sister town is very important to this region. And I just asked for a plan, adventure, and culture. It went into great detail. It gave me example agencies to contact, lodging to stay in, things to do. We'll talk about your visibility and AI tools so that your company shows up. And then, of course, it offered to always dig deeper, where to stay, or help think through the Puerto Williams decision. So this is exactly what your travelers are doing. They're using AI to do their research, compare quickly, plan options. They may not ever get to a website until they're actually ready to book. This issue of 24/7 answers is really, really important in whatever language. So providers, what are you all doing now? Here in this example, I asked, what are the top questions that travelers have about looking for penguins in Magallanes? I tried very hard to go see penguins on my trip, but it was not meant to be, so I have to come back. But it gave me, AI did all the research. It gave me what all of these travelers are asking. A large assortment of travelers. They're not just your travelers that your reservation staff is hearing questions from. What are their top questions? And it gave me the answers. This is the kind of research you can do to make sure this content is on your website so you're more visible. So you're creating the detailed content for humans and AI bots. It means AI crawlers, chatbots that are crawling your website and delivering information to humans. This is key, responding immediately in every time zone, making booking and contact really easy. Frictionless is what we say. It should be very easy to find a trip, figure out how much it costs and book it. Replying in your customer's preferred languages. So if Ula's doing a search and she's doing her search in French or Dutch or German or all the languages you speak, your tool should be replying in that same language. At my company, we have a nice little acronym we love to use for our clients and for ourselves. All the content we create is helpful, authentic, clear, and kind. If we do that day in and day out, our customers will find us, be rewarded by good content, and be able to make good decisions to come and choose your company. OTAs, what are they doing? They're working hard to keep their customers on their platforms, right? So that they don't go to your direct booking site. How many of you are on OTAs? Well, that's not as many as I thought. So it's a really important way to help increase your visibility. And you can learn from what OTAs are doing. This example, I went and asked things to do in Punta Arenas on Expedia. And then I selected Fuerte Bulnes, and it gave me all the information I needed. Some of this is better than what's on some of your websites in terms of its completeness, transparency on pricing, what's included, what to expect, meeting place. So they're doing this really well. Expedia also has a custom GPT inside ChatGPT. How many people use ChatGPT? Yeah. So the users, the general public on ChatGPT, could go click on that and actually do their Expedia search right inside of ChatGPT. Being on OTAs is really good, but you want to try to encourage people to come to your site instead so that you don't have to pay the commission, right? Because the commission's expensive. So a few quick things to optimize OTAs. These are standard independent of AI. They haven't changed at all. Accurate, up-to-date descriptions, fabulous images and videos. Reviews are really, really important. Transparent pricing, make it really clear. Online bookability. This is interesting because some of our clients are on an OTA, but they don't have a booking link because they want that person to go to their website to book. Sometimes that works for you. Savvy travelers will know. They'll compare prices. They'll go to your site and check as well. If you have a little bit better price, that's good, but they're going to do that research. I pretty much never book through an OTA unless it's a hotel for that reason. And here's just a little tip. Do your customers, all your customers you're trying to attract, see themselves in your marketing? If you're trying to attract an older customer, a younger customer, different ethnicities, single travelers, solo women, friends groups, do they all see themselves? There's this wonderful quote I heard a few years ago by the former Secretary of the US Army, "If you can see it, you can be it." Really resonated with me as a woman who's usually the only woman in the room, historically from my youth, in corporate settings, adventure settings, athletic settings, et cetera. I remember when they weren't even making skiing equipment for women. We just had the men's stuff in smaller sizes. Okay. Where are we going with AI? This is $1 million question, but we have some answers. So I'm going to share with you where we're going and the things that we need to focus on now in 2026 to be ready for that. Who has heard of generative AI? That term, generative. Generative means it can make things up. It can generate new ideas and content from a single prompt. That's where we are now. AI has gotten really good. Its hallucinations, which is a terrible term, its ability to give you false information is still real, but it's gotten better. It depends how detailed your questions are that you're asking it, which are called prompts. So it reacts to prompts. Can everyone see? Am I in your way? Answers questions, it creates new content, analyzes and researches really well. It's going to be proactive. I might say, I want, give me a strategy for a marketing plan for Kayak Agua Fresca in Punta Arenas. And it's going to give me some ideas, and then it might say, oh, do you also want to have an actual, a meta ad campaign spec'd out as the very specific? So it's going to go beyond what I ask it and come up with other ideas that will help support my end goal. And of course, good examples of this are the generative AI chatbots. It can answer a lot of questions in 24/7, any time of day or night, in any language. Directs users to humans when needed, super important. It can do all kinds of things: campaign strategy, copywriting, website development, reservation staff training, really important. Knowledge bases, we'll talk about that. It can help you gather all the information about your company that's both written down and in the founder's head. Right now in my agency, my team has created a whole series of interviews for me so I can get out of my head the things that I know, and I ask them, well, why didn't you know that? And they said, well, it's in your head, you didn't tell us, or, with my experience. What it can't do right now is it'll provide a booking link, but it can't actually book the trip for users yet. That's coming, but it's not there yet. Okay, here's the future state. How many people have heard of agentic AI or AI agents? Yeah, anyone else? 1, 2, okay. So what is, and I realize there might be a language barrier, agentic and agency. Like I have a marketing agency, but what agency means is taking action. We have personal agency. We can do certain things and take action. AI tools now can autonomously, without the human telling it what to do, they can do additional steps in your marketing or something else. So it can work by itself. It's like your well-trained, it might not be a great example, your well-trained dog who can open the door by itself, take itself out for a walk and come back, and all you told it to do was, to go take a walk, and it comes and does everything, and it picks up the paper at the same time. So this is actually really important. It does everything generative AI can do. It can reason, decide, adapt. It takes action without the human telling it to. And we can say AI agent, we can say AI assistant, we can say well, you have a custom GPT, but that's actually not going to, it's depending on how you set it up, it's not going to take action. You can code an agent to do things like, we're actually playing with this now, to not only analyze and edit your Google Ads campaign, but you can also, the agent can assess the campaign, make recommendations, and go and do the updates for you. We don't do that because we need to be humans and look at what AI is doing, but it's getting there to where it can do all of the actions for you, and the humans have to be carefully watching what's going on and assessing. So this is the piece that people get a little concerned about. Well, let me just say that agents will collaborate autonomously with each other. Anyone really reading the news about AI and what's going on with the big companies, Claude, Anthropic, ChatGPT, they know their AI agents that they're coding have already gone off to solve problems they were not asked to solve. And they're good at it, and they're bringing in other AI agents in the ecosystem, and they're working with those agents to solve more problems. This is really great if they're doing positive things for the good of humanity. In the panel, we'll talk about the implications if there's no control over those things. But traditional websites, as we know it, are probably going to go away. We're all going to have personal AI agents or assistants that help us do things, that help us not only in our personal life, some of you are already doing this, planning your grocery list, right? Planning your vacation schedule. But I'll have a digital agent, I actually already do, I'm training a digital agent to understand how I work, what I know, and be able to generate strategies based on my information that then get rolled out to my team. So we'll be AI agents talking to AI agents. So your website may not be seen by a human, but it has to be seen by an AI agent. So you have to have the right content and information on it for the AI agent or bot to crawl and get the information to bring it back to me, planning a trip in Magallanes. It's going to lead the travel planning and booking experience. It's going to get to where it can actually book tickets with payment. Why is this important? I was starting to say it before. Because of brand visibility, you want to have all of your information, you want to collect all of your information about your company, the area, questions people ask, and have good answers to them. You want all of that in your digital properties so that the AI bots can find that information and serve it to the humans looking for the information. In a time frame that we will probably, none of us will still be on this planet, maybe AI bots or robots are going to go on vacation, but right now they're not. It's the humans that are going to go on vacation, and the AI tools are going to bring humans information. Also, some major efficiency opportunities with AI. We'll talk about that. When you're using AI tools, you're going to be able to drop some of your costs in terms of more quickly getting workflows done. And if you're not doing that, then your costs are going to be higher and your competitiveness is going to suffer as a result. If you're less visible in the AI platforms and tool sets, you don't have the right answers to questions for travelers to choose you, you're going to be less competitive, and you might end up.
Look at that magnificent creature! Woohoo! Yeah! This is incredible.
I had a lot of fun putting this presentation together. So I have a love for pterodactyls, the joke in my family, because my kids think I'm super old, and when I was a little kid, they think the pterodactyls were still flying, right? So, but the point is, the pterodactyls didn't have a choice. They went extinct for reasons beyond their control. We have control over this. Ultimately, we do need to use, and your speakers all called this out, we need to understand tecnología aquí en Magallanes para los operadores del turismo, so you can compete with everyone else. And those are tools to get people here to experience the human opportunities of travel in la naturaleza. So this conference is a perfect example of our football team sport. We're here learning together. I have had to learn all of this stuff. As someone who runs an agency, my agency will be extinct next year if we don't use AI tools. You all have a longer time frame because it's tourism with what your primary offer is. But it's a team sport. We're learning together. That's why this conference is so important. We need to learn from each other. Pick your friends who are already doing more of it. Talk together, learn, and share, because we're all in this together.
And just like that, the AI mapped out the entire season. I mean, seriously, where was this 5 years ago?
So this was funny. These are simple prompts, right? I use Veo 3 to do these, and I didn't bother to correct it. You can see the problems with these videos because they're not authentic. But the point is here, we all have to jump in. If we think we're not technological enough and we're the leader of a company, we need to know how this works. We need to understand the power of it, the capacity of it, what it can do, so we can best guide our teams. This really is not something to assign to your junior staff person, and ultimately you want the whole workforce to be using it with specific guardrails, I'll say, rules of how they use it, but we have to jump in. I had to jump in with both feet, drinking through a fire hose, if that's an expression, you guys use it all here, in terms of my own learning of AI. And you won't know unless you actually do it. Okay, so now that's setting the scene for where we are with AI. There's a lot of fear-mongering about AI is going to take over your jobs, and AI, if you don't learn it right away, you're being visible online, you're going to lose business. This is not how I approach AI. It is not how my agency approaches AI. AI is a powerful tool. It is here to help us. We're going to use it practically and efficiently and effectively, but it is not, we don't need to go to bed at night worrying about AI. We need a plan. We need to get familiar, and we need to use it in certain capacities inside our business. The first place to start is with the LLMs, large language models. Everyone's familiar with OpenAI's ChatGPT, Anthropic's Claude, Google's Gemini, DeepMind is the research lab behind Gemini, and Microsoft Copilot. Now, there are other LLM platforms out there. Some of you referenced those in the survey. These are what I call the big four. These are the ones where we would encourage you to start. Pick one to start. You might test a few. And for example, most of us have something on Google, so it might be a good fit to start with Google. The point is, pick tools that are going to work for you, but this is where the bulk of the work gets done. This is the place to start. So I'll go through a lot of different tools and how they actually fit in your, I'm going to call it your AI tourism toolkit. So these LLMs are amazing for generative content. We talked about that earlier. Strategy, analysis, research, new ideas. They're answer and generative search engines. Who's heard of AEO and GEO? Anyone heard of those things? Yeah. So it's just the AI platforms, how they serve up answers to people's questions. Direct answers or generative is they make up a good answer based on the information that's online. They're pretty weak on creative design unless you train them. Some of these platforms have secondary tools related, like Google, of course, has Veo 3, which is quite good with videos. This is, I think, important. Pro accounts. These companies say if you buy a pro account, it's usually $20 per user per month, and you can pay all year and get a 20% discount. A pro account, the companies say they won't use your data to train their LLM model. This is important for me because I don't want my data out in the cyberspace and I don't want my clients' data out there. Depends if you trust them, but they at least say that if you have a paid account, they won't use your data that you're working on to train on. Now, to start tomorrow, if you don't have a paid account, no problem. We'll just get a free account in our workshop tomorrow and we'll play with some of these things. So it's really true, it can cut some of your manual work significantly. But just like in our football analogy, you can get it past midfield, maybe you can get it even farther down the field, but you gotta have humans to take it to the end goal. Humans have to do the checking, add the rest of what's so important to make your campaign strategy relevant, to make your website really powerful. We just launched a completely AI prompt-powered website. It got us 60% of the way. The last 40%, it kept going back and forth. We'd ask it to do one thing, and then it would mess something else up. So it's an interesting process. So humans are super important. Can you see? Is that not fun or what? Do you recognize your national women's hockey team? Yeah? This is a fantastic commercial. This was done by Santiago marketing agency, Tropica. Anyone heard of Tropica? This is a 3-person agency that pulled this off. 3 people on their staff, and they worked with Under Armour, which is a major, major brand. They have a men's version too. I get pretty excited when I see the women's version is also out there. Nowadays, that seems more common. But this is a really interesting example of authentic video. It's the actual hockey team playing hockey with pretty cool AI treatments on top of that. The user knows exactly what's going on. They know that that's not real, but it's very memorable. It's a good commercial. There are a ton of creative tools. This is probably the most interesting place to play in AI, certainly for my team on the agency. There's so many tools out there. We've created a short list of the tools that we know work for tourism providers. And I should say that all of this information is available in this presentation, but also we have created separate AI guides to tourism tools and processes that detail each of these tools, a description about each, a link to find it, and some example pricing as of April 26. Clearly, these tools will change. Tomorrow, they might be different in some ways, but you have all the resources you need so that you can find these tools and you don't have to go do a lot of other research if you want to use our guides. They're here to help you. Because we had to do that legwork and we use a bunch of these guides. And you've probably heard of many of them. Canva, Veo 3 is what I use for the videos. And I think I said this before, but I'm not the design person on my team. So your designers use these tools and are incredibly successful with that. So this is an interesting example of Canva. Canva is a wonderful creative design tool that skilled designers can use, and lay people like me, I can go in and update my presentation at midnight when my designer is asleep because I know how to use it. It's pretty easy for the layperson. So we have a static image that my designer found, and then if you could go ahead and play the second. So cool. Who's a whale person here? Anyone a whale person? Can you tell that that's AI generated? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So your average person on the website may not be looking that closely. It seems pretty clear. We've also got some, indications here. It looks like a bit of a toy, but it's really cool and powerful. And there's also really important reasons to be authentic, which we'll get to. So, how do these fit in your toolbox? Incredibly powerful and flexible. Like that swimming whale would work for a small marketing fun ad, but what my agency believes, what we tell our clients, you need to indicate it's AI generated. You need to be authentic, transparent, and truthful. We don't pass in our industry. If we lose our credibility and our trust, our customers will not come back to us. And the entire world will hear about your inauthentic video, like probably 2 nanoseconds after you publish it online, because that's how connected everybody is, okay? So that's really powerful, though, for generating video from images or generating talk to video, where I just speak in the prompts. I want a video that does this, and it creates that from just my conversation. It's super fun. These are very supportive of your LLM AI tools. You really need an additional creative design tool. The LLMs aren't going to do it themselves. And of course, as Oz will speak to this, you can use these creative tools to create content for any of your marketing channels: ads, campaigns, website, email, social media, training manuals, training your staff what not to do. Like, don't create a video like this.
Look at them jump! Woo! I can't believe we're this close! This is absolutely incredible.
So, how many problems do we see with this video? Super fun, right? This is an over-the-top example of what not to do in terms of being authentic. You could have a lot of fun, though, in your marketing, creating a campaign that had the inauthentic video. You call out that it's AI, and then you move quickly to your beautiful video that has, I asked for whales, dolphins, and penguins. There weren't any whales. That has whales in it. That has dolphins. They don't look like this. These dolphins, to me, look like what I saw in Disney World in America. And then, I am not a penguin specialist, but best I can tell, they don't bob on top of the water, do they? And of course, they don't swim. The dolphins aren't going to swim in between here. In Magallanes, I went kayaking, and we had spray skirts, right? No spray skirts. And the visuals get a little mushy. She's talking, but her voice is moving separate from her talk. But the point is, we really, authenticity matters. Can you read that? Here we are in chatbots. And it says, what kind of lodge is this? What do I need to know about this lodge in order to determine if it's the right fit for me? The days of chatbots that say, click here. Do you want a room? Do you want to know the menu in the restaurant? No, we're going to go, and we can do this now, to a website with a generative AI chatbot. We can go say, who are you and why should I come? What do you have to offer me? And a good chatbot is going to give you this great answer. And you can see this answer was extensive. And it will talk in any language. And that's really important in any time zone. I have a beloved client in Europe who's a bit of a technology phobe and only is able to reply via email. And because of the time zone, the replies are late. She is now getting on board with tools to help her reply instantly in any language, at least a, hey, we got this, we have these kinds of things available, and we'll send you an itinerary in the morning. These are the tools that we know about quite well for tour operators, destinations, and travel agencies. The one that you saw for Rios Lodge in Costa Rica, it's an eco lodge, was Q&A sheet. Very easy to manage and update. Matador Network, Guide Geek, everyone familiar with the Matador Network? Something to look at. Yonder is another one. Guest OS. I used AI research to come up with this short list for hotels. Some of you are hotels. These came highly recommended. I don't personally use them, so you can check them out. Honestly, these chatbots work very well for any kind of tourism business. So what's really important if you have a chatbot, it has to be generative. You have to be able to ask it an open-ended question. What is kayak agua fresca? Why should I come and kayak with you? You know, and a really good generative one will answer those questions. Ideally, it's integrated with your reservation system. It can give you the link. In the Eco Lodge, it's integrated. I can say, oh, this looks great. I want to come. I want to come in May. Do you have a room? The chatbot will say, yeah, we have rooms, but you need to tell us which room. I'll check availability. And then it will give me the link to book. Human has to book. The chatbot can't book for me. I'm okay with that. I don't want AI agents booking my credit card anywhere. It's coming. Honestly, it's coming for people who maybe they don't look at their credit cards as much as I do, right? So, but it has to be very easy to use and manage. This is true of all AI. If you don't have tools that you understand and manage, you're not going to use them. And it has to have the ability to have humans come in. So we've already talked about this. It's 24/7 support, multilingual. With this kind of a chatbot, it's a conversion tool. It helps you convert more people from browsers to buyers on your website. And of course, voice chatbots are the big thing. Those are coming in. Let's see how we're doing on time. We're doing great on time. So who is worried about or thinking about SEO with the AI world? Anyone? Just a few people. Okay. So the foundation of SEO stays the same is really, really important here. There are a bunch of tools out there. They will promise the moon to you. These are the ones that my team uses. We use everything on this list except Surfer SEO and Ahrefs. We don't use those as much, but they're all interchangeable. So SEO, and we will have some exercises tomorrow in our workshop where you can find out how your tourism business shows up in AI platforms. What's its visibility? What does the AI tool know about you? And from there, you can make different updates. So it's really powerful. But the foundations are the same. Google came up with this EAT acronym in English. Experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. You want to demonstrate on your website all of your credibility. Everything, it needs to be very clear who you are, how much experience you have, how good you are at what you do, and you want to be the best answer to customers' questions. And as I showed you in the beginning around what kinds of questions people are asking for penguins and Magallanes, AI can tell you this information. You don't have to spend hours researching it. Literally, you can spend 10 minutes researching it, and then you put it to work. The zero-click effect, has anyone heard of that? This idea that now with AI, less traffic is coming to your website because they're just reading the answer in the AI platform. It's true. You have less organic traffic, but the traffic that comes to you tends to be higher engagement, more ready to purchase. They've done their research. So when they get to your website, they're ready to book or almost ready. They just need to ask a few more questions. So how do these tools fit in your AI toolkit? SEO research and visibility tracking. We used to talk about keywords, and now we really talk about visibility. How visible are you to your search engines, AI search engines and traditional ones? It can audit your website. It can tell you what's going on in your site and how to improve it. These can be expensive, and it's good to have a pretty good handle on SEO to use them. You can also ask your AI tool, ChatGPT or Claude or even these tools, how do I use you? What do I need to know? And it will help you learn, okay? The LLMs can do a lot of basic analysis, so start there. These are the things that are better off for experienced users. Okay? Everybody doing okay? We've got some more tools to go through, and then we'll be wrapping it up. So knowledge management. What's really important here is that AI processes your information, but we humans get to decide what matters. We're the ones that need to guide the AI tools. It's our responsibility. In general, you can start with your LLM, your GPT, your ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Microsoft Copilot. You can start to gather your information inside those AI tools first. These are more advanced tools that allow for collaboration within your team and with other partners. Managing your, we call it knowledge. These vocabulary words are a little bit difficult. They just don't resonate sometimes as much. Getting everything you know, your founder knows, your guides know, your company knows, into a digital place so that it can answer questions that staff have, that customers have, that AI bots can come and get answers to. That's what's really important. That will prepare you for wherever artificial intelligence goes. We talked before about the agentic AI. If agents are going to come and check information out from you, you need to have that information somewhere. If you don't have your itinerary of what a hike in La Reserva Nacional de Magallanes looks like, you can't answer their question. So management is collecting it all, and activation is making it available for the team to be smarter as a result of that information being there, to come up with new campaigns and new ideas and share ideas with partners. You control the gates on that. The AI bots can't come and find your information unless you make it available. Some will be available, some will be private, right? You don't want your competitors finding out all your inner secrets of how your staff work. This concept of a digital brain, I feel, is one of the best ways to understand how AI can help you. It's a brain, like a human brain, in that it can synthesize information, come up with new ideas, help expand your thinking. So it's not just about efficiency, it's about how can it help me learn more faster and be a better version of Julie, and a better version of Liquid Spark, and a better version of, Austro Chile, etc. Just like when we have our staff training manual, we've gone to all that work and we put it on the shelf and we never update it and we never look at it, you need to constantly update your knowledge base with new ideas as you get them, because it can't be a static document. It has to be something that's constantly being refreshed with new information. And the more you put in there, the more helpful it will be. Some of you wanted to know about CRM and sales and bookings tools. Who currently has a CRM? A CRM is a customer relationship management tool. One person with a CRM here? Some of your reservation systems might have a CRM functionality to them. This is a real game changer. It's now really important and helpful for tourism providers to have a CRM. It can do a lot of work for you. These are the ones that we believe are best suited for tourism. HubSpot is pretty famous, pretty expensive too, but it's very helpful. Most CRMs are integrated with other functionality, so they can help you with marketing, they can help you with itinerary building, or WeTravel. Well, actually, WeTravel doesn't have a CRM. We'll talk about that later. It's payment and itineraries. But Oasis, travel platform, has a CRM and it's an itinerary builder. How do these fit in your toolbox? How many of you are losing inquiries that come in? You thought that Jorge answered, and then he thought that Maria answered, and meanwhile, nobody answered, and that client went somewhere else. Does that ever happen to you? Pretty easy if you're really busy. So it's going to help you track, manage, and automate your follow-ups to customer inquiries. Imagine the day when you don't miss a single inquiry because it comes into your system. You have automated responses that go out to give you the time to look up whatever you need to look up to give them an actual itinerary, or if it's a fixed departure and you know you have room on the tour tomorrow, you can just let them book it. Drop communications are reduced. It's higher sales conversions because you know that someone's come to your website, they've looked at the tours in Torre del Paine, they looked at several different treks, you already know what they're interested in, and you can set up your system to send the email out that references that information. Let's see if there's anything else there. Yeah, start simple for sure. Who's using an AI tool for planning itineraries? Anyone? Nice. What tool are you using? That works. Yeah. So these tools are quite exciting. They're specific to tourism. So a LLM, ChatGPT, Claude, that can plan out an itinerary. These tools can plan your itinerary and make it a professionally branded product. You can hit a button and send it to your customer, just like that. Many of our clients spend a lot of time building itineraries, especially if they're custom trips. And this is going to make it all so much easier. I had referenced WeTravel before. Some of you here use WeTravel as a payment system, right? Anyone here? I think Kayak Agua Fresca does. Yeah. It can also make itineraries, really good looking itineraries. So this is worth looking at. And if you do fixed tours, not custom tours, you still want an itinerary. The ability to download an itinerary that an AI bot can read as well, because they can read all the PDFs on your website, is really helpful, and it's really helpful to customers. It's something you want a downloadable asset in your email marketing, for example. So how do these fit in your toolbox? They make everything easier for you. Fast, professional, branded, complete itineraries. Some of them integrate the suppliers already into the back end, and you just click a button and say, I have 4 people who need lodging at La Yagua Loca, and La Yagua Loca gets this information and can immediately turn around and go, oh, yeah, we have room, or oh, we don't have room. So tying it in, it speeds everything up. Integrating with other platforms is really important. Who's building their own websites? Are you excited about AI? So it is a new frontier, right? And skilled humans are necessary. These are the tools that we're playing with. Lovable AI, Base 44, WebWave, Netlify, Claude Code, Cursor, Zip, WP. Who's on a WordPress website? Yeah, WordPress is a great platform. They were a little late to the party in terms of announcing their move into AI, but this is what happens with bigger companies. They wait, they figure out what's going on, they're testing and developing in the back end, and when they come out with it, it works. They're ready because they have a large customer base and they want to hold on to that, just like Google and Microsoft. Everything in the news is about ChatGPT and Claude, Anthropic. Google and Microsoft are the very well-funded with very strong cash bank accounts, not venture capitalist bank accounts. And they're slower to go out there with things, but they're bringing things out that are tools that are really, really powerful. So how do these fit? they really have options for every skill level. You really can, from a prompt, write a website. There's a lot that goes into a website, but it can get you, again, at least halfway down the football field. It can generate actual full projects from a single prompt. It can do design, development, and copy. You definitely need to check everything, though. It's also, whoops, let's go like here. It also really can help you if you have a problem. I was trying to set up an agent for a PPC campaign program in a group we're a part of, and I couldn't figure it out. I'm not a coder at all. And I was pulling my hair out, and then I said, oh, well, I'll just ask Claude. And Claude said, oh, yeah, I can help you. What's your problem? Screenshot, and it figured it out right away. It was great. I didn't need to call my tech guy. Actually, my tech guy couldn't figure it out, but Claude figured it out. That's it for tools. Can we take a deep breath? There's a lot there. But don't worry. We have our AI guide to tools and processes. You can go through those. We really just, especially if you're new at this, pick an LLM, pick a creative design tool, start there, and jump in. The CRMs are probably next in line. Let's talk about our process. Like I said, start small. We got some time. We're in tourism. We're in adventure tourism. We're in a people-focused business. We're not a tech company trying to grab tons and tons of eyeballs. We only want the right customers to our tours. We don't want the people who can't do the trek because we don't want to evacuate them from a difficult place in Torres del Paine, right? So start small. Integration really matters. Make this easy on yourself. Figure out what your existing tools can do. Many of them already have AI additional support. Like HubSpot has AI now in it. We've been on HubSpot for a while. Get your humans lined up. They're the ones that are going to take it to the goal line, okay? These tools are amazing for localizing and personalizing. It's what we as tourism providers do automatically, don't we? We know our history. It's amazing walking around Punta Arenas and going all these places, how much history everyone knows and is willing to share. These tools can help you go deep on that content and personalize it in any language. Constantly be learning and measuring. So we're at 10:15. I only have a few more slides on responsible AI. I can stop here, or we can go through a couple of these. I know we have a little bit of time, but let's gauge the room because we can talk about responsible AI. It's actually something that's very near and dear to me in the panel, or we can go, there's only 3 slides. You want to go ahead? Okay. So here's how I think about responsible AI. We know what responsible tourism is, right? Right? We call it responsible tourism. We call it sustainable tourism. Now we call it regenerative tourism. The adventure travel industry in particular, we are really good at sustainable tourism, and we're also some of the drivers behind the idea. We've seen our beautiful places be exploited by too many tourists. We've seen that garbage is on the hiking trail, et cetera. We ask our customers and tourists to be careful. We employ local staff. We understand culture, et cetera. There's a role for us to play, I believe, in responsible AI. The responsible tourism playbook looks like the responsible AI playbook. At a basic level, support what's responsible. We do have to figure out what that is. Reject what is not responsible. Stay informed. Teach and share with each other, like we're doing now. Measure your impact. And demand accountability of the companies that think that they're too big to be controlled, too big to be told how to operate their AI. At a personal level, we can jump in and be active users and consumers of AI, not passive. Don't just accept that we have to accept all the terms and conditions because otherwise we can't use the tool. Read those terms and work to get those changed over time, okay? Spend with purpose. choose which tools you operate on, figure out where they're coming from, what their agendas are. You get, just like you get to choose which hotels you want to support with your dollar, figure out which AI tools you want to support. What else are they doing? In the United States, there's a lot going on, so we look very carefully about that. Learn how these agents work. Protect your data. That's really important. You don't want LLMs learning from your data, certainly not your customers' data. Be transparent in your use of AI. Add missing voices. So the large language models are taking all of humans' known information or knowledge that has been written down over the centuries and the millennia. Whose voices are in that knowledge, in that LLM, or those LLMs? Whose voices are missing? Indigenous voices are missing. All of the history that was never written down is missing. Who wrote the history back in the medieval ages? Who wrote the history here in Magallanes in the 1500s and 1600s? Probably mostly men, right? Which isn't bad, it just means that other voices are not heard. So we have a chance to bring in the other voices. You all are, as responsible tourism providers, you're savvy about, for example, the culture here and the social aspects here, and your history around inmigrantes y indigenos, et cetera, et cetera. Tell the story. Add that story to your content. It will be richer for it. Build ethical AI. Train your AI. AIs are sycophantic. That's a really fancy word. I did have to look that up last year. It's a very fancy word that says that AI is designed to make you think you're the smartest person in the world and everything you do is wonderful so that you keep coming back to ask the AI questions. In fact, sometimes I'll put an idea into AI that's a terrible idea, but my AI tool will go, wow, that's amazing, Julie. And here's another suggestion. Be very careful. It is stroking our ego. It has been trained to do that. It wants you to be involved more and more and more. So be careful and be very intentional about what it's telling you. Keep humans at the center. Big tech doesn't have to call the show. Here's what we can do together. It seems daunting, but in the next slide, I'll talk about 8 billion people, okay? It seems daunting, but this is our time. Pressure governments and corporations to prioritize safety and ethics. Europe is doing a better job at this. I don't know where Chile is in this case. Maybe some folks do here in the room. Demand regulation, transparency, and accountability. Do we need super intelligence in a race, or do we need research focused on cures for cancer? I'm for cures for cancer. Reject the hype and the winner-takes-all thinking. This is sort of new. We don't have to believe that the companies that say, oh, we have to move this fast because if we don't, someone else is going to get there. Really? Not everyone is thinking that way. That's not really true. We don't have to buy into that. We can ask them to do it differently. We can pressure them to do it differently. And then engage locally, engage in solutions. I am a practical optimist. I think AI has amazing opportunities for us. We use it in our agency. We have to use it in our agency, right? Or we'll be a pterodactyl. But I'm choosing to, because I could just go be a ski instructor instead, right? I don't need AI to be a ski instructor. But I'm choosing to do this. I think it has a tremendous amount of power for goodness. It also, without control, has a tremendous amount of power for destruction to all of us. We should be in the room helping to make and guide these decisions. So we do need enforceable global limits. How many of you have heard of Dr. Jane Goodall? She is the scientist from the United Kingdom who studied the chimpanzees. She recently passed away. She said that you cannot get through a single day without making an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference, and you get to decide what kind of difference you want to make. We are alive in this time of AI for a reason, I believe. This is our moment. We've led in adventure tourism. We have a moment to shape how we want AI to go. Thank you. There are 2 slides here, so you can scan this. You can get all of the presentations and the guides, the presentation tomorrow. And then if you scan here, you can talk to me in my agentic AI space and Liquid Spark. The survey is in there. You can ask questions, and our agent, I don't know what we named it, is going to help answer questions, and some humans will jump in the room too. And these will be available later as well, so don't worry if you can't get them now. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Julie, for this amazing presentation and for sharing your knowledge with us. Muchas gracias. Un fuerte aplauso nuevamente a Julie Thorner. Bien, al inicio de la jornada se les entregó este papel para que ustedes puedan formular una pregunta a algún expositor, una pregunta en general. Ahora, quienes hayan escrito alguna pregunta, levanten la mano, por favor. Nuestro staff de Santo Tomás va a pasar a recoger esas preguntas para poder después contestarlas en el panel interactivo de más adelante. ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta ya escrita? ¿Sí? Adelante, por favor, chiquillos. Levanten bien la mano. Si no, también pueden seguir pensando en sus preguntas y después vamos a recogerlas para poder responderlas en el panel interactivo. Y a continuación, vamos a hacer un breve break, 20 minutos, para que aprovechen esta instancia para conectarse con todos ustedes, ¿no es cierto?, actores fundamentales del turismo, para compartir opiniones, experiencias, y aquellos que nos ven a través de Austro Chile por YouTube, quédese con nosotros en nuestra sintonía, nosotros ya volvemos. Muchas gracias. la Antártica chilena, la sostenibilidad y la regeneración. Hoy ya no basta con hacer menos daño. El desafío es generar impacto positivo en los territorios y sus comunidades. Para profundizar en esta mirada desde Francia, contamos con la valiosa presencia de Ulla Alexandra Madl. Ulla es consultora internacional con una amplia trayectoria en Europa, trabajando en sostenibilidad, políticas públicas y desarrollo territorial. Desde hace años colabora con destinos para fortalecer su resiliencia, identidad local y modelos de turismo regenerativo. Nos honra contar con su experiencia en este encuentro, experiencia mediante la cual hoy nos viene a contar sobre las más recientes tendencias mundiales en sostenibilidad y turismo regenerativo. Recibamos con un fuerte aplauso a Ulla Alexandra Madl.
See, okay, yeah, the microphone is on. I hope you're all energized after this coffee break. That was a bit longer than expected. So, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I was here already 1.5 years ago. I ended up being a tourist, although it wasn't planned initially. And I had a great time. And some of the pictures you will see in my presentation are also from the experiences I had when I was here 1.5 years ago. And so this is me in Torres del Paine 1.5 years ago. I had a really nice experience. So just quickly about me, so that you know a little bit about who is standing in front of you. I am very European, so I am half Austrian, half Finnish. I live in Belgium. The company I represent is French, and I've been living, working with European affairs in Brussels for the past 20 years. I spent some years in the UK, but I'm really, most of the things I will share today are linked to the European trends, if you want to talk about trends. I have a very diverse background. I have tourism kind of in the family. I grew up with this. My dad was in tourism, and also some of my family had a tour agency. So this is kind of a bit in my blood, but I have a lot of different things that I've done in my life. I've worked on culture, policies, a lot in education and training. So education policy, skills, competencies, capacity building in tourism. Also sustainable business management. So I also work with companies, with businesses to accompany them on their sustainability journey. And just when COVID hit and we were all lost, I got myself immediately into the regenerative tourism movement, so to say, when it emerged. I mean, it's been around for much longer than that, but that's really when I started getting into it. And so I'm kind of part of this international regenerative practice movement in regeneration in tourism. And I also work as an auditor for destinations, with green destinations. Some of you might have been to the conference here 1.5 years ago, where I was supposed to go, but then I didn't, because the dates had changed. And so I'm very familiar with challenges of destinations, and I work on sustainability strategies. I accompany DMOs and so on their journeys to sustainability. So let's go right direction here. Just very quickly, Eurocom is the company I represent. We work on tourism, renewable energies, mobility, and we've been around for 20 years. We're based in the north of France, but I work as an expert in Belgium. And so most of the things I told you that I have as an experience, that's also what the company does. We are very active in international networks like the GSTC, the Global Agri-Tourism Network, the International Social Tourism Network, and we're also active at national level for the Sustainability Association for Tourism Professionals, so a bit like the association here. But focused on sustainability. And also, we have joined the International Regenerative Tourism Alliance. And I don't know if you're aware, but Magallanes is a founding member of the Good Travel Alliance. And we, Eurocom, are also a founding partner. So we are kind of connected through this global Good Travel Alliance, sorry. And so we work at local, regional, national, and international level. And now, let's start. So that was my introduction. I have a lot to say, so if I speak too quickly, let me know, because I tend to speak a bit more quickly. We heard a little bit from Julie already about authenticity. What are tourists looking for? More and more tourists are looking for sustainable and also authentic experiences. They're also looking at having an impact on the local economy. They're interested in local products and in having a direct contact with local communities. So there are various studies out there. There is this famous Booking.com study that is renewed every year, but then there are various other studies at national level, different countries, regional studies, and most of the time they all end up being in this range of between 70 and 90% or just a bit above, about people looking for sustainable tourism experiences. They are looking for authentic experiences, to connect with local culture and communities. And then the Gen Z, who are born between 1997 and 2012, so they're between 14 and 30 or 28 years or 30 years old right now. And it is said that they are really the ones who are looking more and more for sustainability. They make it partially their lifestyle. And so we really have to think about what they want, because in a very short period of time, they will make up at least a third of the people who will travel to all our destinations. So sustainability is profitable. There is no other way, really. That's the minimum we can do, is to be sustainable. But of course, it's important that the money that we generate, the income that we generate, stays as far as possible in the local communities. So here you can see some of the experiences I had when I was here. So I did all these traditional experiences. I went to see the king penguins, the Isla Magdalena. I didn't see the whales because it was not the season. I went to Torres del Paine. And these are the things that, you know, we have to ask ourselves. We propose these tours to people, but what is it they actually remember when they go home? So for me, it was this concert in this local bar where there were no tourists, it was just me. When I went to Torres del Paine, happened to be the sheep sharing day. So that was just the one day where they were doing it, and I was lucky. And so we stopped, although it wasn't planned at all, and I assisted to this activity, which was quite fascinating for me. Then there's just little local things. You probably recognize this kiosk in the streets of Punta Arenas. I went to the market. A lot of tourists go there, but I really enjoyed the empanadas. I thought they were amazing. So I went twice to have more empanadas. And also, I didn't know that was something called calafate, so that was definitely a memorable experience, and I had more than one. And then when I was here, there was this parade. I heard this noise in the street, and I went to check what it was, and I still don't know what it was, but you will tell me later on what that was. It was in October, so there was this parade with all the flags, and so on. So these were my kind of authentic experiences, so I'm part of this 76%, and this is what I kind of like when I go somewhere. The wrong direction. I'm going to get there. So let's talk a little bit about the rise of sustainability and regeneration today. So sustainability is no longer a niche. And I think the problem we have with it is that everybody uses the word. Everything's sustainable today, so it's become meaningless. We say we're sustainable even if we're not. It's just good to say you're sustainable because people like it. So we have to think about this. What does this mean for the industry? There is a certification boom. certainly in Europe, there is a competition about how many certifications you can have, and that is kind of the only way forward. And you also get funding for it to get certified. And regeneration, definitely, it started with COVID, although, yeah, as I said, it's been around for much longer, has earned a place in the market, and there is a global movement now, and it's growing by the day. It still seems to be a bit niche because we're talking to each other about it a lot. But we have the same dangers we have with sustainability. Are we also going to say that we're regenerative and not being regenerative? Is it going to be another one of those buzzwords that will lose its meaning, is the question. So Europe is a leader, really, I would say, in sustainable tourism, because we are also now, in May, publishing a new European strategy on tourism, where sustainability is a core part of it. Also, the education linked to sustainability. And so there is what we call the twin transition, so the digital and sustainable transition, which are key to this strategic document. So what is also happening is quite interesting, is like we are moving in general a lot from destination marketing organizations, so DMO, destination marketing organization, to destination management organizations. So we are stopping to market really the destination as we used to be, and focusing on managing it. So what does it mean? We're focusing on collaboration with stakeholders. We work with them to accompanying them on their path to sustainability. And we also support them, for example, with certification. We tell them what labels to go for, how to get there, what they need to do to achieve these certifications, and so on. And what we also see a lot in Europe, that we have some destinations which are what we would call over-touristic, which basically means you have too many people at the wrong time in the wrong place. And we are stopping to market those destinations. We are no longer saying, come here, because we're great, because we have enough people. And in some destinations that are fragile, we have also started to demarket. We say, don't come here anymore. We are done with you. We're having a break. Or we are, we are taking in a few people, and this is the limit. What we have in Europe is some very good examples linked to sustainability and regeneration, especially, I would say, in the Nordic countries. And I'm talking about those because there are some similarities between the Nordics and what happens here in the region in terms of nature, positive tourism. And so, for example, in Sweden, Iceland, Norway, and Finland, they got together and they created a project funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers to develop national regenerative tourism experiences and also practices, and working on strategies for regenerative tourism. What we have to deal with is this green claims, and this is what I mentioned before. In Europe, this is quite huge now, because you can no longer call yourself sustainable unless you have proof. You need to be certified to say that you're sustainable. And otherwise you can get fined. And so this helps us to get rid of some of these labels of self-proclaimed kind of, let's say, certifications that don't really mean very much. I already mentioned about region washing, and then the Gen Z, of course, because in 10 years' time, they will be decision makers, they will be having leadership roles. So we need to think about what this means for the industry and how this will change the industry also, because they have different demands of what the industry has to be. And then here, I think it's interesting also to talk about this last chance tourism, which I think you definitely have here, where people come because they think, well, if I don't come now, it might be too late. I won't see any more penguins, and I won't see any more glaciers, so I have to come now. And of course, this puts a lot of pressure on the environment, on fragile ecosystems, And so this is something also that we need to think about. How do we deal with this in a destination? And how can we still stay regenerative or sustainable in these circumstances? So let's put everything a little bit into context. So what we have is a continuous growth of especially tourist arrivals. So the graph you have here on the left is quite old. It's from 2018, so it's pre-COVID. But you can see the 3 scenarios. It shows quite clearly that no matter what, there will be growth, and they were right, because even though this is today, we had a few issues here, and we have the pandemic, and actually we all thought maybe things will change with the pandemic, but no, it didn't. So we bounced back, and we're above what we were before. We're at 1.5 billion arrivals, and there are estimates and forecasts about where we're heading. Well, we're heading up more, basically. So before I came here, we had this whole thing. I don't know if you heard about it, if it's happening here as well, but in Europe, this is from the news. Well, we're running out of jet fuel. So we are growing. There's more arrivals, but we are not. We are still vulnerable. Things can happen to us. So I figured that I will make it here. I will make it back. But we don't really know what will happen in Europe with tourism in the summer. Will people be able to travel, and who will be able to go and who not? So we have to think about being more resilient. What can we do? We live as if there was no tomorrow. And maybe this is some kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. Also, we don't know what tomorrow will be like. I don't need to explain what's in these pictures. I think these are quite self-explanatory. So we have a lot of these things here happening also here in the region. And so this is a famous quote. It's been used a lot in this kind of contexts and presentations linked to sustainability. And it's by Kenneth Boulding, who is an American English economist and philosopher. He died in the 90s, so I don't exactly know when this quote is from, but he already said that anyone who thinks that you can have infinite growth in a finite environment is either a madman or an economist. So we are all a bit mad here because we are still growing, and we want more development, and we want to go further, and we want to have a business that flourishes, of course. Oh, wrong direction. I'm never going to learn this. So the planetary boundaries, you have probably seen this, but if you look at the contrast between 2009 and 2025, you notice that in a short period of time, we have not made a lot of progress in terms of saving the planet. So we are actually moving in the wrong direction here. And last year, we crossed the 7th boundary, which is ocean acidification. And I think you probably have heard about it if you are here in the region, and you will know that this is quite dramatic. And I will try and get more positive in a short while. I'm not there yet. And so how many planets are we using? We're exploiting our resources at a staggering rate. And you can see, probably not, because it's a bit blurry, but Chile is here somewhere. So on the 7th of May, in a couple of weeks, you will have used up your planet for the year, finished. And you're in good company because you have all these Western countries here who are even worse than you are. And then, of course, we have some really good ones here, but yeah, there are other issues why they are there. So this is a question we have to ask ourselves. For how long can we continue like this? So we have a systemic crisis, a polycrisis. You can see all these different things: biodiversity loss, waste crisis, soil degradation, which really affects our agriculture and food production worldwide. We have inequality, wars. Why do we still fight? polarization, political polarization. So what's the only way to solve this systemic crisis is to have a systemic approach, a holistic approach, and see things as a whole system. You have to see these problems interconnected in order to be able to solve them. And that's partially one of the issues we have with the SDGs, because they compartmentalize everything into different compartments and don't really see how things are connected. Or they do, but it's not very clear for people who work with the SDGs. I'm almost done with this negative side. So we also have a skills crisis and a global skills crisis. We don't have enough people working in tourism to fill all the jobs. And we have definitely also a skills crisis linked to sustainability. So we have 100 million additional jobs needed to be filled by 2034, which are linked to sustainability. There is a huge skills gap of 43% of people who are not able to provide the skills they need for their jobs. And there's a huge economic impact based on the fact that we don't have these skills and that sustainability is profitable, but we are not taking advantage of this opportunity. So what do we need? Sustainability skills. I know that actually in Chile you also have integrated this in curricula, sustainability. But what we have focused on in Europe a lot is also the training of professionals, the upskilling of people, the reskilling of people with sustainability skills, because this is what we need in the future. We need to make sure everybody knows about sustainability, and that if some student goes to work for an employer, well, they don't know more than the employer. They should be on equal footing, because they will need to work together. And so we have different skills. We talked about the systemic crisis, so systems thinking is really at the core of it. It's anticipating future challenges, future literacy, adaptability, flexibility. And of course, these are things you cannot just teach in a classroom. You have to have new methodologies to teach these things. So what does that mean? You need to focus on challenge-based learning, experiential learning, real-world scenarios, like new methodology for teaching, so that people have a practical idea of what this actually means. So you need to work with scenarios, for example, and have people working on real challenges that they can solve, and that will empower them also to learn more. And so, yeah, done with this part, but I think it was necessary. And we're moving into the sustainability regeneration part. So this is a very important slide, and it's to demonstrate that. So we have on the left side the conventional practice, so tourism that is not thinking about sustainability at all. And then we have sustainable here. So supposedly, we're trying to be neutral when we're sustainable. But actually, I mean, what it means is we are minimizing our impacts. So we're doing as much as possible to not have any impact. So the very maximum we could do is be here in the middle at 0. But we know very well that that's very challenging already. So if we freeze the world today and say, we're not having any more negative impact, we will realize quite quickly that we've gone so far downhill already that the only thing we can do is actually go in the other direction. We need to regenerate. We need to restore our environment. It's no longer enough to have 0 impact. We need to have a positive impact. So this is the difference, really, I would say, between regeneration and sustainability, is to move beyond the 0 and have a positive impact as much as possible. I will talk more about it in a little while. Here are some things. I will not go through all of this, and there is a typo here, I see. Differences between sustainability and regeneration. I will tell you a couple of things that are really important. So, for example, as I told you, when you work on sustainability, you work with certification. So this is here, indicators, labels. So what you do, you take criteria, indicators, you check boxes. Oh, I'm using this much energy, I'm using this much water, and if I'm within a certain range, oh, well, I can call myself sustainable. In regeneration, it's not like this. You don't have these indicators. It's very hard to measure, which is while some people think it's elusive, it's difficult to work with regeneration. What you are looking at is something that is constantly in motion with regeneration. It's not something like you can take a picture in time and think that's what it is. It's something that develops with a lot of different variables involved. What's also important is that it is something that, for example, you have standardized solutions in sustainability that are transferable. So you take a good example, a practice, and you go somewhere else and you implement it and say, let's try this here. Well, in regeneration, it doesn't work like that because you have to adapt your practice to the local context, to the place where you're working, and that's where you start the whole work on regeneration. What else do I need to tell you that is important? It's definitely that regeneration has a bottom-up approach. So you don't arrive somewhere and say, this is the strategy, we need to implement this. You can have a strategy, but it has to have been co-created with the stakeholders, with the people involved, with the communities of a place. So these are the main points about sustainability versus regeneration. I won't have time to go into all of these things that you see here, but I will talk a little bit about this. So it's not just another trend. So I was asked to come here and talk about global trends linked to sustainability and regeneration. So for me, regeneration is not another trend. I think the main trend we can see is that we are slowly, at least to some extent, moving in the right direction and learning how to do things better, be it sustainability or regeneration. So what is a regenerative approach? So I don't say regenerative tourism because I think it doesn't really exist. You can have regeneration and use tourism as a tool to regenerate a place. Because nothing is 100% regenerative. So you cannot go out and say, oh, this is a regenerative experience or a regenerative tour or something. It has elements that are regenerative, and I think it's really, really important that you know how you talk about regeneration, how you communicate about regeneration. And this goes also, can be linked maybe to what Julie said earlier. It's essential that you communicate correctly about what you do and that you really understand the concept when you talk about it, because AI will pick it up. And then your customers will check on you. Are you really doing what you're saying that you're doing? And what's interesting about regeneration is that you will have visitors who stay longer, who are more interested in the place, and connect with the local culture, heritage, and want to leave the place in a good state. They care about the place profoundly. So they are not the ones who will cause harm when they go to Torres del Paine. They will try the best to leave everything as they found it. What's important maybe also in regeneration is that we are no longer talking about something that is one-sided. It's no longer the tourist just coming to the place and leaving again. What's essential here is the connection with the place, connection between host and visitor. They connect in the place and they co-create what is the experience actually in the destination. So I will talk about a few things linked to regeneration for it to become a bit more tangible. So regeneration is modeled upon nature. So as you know, you think about nature and biodiversity, everything is interconnected. Everything works perfectly. Nature knows what to do. It's profoundly diverse, and everything is perfectly functioning. It's quite amazing if you think about it. And it works in cycles, like the seasons. So regenerative tourism is very interesting for tourism that covers the whole year. You don't need seasonal tourism like that anymore, because people come to experience local life and culture, and it's not necessarily only in the summer that they want to come. They are happy to come any time of the year, so it's really good opportunity to think about new tourism experiences, new products, and innovate really on what you can offer for this audience. And it's profoundly linked to cooperation and a joint vision in the place. So this is, I will get very quickly through this. This is a concept in regeneration called nested systems. So where it says project here, it could also be your tourism product, it could be your experience, your tour, your hotel, whatever it is you're doing. So it's not only anymore about what you are doing, it's also how can you contribute to all the things that happen around you? How can your experience add value to your community, to the region, to everything else, and support that the community as a whole goes into a state of thriving, basically, and flourishing. So you're not just individual providers, you also contribute to a greater whole and an experience for everybody. And you support the region reaching its potential, because it's a region that has enormous potential for regeneration, I believe. So here, it's just to illustrate that you have all these overlapping systems and nested systems within different areas in your destination that are all connected. And I said rural places here because it's quite rural, most of the region, apart from here, of course. This is just an illustration. And then, as I mentioned before, it's profoundly linked to place. So regeneration is about looking at what is the essence of your place. What is really, when you go deep into it, what is it that you care about? How do you want to see your place? What is your vision for the place? You look back at the history, you look back at the also indigenous history, you look about how the region has developed geographically or geologically, or all these different things play a role. And you connect, to this story that you're creating about your place. And this is what you want to show your visitors, really. And it's about co-creating with community. So you come together thinking, what is our joint story for our place? And here you can see another illustration for here. This is, of course, all of this. I thought this was the perfect picture for this slide, because we're going into one direction. We have a story which defines the identity we want to portray. And what we're aiming for is reaching the potential. So we're not just focusing on the product, we're focusing on how can we thrive in this place? How can we thrive in the destination? And we work with the stakeholders, we work as a group, and I think the association of Austro Chile is an amazing opportunity to bring people together to talk about it. What is the joint vision, really, that you have for this region? And what is the long-term thinking? Because we're not thinking in strategies of 5 years, 10 years. No, how do you want this to develop in the very, very long term? What is the future for here? How do you want to see it? And so, how can we work on experiences and stand out? How can we be different? People are looking for things that are standing out. And you can see here, this is the wrong boat. We're not in Argentina, so I apologize. And so here are some ideas of things that are working elsewhere. I will not talk about hyper-personalization. I think this is something that really works for what Julie talked about. It's a lot linked to digital tools and AI. How can digital tools and AI really personalize an experience? And that can also be a sustainable experience, of course. And then low impact on mobility is maybe not such a topic for here, but it's absolutely huge in Europe. So there is no country that is not developing bike plans and strategies and investing in infrastructure, and hotels are giving bikes to tourists and kits for them to repair their bicycles and so on. It's absolutely huge. I don't know how these things could work here. I think there is some biking, but European tourists would definitely be up for it if you are interested in this kind of activity. So some of the things I will be saying here might not be necessarily completely new to you, but it's a demonstration that what happens is already very good and that we maybe need to mainstream it more. Some of the things they are doing here are great. There are excellent examples already, but we need more of these things. So co-design, I mentioned it before, is a really important part in tourism today. And that doesn't just mean the stakeholders, it means we co-design with the people who are coming. They want to participate. They want to be more active in their experience. They don't want to just go sightseeing anymore. They want to contribute, to participate, and feel that they have done something useful also. So it's the community and also the participants in the experience that co-create. So what does it mean? You have a deeper engagement with the destination if you co-create. It's more authentic because you connect with people, you have human exchanges, you talk to the people around you, you get to know local communities. You are learning how to protect the environment because you actively participated in it. You have opportunities to do so in this type of tourism. And there is a profound benefit for the community because they're not separate from the tourism. They are very close to it. There is an interlinkage between the two. So, citizen science. So I know that Antarctica 21 is already working to some extent on these things, to work with universities to collect data of the big experiences that they have. I saw that yesterday. But this is something that really can work to be mainstreamed much more. So for example, if we look here, this is tourism that happens in Iceland. So you have a whole catalog of expeditions. You can sign up. It's like 2 hours, 3 hours, half a day, and you don't need to go for a week-long thing, and it's not exclusive. You can, as any kind of person, book this and become a scientist for the day. You collect the data, you process it, you learn about climate change in the process, and so you get really involved in it, and you contribute. And the same goes for the whale watching, for example, because research vessels need to invest a lot in being able to collect all this data. So if you have tourist boats going out, well, they can contribute without any big investment, and the tourists have the feeling that they're actually doing something useful, and the data can serve these purposes. And there are similar things going on also in Iceland, for example, where communities and tourists are both involved in projects. For example, when it comes to here, monitoring of plastics or pollutions on the coast, and so on. Right, so then just one quick slide about AI and tools for regeneration. So it was always said, okay, regeneration and digital, they don't match. It doesn't work. But actually, I mean, this is also what I thought earlier on in my journey. But I've come to believe that this is not true. Because with AI, you can really do a lot of things that support regenerative activities and experiences. You can optimize your flows, so you can implement intelligent visitor management to prevent over-tourism and preserve sensitive sites. You can monitor species and habitats through data. You can connect with local communities through different platforms. And you can make sure that your resource management, be this now sustainability or regeneration, is optimized. One more thing here, example. So Visit Finland is interesting because, well, that's the Finnish National Tourism Authority, and they have modeled the whole national strategy around nature-positive tourism. It's not necessarily only about regeneration in general. They really focused on nature because that is their main tourism product. So they created a lot of experiences linked to nature-positive tourism. So, for example, you can pay into a fund, and then you can see what happened to your money, how this contributed to saving a specific place or a specific species, and you can follow up when you go home. So you stay connected to the destination. You don't leave and then forget about everything you did. You can stay connected and check what happened, what's the progress really with the thing I paid for. Then there are other things, for example, I know that there are some invasive species also here, so they have campaigns where tourists participate to help eliminate invasive plants, for example, or they have experiences where tourists protect birds' nests from predators, for example, so they really participate in supervising birds' nests, and they like it. So there are some sort of really innovative things you can do to contribute to this type of tourism. Also, agriculture, traditional tools that are used, people work the land, all sorts of different things. Okay, so regenerative hospitality is a big topic. There is not a lot of time to talk about this. I think I'm probably also already done with my time, but I'm not that much left, and I'm standing in the wrong spot. So what is regenerative hospitality about? It's about really telling the story of your place, of your accommodation, of your hotel. And I know there are really good examples already here in the region. Most of the businesses here are family businesses, so you have a story to tell. And you should share it with the people who stay with you. They want to know the story. They want to connect with you and understand, because it's quite personal. You share your story. It's much more than just knowing the history of the region or the place or who discovered which passage. It's very personal, and this is people looking for personal connection, and that's a very good opportunity to talk about your place, and you can attract people just with that. How you contribute to restoration of the natural environment all around you is part of it too, and really connecting with your visitors. For example, local products, producers. I know there are parts of the region very strong in gastronomy. Gastronomy tourism is growing. It's that would say a still trend growing. A lot of people now travel just for the gastronomy, for that experience. And so participating in that is also interesting. Going and picking the calafate berries and actually knowing what happens with them afterwards would be an amazing experience. And actually, as you will see, I would have loved to do that, but I came in the wrong time of the year. So, yeah, so this is hospitality. There is a lot to say, but there is not enough time right here. Another thing is agritourism, which is growing like really a lot, all across the globe. It's very, very attractive. And as you can see here on the left, there's amazing richness of opportunities of combining different elements in experiences. So linked to education, like events, tours, of course, and farm stays learning about what is agriculture like here today in the region. People want to participate, so you can have culinary workshops, experiences, or you can learn how to really engage in regenerative farming practices, or learn the daily lives of the people who work on and live on these farms. So yeah, let's go back to where I started. So I'm almost done. So here, what would I have still liked to do? And you know what, you saw the pictures before, and so yeah, I would have liked to enjoy more music. I didn't hear any music apart from this moment I was in the bar, so I don't know much about it, so I would have really enjoyed. That music really connects people, so that is a great way of connecting with a place, is music or arts, for example. What happened to this wool? I mean, I see the jumpers when they're ready. I see the wool like on the ground in this place. What happened all the way in between? I would have loved to see how it is all worked and where it goes and understand the whole process. Learn more about a community. Get closer to people. I met very few people. I talked to all the guides. I really wanted to get to know at least the people that I met. So I asked a lot of questions. And I would have loved to learn how to make these empanadas at home, because I can get cheese and I can get the prawns, but how do I make them that they would taste this good? And as I said, calafate, I would love to pick those. I heard it's difficult because they're very spiky, but I would still try. And yeah, you will tell me about this parade. We're in the wrong place. So yeah, where do we start when we want to work with regeneration? So we have to really here cultivate a deep understanding of the local reality, understand our place, really understand where we come from. And actually, a lot of people who live here also have come from other places, so they have to learn about it. It's not just people who live here. It's a way to share what the place is all about for people who have come from elsewhere. Connect the skills ecosystem and stakeholders. So skills ecosystem is really a European term. What does it mean? It's in how businesses connect with education, for example. How do people collaborate? So we work a lot on this topic. How do you connect business and education? How can you nurture each other in collaborative ways? And empower what already exists. So you identify the things that are already regenerative in your region, and there are plenty of things. And you check, how was it done? And how can you do more of what is already there? Ask around, what is the vision for your place? Ask each other, how do you see things? How do you want things to go? How do you see the future here? How do you want it really to be? Not what you think it's going to be, but what you want really deep down. How do you want it to be? And who do you need to talk to make it happen? So yeah, that's it, basically. So if you want to know more, I'm more than happy to talk to any of you. And here you can see that's also my LinkedIn profile. If you want to connect, I'm available to talk to all of you about any of these things. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ulla, for this amazing presentation. We're grateful for your expertise and the clarity you brought to the stage. Antes de continuar con la programación, les recordamos que se encuentran abiertas las inscripciones para el workshop de inteligencia artificial y marketing digital de mañana, mediante la página de Welcu del seminario. Además, les recordamos que pueden hacer llegar sus preguntas escritas con el staff del evento para ser abordadas en el panel interactivo que viene a continuación. No sé si alguien tiene alguna pregunta ya escrita. ¿Sí? Por allá. Por el lado de acá hay preguntas. Bien, lo que hemos visto esta mañana nos deja una idea clara. El futuro del turismo no depende de un solo factor, sino que de la integración entre tecnología y sostenibilidad. Y justamente esa será la conversación que abordaremos ahora. Damos paso a nuestro primer panel de la jornada, Tecnología y Sostenibilidad, las claves del turismo que se viene. Este será un espacio para contrastar miradas, experiencias y visiones desde distintos ámbitos y experiencias. Nos acompañan en esta instancia un completo panel integrado por Julie Thorner, Ula Alexandra Matl, Valerie Cronenberg, quien es directora de Asuntos Corporativos en Antártica 21. Este espacio será moderado por Paola Milosevic, vicepresidenta de Austro Chile y gerente general del hotel y restaurante La Yegua Loca. Invitamos a los miembros del panel. We invite members of this panel to take a seat.
Yes, thank you. That's a good idea. Oh.
Este es para...
Ah, you want me? You want me to? No. I can use it.
Vamos a tener Dani, sigue la traducción simultánea. Buenas tardes a todos. En nombre de Austro Chile les agradecemos la presencia de cada uno. Ha sido una mañana absolutamente interesante. Estuvimos conversando con varios de ustedes durante el break, así que igual hicieron llegar sus preguntas, algunas dudas. Tengo un par de preguntas aquí. Si tienen alguna duda que surja de este panel, igual la pueden escribir o levantan la mano y yo interactúo ahí con ustedes y los panelistas como para que resolvamos y aprovechemos esta oportunidad. We will start with Julie. We have a couple of questions for you. The first one is, how do we start to use efficiently artificial intelligence in our business? There is so much information, and we were talking about it in the morning. There are tools for CRM, for CEO. So what would you advise to our companies? How do we start? Do we hire an agent?
Is this on? Can you hear me? What a great question. So my agency had to answer that question for ourselves last year. So what did we do? We actually started playing a little bit with ChatGPT and Claude. I had to, as the founder and president, I had to play with it to understand its power. So I was using it to do various things, like come up with a marketing strategy idea or a blog outline or ad campaign copy, super basic. But what we need to do is actually integrate it into our business work. We call that workflows. So then we step back as a team, and I asked my team, make it a team sport, really important. I said, okay, my creative designer, my website developer, my copywriter, my social media person, strategy. Okay, team, how can we use AI to help us create our marketing content, ideas, strategies better, faster, but speed is not your friend if you're not careful with what the outcome is. Faster in terms of outlines and strategies. So they came up with all the ideas that are helpful to us. So as a tourism, and then we started
to use that. So as a tourism provider, think about where are you struggling right now in your business. I'm going to use marketing because I run a marketing agency, and that's one of the biggest places it can be very helpful to us. Are you struggling to get your website copy updated? Are you struggling to get the right story out? It's storytelling, and Ula talked about this in terms of the sustainability and regenerative tourism. What story is missing from your website? Start there and open up an LLM account, ChatGPT or Claude, maybe it's Gemini, Microsoft. I use both Claude and GPT because they're a little bit different. And go ahead and write into the prompt, we struggle to tell the unique history of our hotel, like Estancia Rio de los Ciervos, for example. They could write that in, and the ChatGPT might come back with some questions for you to think about. Well, tell me your history or your family connection, and together with prompting, it's going to come up with content telling your story. Then you take that out of ChatGPT, you download it as a document you can edit, right? Most of us can't edit PDFs. Go to Google Drive or Word, you read it carefully, you send it to your team. Is this right? Like if I was doing something for La Yegua Loca, I would send it to Paula, or I would send it to Pamela, or she's a big staff. And I would say, is this right? Check it and see. You would make some edits. Then you take that content and you put it on your website, and you put it into your social media as small clips, which probably, as Az will tell us about. So we want to be concrete and practical. We start with our LLM. We talk to our team. Where are we struggling? In my agency, you guys have heard of the saying that the shoemaker's children don't have shoes, but all of the shoemaker's clients have really nice shoes, right? So in an agency, we struggle sometimes to get our own content out there, our own blog posts, our own email marketing. AI can help us more quickly create good calendars of content and topics for each month, an outline for that, and then the team goes in and finishes that outline into a nice finished blog post, and we schedule it automatically with our automated tools. We schedule it to show up in February and March and April. Does anyone have a follow-up to that, or is that a helpful place to start? Make sense?
Great.
Great.
Great. ¿Se escucha? ¿Se escucha mi vocecita? Ahí sí. Then, Julie, you are still using external or outsourcing from your company either. You still have the designer, so do you understand what I mean? You still use a lot of people, the one who designs the website, the other one who is the technical guy with the codes behind it. It's not that you're doing everything by yourself.
Praise the Lord of your understanding.
Isn't it?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the coffee break, some of the companies asked me, how do we start? So how do we do this? Because it's a lot of information, a lot to do, but also you don't have all the resources to do it. I mean, so some of them might start from one of the tools, maybe two of the tools, some of them hiring someone.
Yeah, so this is perfect for small companies. You probably don't have a marketing department. You probably do have someone who is in charge of updating your website or writing an email, correct? So your AI tool is going to help them more quickly create better content that someone else in the company is going to check. Depending on how small you are, it might be the owner of the company checks that. We have a rule in my agency, nothing goes out, gets published live without two pairs of eyes looking at it. If I write my own content, I might think it's amazing, but someone else needs to proof it because they'll catch things that I didn't catch. right? So for small companies, use the AI tool. You don't have to know how to do a design. You can use a design tool, and now you can talk to it. Say, I want a nice brochure that has these things in it. And it will start that process, and then the human has to go in and finish that. So with copy or writing emails, website content, that's pretty easy to do in-house. Design, you can get part of the way there. A lot of what our clients ask us to do is help set us up and train us so that we can do it ourselves, because they're outsourcing only the things to us that they can't do, specialized things, search engine optimization, extensive creative design, video, film shoots, editing, storyboards, but they can create their own emails, they can update their website content. So we would help them understand the process behind doing that. What you can do with AI now is you can go to ChatGPT and say, I'm a small company of 5 people, I have no marketing staff, I need to create emails every month. I'm in Punta Arenas, the weather's like this. This is where your knowledge base comes in. This is what my company's about. What do I write about? Help me draft some emails. You'll be amazed at what it comes up with as the first start, gets you to the midfield, and then you need to do some editing. And this is where my comment about you've got to jump in, get yourself a free account at first, ChatGPT, Anthropic's Claude, Microsoft or Google. Get in there, and if you don't know what AI can do yet, start asking it questions. I use it for content. I hadn't stopped to think about using it for spreadsheets. I had a customer say to me, can you tell where all of our customers are from? A client sent me a whole spreadsheet of zip codes and customer names and customer data. And I brought it into my spreadsheets. I'm kind of a data geek, so I love spreadsheets. And I stopped and went, oh, maybe Gemini can help me. The little prompt the AI classic button comes up, and Gemini said, help me analyze this spreadsheet and summarize where the clients are from by zip code so that I can deliver this to my client. And it did it immediately. I had to tell it to do a few other things, but then I had my analysis. It would have taken me a long time to do that. Some of it is recognizing we can stop and ask AI to do it. Or we ask AI, I don't know where to start. I'm trying to improve my marketing, storytelling, or create an ad campaign. Where do I start? It will also tell you where to start and what to do.
Thank you, Julie. We will continue with Ula. Ula and Valerie. Valerie es directora de Asuntos Corporativos de Antártica 21. La hemos invitado a este panel para poder interactuar también con Ula, debido a que Antártica 21 es un muy buen ejemplo de los avances en sostenibilidad que estamos teniendo en la región de Magallanes. Valerie nos va a ir contando a medida que va pasando el panel un poco más, pero nos pareció interesante poder compartir el tema de la fundación y lo que están haciendo para también nosotros ir aprendiendo y en nuestras empresas podemos ir aplicando algunas de esas medidas. I was introducing Valerie.
Yes.
Valerie works for Antártica 21, and they are working in sustainability, as you mentioned in your presentation. So we will try to interact between you and her relating to regenerative tourism also. So one of the questions for you, Ula, comes from the public and says, if you can give us examples, besides the Antártica 21, related to regenerative tourism for Magallanes and advantages for our region. How do you see, specifically in our region, examples of things that we could do, like, let's say, maybe very soon? And what are the opportunities that you visualize also in our area, thinking that we don't have the massive tourism yet? We still have, and we are focused on the more specialized and special interest tourism. So what would you advise to Magallanes area?
I think I mentioned some things in my presentation, so I don't know when the question was actually written. But what comes to mind first is that when I did my experiences and I arrived here, it was okay, I wasn't very organized. So I arrived here and okay, I have 4 days, what am I going to do? So I went to Comapa and I asked, okay, so what are the options? And I didn't have that many. It was just, it was in October, so it was the beginning of the season. And so I did all of these things. I managed to fit everything in. But for me, where I see the necessity to change some things, and I know it's difficult because it's a vast region and it's hard to get around and so on, it's really this thing about getting on a minibus and then stopping, getting off for 5 minutes, getting back on, driving more, getting off, getting on. So this is the kind of experience that is not really for me. I want to connect more. I prefer to stay in one place. But I want to have more time. I want to have more time, even if I do one thing and I just see one corner rather than doing the whole Torres del Paine. I want to have more of a connection. And I think some of the things I mentioned, like, for example, things around food, or actually you pick your calafate and then you actually learn how it's processed. You learn how to make a calafate sour, I don't know. You learn how to cook local food. You meet some local people, you do some workshops, something more hands-on, something more participative. I think that would really work very well here. And also, there was something else I wanted to say, but that's already a good start, I think. Yeah.
And how would you integrate the communities? You mentioned about the empanadas, you mentioned that you went to the market. How you visualize this local communities integration to our tourism products?
I mean, communities is everybody in a place, so it includes the tourism stakeholders, really. Again, what comes to mind is I went to this handicraft shop in Punta Arenas called Hecho a Mano when I was here, and they work with the local prison. I talked to the lady in my very bad Spanish last time, and she told me this whole story about how they work with the prison and how they make the handicrafts and how it helps their reintegration into society and all these things. And I asked her, so why don't you do any kind of workshops for tourists about the wool and you know, or all these ladies who work on producing all these things? You can buy their products, but you never get to meet them. You don't know what they do, all of this. I said there was also, I think this would be an amazing experience to organize something like this, where you can get to know them and learn about this side of handicraft, for example, here.
Can I add to that? In the United States, people are really interested in crafts and doing crafts. Knitting and crocheting and sewing. So, for example, in knitting and crocheting, there's so much interest in learning how to spin wool as well. All the pieces that happen to wool before it becomes the yarn that you actually knit with. So that kind of a tour that Ula mentioned is something that could be very, very popular. In fact, I was looking for that when I came last week, but I'm in the wrong season. I don't know that actually exists, all the pieces, but I couldn't even go to a sheep farm because it's the wrong season. But that has a lot of legs.
And actually, I went to Japan last year, and I wove my own scarf. I used a 130-year-old weaving machine. It took me an hour and a half, and I was there with my feet weaving this thing. And it was the most amazing experience I had. I made my own scarf, I designed it, and I made it myself. And I went home with this scarf, and it's one of my biggest treasures from my trip. I have something that I made myself there with a Japanese tradition, with tools, all of these things. And these are things that work all around the year. There is no season in this kind of activity. And this is what you're looking for also. You're looking for extending your seasons. And there are plenty of possibilities to do so.
Thank you very much. We have another question from Matt. Ula, could you tell us what is the POV of European government about regeneration strategy in terms of learnings opportunities for Latin America?
Oh, what was the beginning? What's this PO?
Point of view.
Point of view.
Point of view.
What's the European point of view? What was
The question is, could you tell us what is the point of view of European government about the regeneration strategy?
Oh, to be honest, I don't think the European Commission or the institutions have any view on this. To be honest, they're still learning what regeneration is. They are talking about it, and they are talking about regenerative experiences, as I mentioned, we should not talk about. They caught on the word. Regeneration, we need to do it, so they put it into the strategies, but they don't really know yet what it is. They use it also in the wrong way, I think. They are learning. But in terms of collaboration, there are various opportunities actually for collaboration and potentially exchange of practices and capacity building between Europe and Chile, or maybe even this region out there. But I wouldn't say regenerative is not something on their spectrum, especially not in view of working abroad at the moment.
Thank you. Valerie, ¿podrías quizás compartirnos cómo nace la idea de el aporte y del cuidado, en el fondo, al tema antártico, especialmente con el barco nuevo que tiene esta energía mixta? Contarnos un poco cómo ha funcionado el tema de la fundación y de esa manera nosotros también ir conociendo qué cosas en nuestro negocio también podemos ir, qué ves tú que es aplicable en cada uno de nuestros negocios según la experiencia que ustedes han tenido y están desarrollando en Antártica 21.
Gracias, Paola, por la pregunta. Bueno, esto de cómo nace, en realidad nace desde que comenzó el negocio, 23 años atrás. Los mismos socios tenían esta impronta de adentro muy marcada de si vamos a operar, digamos, en este lugar tan prístino, tan conservado, la idea es poder hacerlo de la mejor manera posible, generando también conocimiento, conciencia, a la vez que cuidando la Antártica. Y claro, y todo parte por acá. O sea, nosotros ocupamos Punta Arenas, Magallanes como puerta de entrada a Antártica, entonces también nos preocupa mucho partir por casa y desde acá que la experiencia comience con todo el ciclo de vida, digamos, de la sostenibilidad. Entonces, bueno, algunos de los aprendizajes que hemos tenido, primero el tema, yo te diría que, claro, todo parte por conciencia y educación. Mucho ahí un poco lo mencionaba Ula, de los gaps que tenemos en formación, en conciencia. Entonces, en nuestro equipo nosotros estamos siempre muy enfocados en que en el barco, por ejemplo, tenemos geógrafos, biólogos marinos, todas las personas que son guías de expedición son gente que sabe muchísimo, entonces también le importa y lo comparte y lo explica de una manera bien profunda, bien consciente. Hay otros aspectos también que es en cuanto como a los públicos objetivos que queremos atraer, entonces hay algunas de las herramientas que nos ha contado Yuli, también nos pueden dar esta oportunidad a Magallanes de no solamente ir atrayendo más turismo, sino que nosotros también creemos firmemente que tiene que ser un turismo de buena calidad. También un pasajero, tenemos ahora las herramientas para ir a ellos y ya las distancias geográficas no nos afectan tanto porque el internet nos permite llegar en todas partes del mundo con este mensaje, entonces atraer realmente a los que queremos atraer, a personas que también miren el turismo de esta forma más integral. Y lo otro que hemos estado avanzando en el último tiempo es que, claro, la sostenibilidad va más allá del medio ambiente, que por supuesto es fundamental. Ahí vienen nuestros orígenes, digamos, nosotros partimos desde los inicios siendo miembros de IATO, que ahí tenemos todos los, digamos, muchos operadores de turismo antártico, somos parte de IATO y nos comprometemos con el cuidado de la fauna, los protocolos muy estrictos para visitar la Antártica. Y bueno, por ahí comenzamos nosotros, pero ahora ya en los últimos años también hemos ido acá, entonces sabemos que los ejemplos que nos han dado acá, esto va más allá de la Antártica, cuidar y no acercarse al pingüino, esto también parte acá con trabajar con la comunidad local, con los proveedores locales. Aquí, bueno, Explorer House, donde están ustedes, es un gran ejemplo que ha sido un tremendo aprendizaje para nosotros y seguimos cada día buscando las mejores formas. Por aquí está Belinda, de hecho, que Los primeros años, costaba mucho encontrar proveedores locales que tuvieran el estándar que nosotros necesitábamos para nuestro huésped como super premium boutique. Y año a año, gracias también a alianzas público-privadas, como el foro que nos tiene acá hoy día, logramos que en ferias de emprendedores, de proveedores, ir generando nexos, ir generando esas demandas, esos estándares, trabajarlos en conjunto, para tener también esta mirada de la conexión local y no solamente ser sustentables allá en la Antártica. Y volviendo un poco también a la pregunta de Paola, que era bien amplia, así que ahí me entretengo contándoles un montón de cosas, pero claro, nosotros donde más impacto tenemos claramente el barco, digamos, el combustible que usas, donde tenemos el mayor impacto, entonces donde podemos también marcar una diferencia importante, y es por eso que hemos ido avanzando en nuevas tecnologías y ahora está en construcción este segundo barco, que va a ser el primer barco con un motor híbrido eléctrico en América, construido en América por talento nacional, también en Acenave, en Valdivia. Y esto creo que es un hito bien relevante, marca una señal de que se puede hacer en Chile. No es fácil, no es simple, pero se puede si realmente está la intención, la declaración, y se hacen, claro, esfuerzos conjuntos. Y esto, claro, es una apuesta muy a largo plazo y es una apuesta a poder utilizar las tecnologías en todos sus aspectos, desde atraer al pasajero adecuado hasta poder, digamos, generar un menor impacto y hasta poder estar conectados acá con la comunidad. Así que, bueno, por ahí creo que no sé si abordé todas las preguntas más o menos, Paola.
¿Podemos volver ahí con
Sí, hay varias ideas más que ahí les podría contar, pero para que vayamos con la...
Vamos aquí con otra pregunta para Julie. Espérenme que no lo entiendo. Es un proyecto de construcción con identidad. No sé, es que no se la entiende bien la letra. ¿Cómo esto puede potenciar turismo en Magallanes? A ver, ¿sabían del proyecto de construcción de una identidad? ¿Cómo esto puede potenciar el turismo desde Magallanes? El LLM, ¿qué es lo que propone? Claro, pero ¿sabían del LLM? The question says, do you know about the LLM, Latam GPT? Do you know about the LLM, about Latam GPT? Which is
it's like the airline?
Latin America.
Okay.
Latin America is a project de construcción. ¿Quién habrá hecho la pregunta como para ayudarle, por favor? Porque está complicadísima aquí. Estamos así. Did you get it, Julie?
Sí, yo pienso que sí. Su pregunta es, hay una en LLM que es para Latinoamérica,
Yes.
que tiene mucha información sobre Latinoamérica y es una LLM específicamente para ustedes en esta parte del mundo y cómo pueden usarlo. ¿Sí?
Se le entendía muy bien la letra. Identity.
Yo pienso que es una buena idea. Claro que sí. Yeah. So it has GPT associated with it. It's a large language model focused on Latin America. But with GPT associated with it, it's powered by OpenAI's ChatGPT, right? So it's a derivative of that, but it's a large language model with specifically your Latin American information in it. Yeah, I think it's a fabulous idea in my presentation towards the end around responsible AI and what voices are missing, this is a good example. A lot of the information in the LLMs is missing what we call the global south. Certainly South America is part of the global south. So if there is a GPT, we're calling it an LLM, a GPT is also a specific set of instructions within ChatGPT to do certain activities using AI. We'll learn about that tomorrow too. But I think it's a great idea. I did not know about it. I'll look it up tonight. I think it's fabulous. And you'll want to look carefully and ask it a lot of questions and see if the answers come back and resonate with what you know about your area. But that could be an amazing way to even more quickly use this, this AI tool, a LATAM GPT, to generate content specific for your tourism businesses here, with the right kind of context and culture maybe already in that. And check it out, make sure all the voices are heard. One of the most important missing voices, and Ula commented about this, it was in many of her slides, the indigenous wisdom of the world was largely not written down. Where are those voices? Where's that information? There's rich indigenous history here in Chile, in really all over the world. Bringing that into the LATAM GPT would be great too. And you can add to that and train it, add your information collectively and train it well on Magallanes, that region. So I think it's a brilliant idea. Thank you for bringing that up.
Another question related to that is, how can we use the AI tools having more advantages than other destinations around the world that are using the same? As an example, New Zealand, Northern Canada, places that they also sell beautiful landscape, culture, indigenous topics, farmer working. So if the GPT is getting the information from all over the world and processing all that, what would you recommend to keep us on the top? Because all the world is doing exactly the same nowadays.
So I want to adjust our paradigm. If I go to New Zealand, it doesn't mean I won't also come here. How can you use these tools to be very visible for the Magallanes region with fantastic information that is helpful, authentic, clear, and kind, wonderful visuals, images, videos, answers to everyone's question about why come to Magallanes to visit and explore in any season. If you can do that, people looking for this experience will come. They might also go to New Zealand, but if you're very clear about what you offer and they have a choice between either New Zealand and Magallanes, if your information answers all of their questions, you will be on the top. But it's not a winner-take-all. Travelers, especially frequent travelers, the three of us here, we go to many places. They're all on our list. Each place is important. And make sure you get us to write reviews, because the customers' reviews will help bring your new customers to you.
Thank you.
I just want to add something. So when I came here a year and a half ago, I thought I would probably only come here once. And so, yeah, I tried to make the most of it. When I was here these 10 days, I did not expect to be back a year and a half later. And I think this is important, because I'm probably not the only one coming here and doing the trip once in my lifetime. I come here with the idea of, I want to explore this, but it's so far. It's 30 hours for me to get here. It's not something I'm going to do every year. So if I have an experience, I mean, if I have a diverse offer and I see there is more, because when I was here, I feel like I ticked a lot of the boxes. So I'm happy to come back, but there needs to be yeah, there needs to be more. And there needs to be a way to connect more to the place. And I think I would do the 30 hours again. I think it's important what you do. It's important what you do and how you connect with the visitor when they're here. If they have a fantastic, memorable experience, they will want to come back, naturally. It's not just having them once. If you want them to come back or stay longer, actually, that's what you need to consider.
And I want to add to that. So not only could a customer come back, some of them won't, it'll be a bucket list. But if they have a fabulous time and they're telling their friends, word of mouth is the single most powerful marketing, bar none. Now we call it digital word of mouth. Azaz will talk about that this afternoon. It's the same thing. I posted a reel and I sent it to my agency team and my family, and I posted on one channel in social media. But my friends who see that look at that and go, where are you? Of course, they didn't read because I wrote where I was. And they will want to come. I can't tell you how many places I've been where my friends go, oh, I'm going to do that too. They go the next year. So it's not that I'm your single customer. The lifetime value of me as a customer is also all of my friends who hear about my trip who are like me and will want to come and have their own experience. We also know how to do that in marketing with lookalike audiences. I might be going on a tangent here. Finding the people like, you might be talking about that this afternoon. You know, okay. Find the people like Julie, like Ula, who look like us digitally online and market to those people. You can do that easily now in the Google and Meta platforms.
Thank you. Then we have another question for Ula. I think that you pretty much answered this, but it's related. Which one is the role from the public companies with? Yeah, which one is the role of the public companies in Europe related to sustainable and regeneration? You said that this in Europe it wasn't spread out, but how do you work with them? How they are helping on coming with this tourism that is very focused on taking care and get involved in nature?
So, I mean, as I said, the European Commission itself is learning, but there are a lot of grassroots movements, let's say. And as I mentioned the Nordic countries before in my presentation, what you need is you need to get the ball rolling. And so we have some exemplary destinations that are doing amazing things. And once you have a few on board, others get interested. It's always the same. It's like it's very, very hard to get started with something new, to convince people to say, where is the benefit? How can you actually develop regenerative tourism that is also financially viable? Because, of course, you need to be financially stable to do these things. You cannot just do it for fun. It needs to also work for your finances. And so it's hard sometimes to convince people of new things. But actually, once everybody is starting to talk about it and people get on board and you have destinations that show the way, then people are like, okay, now we also need to do this. And so this is kind of what's happening now in Europe. There is more and more going on happening. And there are strategies. There are national strategies linked to regenerative tourism now. And so as the Finland one, or also in Sweden or in Iceland, there are like very, very good activities, and stakeholders are trained. So there are more and more trainings also on regenerative tourism that will go much deeper than this presentation that I gave, where you actually dig together into what is the identity of the place, for example, with the people or with the stakeholders, and you start together to work on something.
Thank you.
Paula, question, does this area have a sister city or sister region in like, for example, in Europe, that could be a wonderful partner in terms of learning about regenerative tourism. You mentioned Finland was very ahead. I know I've seen lots of things from Norway that's ahead, and Iceland is small.
We have been working in sustainable tourism more than regenerative. We might be starting.
We can discuss.
We can discuss that, but
Find the
according to
partner.
your definition, I think that we are more into sustainable tourism, but we have pretty good attempts on sustainability. We have worked with several countries around the world, bringing experts and also our local teachers and some people from the tour companies have been traveling around the world. We have guides that they have specialized outside. So we are working on that, and I think that we have good examples of some foundations in the area that are private and also public. So we are on the way to work good on that. But more into sustainable, I would say that's regeneration. So, but we are on the way, and I think that there is a lot of interest from our tour companies, from the government, from the teachers. So we are in the good way and the positive way. So probably that will be our next challenge as local associations too. Valerie?
Sí, bueno, acá yo, como saben, vivo en Magallanes, entonces para tomar un poco los ejemplos que nos han ido contando Yuli y Ula, yo creo que también acá la invitación que nos hace Astrochile y todo es, ya tenemos gremios, tenemos instituciones, tenemos alianzas público-privadas y todavía tenemos mucho potencial que sacarles a esas mismas, mirando estos ejemplos internacionales, pero aprovechando también las que tenemos. Entonces, yo veo ya en el corto tiempo hartos ejemplos que podemos capitalizar en el fondo. Claro, como dice Paola, acá se ha trabajado mucho más los gremios el tema del turismo sustentable y regenerativo todavía nos suena así como más lejano y más complejo. Nosotros mismos en Antártica 21 partimos también con turismo sustentable y ahora de poquito hemos ido viendo de dónde ir sacando algunas cositas un poquito ya más de regeneración. Bueno, este edificio, por ejemplo, no les alcanzo a contar antes, pero la energía que estamos utilizando es de paneles solares. Tenemos compost de todo el material de lo que estuvimos comiendo en el break. Hay un compost después, ya sacamos la primera tierrita de hoja que recibieron los colaboradores de Antártica 21. Son ejemplos pequeños, pero que van dando como señales y van extendiendo el mensaje. Entonces, también un regalito, sacamos el aceite reutilizado, hicimos unos regalitos para agentes y para colaboradoras, que era esta velita de nuestro propio aceite. Y bueno, así este edificio, por eso para nosotros es un poco este icono de esta economía circular que buscamos generar para el futuro. Y volviendo al tema así de las instituciones, ahí es donde yo observaba en este tiempo, claro, está el mismo gobierno regional, la misma municipalidad, que nos ha entregado un montón de las ferias, por ejemplo, estos mismos proveedores, que les comentaba que para nosotros han sido súper valiosas, porque donde antes eran, pucha, no está el proveedor que sirve para esto, ahora es, hablemos, quizá en el futuro él sí puede generar esa cantidad o de esta calidad. Están, bueno, todas las alianzas científicas, o sea, ahí Ula nos contó un ejemplo del tema del Science Boat, y ese es un proyecto internacional, pero acá en Chile, no solo internacional, ya hay alianzas, tenemos al INACH acá, nosotros recientemente también firmamos un acuerdo, no fue fácil, demoró muchos meses de pimponeo, entonces a veces uno lo ve, claro, es que llegaron, la verdad que fue bien complejo, pero está el INACH, estaba la voluntad, oye, nosotros hacemos esta ruta, podemos sacar la data, ya la estamos haciendo, ustedes la pueden usar, entonces win-win, todos ganan acá, nuestros pasajeros pueden ser más conscientes también de la data que vamos generando, con la U de Concepción también, varias alianzas de, claro, instituciones y alianzas estas público-privadas que ya existen y que tenemos que aprovecharlas más, capitalizarlas y que está ese potencial. Entonces, mirando acá el ejemplo de Europa, creo que están las bases y que tenemos que fortalecerlas.
Just one thing to link on what you said before. I think it's about intention. It's you do small things. As I said, there is no such thing as 100% regenerative. And it's about the intention. And sustainable isn't perfect. It's already like, okay, what you have to show is your intention. What you're trying to achieve and what are you doing. You don't need to show anybody that you're perfect. You just need to show that what you're trying to do, be transparent about what you're doing. Maybe also talk about your challenges in what you would like to change, but there are challenges. There is no point, to say that you are something that you're not, and that's perfectly fine because everybody's on the same journey. You just show what is it you would like to do and what you're trying to do, what are you working on.
Thank you. Vamos a ir cerrando el panel de hoy día en la mañana. Antes de darle la palabra para cerrar esta sesión a los panelistas, recordarles que la sesión de la tarde comienza a las 2:30. ¿Dani? A las 2:30 en la tarde viene Aiza. Aiza es un experto en marketing, en storytelling. Estuvimos juntos a él en la ATA en octubre del año pasado con una exponente, fue un exponente fantástico de todas las tendencias que hay en storytelling, en marketing a nivel digital. Así que los invitamos a que no se pierdan el panel de la tarde porque va a estar muy interesante también. Y también en la tarde tenemos a Franz Müller, quien nos va a hablar del dato de la decisión, que nos va a entregar estadísticas de quiénes nos están buscando, cómo nos está buscando el mundo, qué es lo que quiere de esta región y un poco lo que decía Julie, por qué vienen acá y no fueron a Nueva Zelanda, no se fueron a Canadá o ya fueron y a lo mejor vienen a buscar otra cosa. Entonces, en la tarde también tenemos dos ponencias súper interesantes, así que voy a cerrar dándole la palabra a cada uno de los expositores. I was telling about the afternoon, what is going to happen, and I'll give you the microphone to close the session today. And in the name of Austro Chile and the local government, thank you very much for coming, for staying with us, for your great seminar. So, Julie, you have your minutes to close.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute delight to be here. And it's really fun to see how much Spanish I can actually understand. So that's been really great. I also had a thought. You can use AI to, once you tell your AI tool, chatbot or Claude or Gemini, about your company, use it to create the first draft of your regenerative tourism, or at least sustainable tourism plan. What things should you be doing? And how should you talk about it? And see what it comes up with. It's amazing. It can get you, again, halfway down the field. It's been an absolute delight to be here. You saw the QR codes. I'm available on LinkedIn. Happy to chat with anyone. And I look forward to seeing many of you tomorrow in the workshops where we'll actually do some of what I talked about. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've said most of the things I really wanted to say. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here and actually to come back here. As I said, I didn't think I was going to. And now that I've been here, everything, you know, how do you say that in English? I just know that in German, like everything, you know, once you do something 3 times, it becomes a habit. So if I come back once, then I will come back, I don't know how many times. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here, and I really hope that you will not be put off by all the challenges of thinking about regeneration, and maybe consider it. And yeah, if you have any kind of thoughts or questions, feel free to reach out.
Bueno, primero que todo, muchísimas gracias a Austro Chile por la invitación y por el foro que convocaron hoy día. La verdad que creo que agrega muchísimo valor a todos nosotros como operadores turísticos de Magallanes, así que de verdad que muy agradecida también de poder aprender de estas increíbles exponentes. La verdad que es un honor para mí poder estar acá también y aprender de toda su visión, experiencia y todo. Y bueno, yo creo que esto también, un poco como lo mencioné antes, pero nos deja la puerta abierta para seguir bien unidos. Acá, bueno, existe Austro Chile, existen también otros gremios, otras instituciones para juntos como región empoderarnos y realmente generar cuál es ese posicionamiento que queremos hacer del turismo que queremos generar acá. La sostenibilidad, también lo decía Ula, ya no es un plus, es parte de lo que el que viene para acá quiere ser parte de eso y quiere vivir esta experiencia genuina. Y igual que la inteligencia artificial, tampoco ya son un plus, son un mínimo que tenemos que estar ahí a la altura en el fondo para no quedarnos atrás. Entonces aprovechemos estos foros para también juntos como generar esta fuerza, este posicionamiento hacia afuera del tipo de turismo que queremos ir creando, digamos, para el futuro. Así que muchas gracias.
Agradecemos a nuestro panel liderado por Paola Milosevic. Y así como ella hizo la invitación, nos reencontramos a las 14:30 horas en este mismo espacio para continuar con el Seminario Internacional de Turismo Magallanes 2026. Muchas gracias. parte de esta jornada haya sido de su agrado e interés, pero por sobre todo que sea fructífera y productiva. Para la segunda parte de esta jornada nos esperan otras 2 ponencias de alto nivel, a cargo de referentes mundiales en el turismo, el marketing y los datos, y un panel interactivo que promete aportarnos estrategias para lograr un turismo fortalecido durante todo el año. Pero antes me gustaría recordarles que este evento no sería posible sin el apoyo del Comité de Desarrollo Productivo de Corfo, a través de su instrumento Viraliza Eventos, y de nuestros gentiles colaboradores, Aerovías DAP, Hotel Cabo de Hornos, Cape Horn International Center, Antártica 21, Santo Tomás y Zona Austral. Durante esta mañana abordamos 2 pilares fundamentales: tecnología y sostenibilidad. En este bloque de la tarde avanzaremos hacia un tercer eje: cómo comunicar, posicionar y conectar con las audiencias. Porque hoy no basta con tener un buen destino, hay que saber contarlo. Para abordar este desafío contamos con un referente internacional de marketing turístico. Desde Canadá nos acompaña Aizaz Sheikh, asesor estratégico de marketing con más de 15 años de experiencia trabajando con marcas globales como G-Adventures, Tour Raider y Travel Zoo. Su trabajo ha estado enfocado en algo clave para el turismo actual: construir relatos que conecten, generen comunidad y posicionen destinos en mercados globales. Su presentación el día de hoy se titula Del alcance a la relevancia, marketing y narrativa en viajes. Recibamos hoy en este Seminario Internacional Turismo Magallanes a Aizaz Sheikh.
Good start. Hola. Buenos dias. I'm on day 72 of Duolingo, so that's about as good as my Spanish is. I'm gonna let the team down today, but it is a 72-day streak, so I am quite committed. The first mistake I made was, I know a few folks here from the ATTA conference, and that day I wore a Chile soccer jersey, and I should have done it again, because a couple of people have come up to me today and said, oh, I love that you wore the Chile soccer jersey. And I think I was being superstitious, saying, it went pretty well that day, I don't want to just do the same thing and jinx it, and I really should have. So unfortunately, you got like a black t-shirt today, but hopefully the content will bring it to life. And the last thing I'll say is, how was home? You guys just went home to eat lunch, right? Yeah? We just found out yesterday that every day you folks go home with your family and your children and you eat lunch at home. And I'm going to try and take that custom now back to Toronto, Canada, and just be like, I'm going home at lunchtime. I think it's a great thing to do. So I got the afternoon spot right after lunch. So the first thing I'm going to do is try and get some energy going in the crowd, because the bar was so high this morning. So does everyone mind just standing up for 1 second, just where you are? Amazing. And like, let's just like loosen up a little bit. Like, let's just like loosen the shoulders. Amazing. And then just like walk on the spot. You're jumping ahead right there. Just like step on the spot a little bit, just get some blood moving around. And then lastly, just touch up, raise the roof. Raise the roof. Okay, amazing. Normally, the other thing I want to integrate usually, oh, I love it. John, I want you to come up and do that move right here. Come on, Julie. Let's do some moves. Let's dance with Julie. Come on. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So my name's Azashi. Oh, sorry. You can sit back down now, please. Thank you. Thank you. So my name's Azaz Sheikh. I heard pieces from my Duolingo of my introduction. So I figured I would talk a bit about myself first, just so I can give you the context as to why you should believe me in the first place, because I'm going to try to speak some things that are quite current in marketing. So what we did this morning, we did a lot of future-proofing and current-proofing with the sustainability session. And then what Julie did was very much talking again about what's coming in the future and how we can prepare for it now. A lot of my session today is going to be about what we should be doing right now in marketing. So there is a little bit of false advertising here, which is, let me try the pointer. No. There we go. There's not going to be too much AI. I have edited this along the way. So what we're talking about today is very much in the current state of where your marketing should be. And the reason why I have then put storytelling there is because the solutions or the proposals I'm going to give you are very much centered on turning your marketing into storytelling. And with that in mind, can anyone guess what this session is mainly going to be about today? Is there any ideas? You can just shout it out. You don't need the microphone. Anyone? Close, close. Even simpler than digital audiences. Okay, so most of today is going to be about organic social media, as we call it. And the reason I'm extra happy about that is because of the awesome survey that went out. Most of you folks did respond and say that that's something you really want to hear about. So hopefully we can tackle some of that today. I'm going to offer a few strategies, some tactics, and get some things. There's also my contact details at the end. So if anyone does want to connect with me, we can do it that way too. So a bit about my background. So the first job I had in travel was with G Adventures. Who knows G Adventures? Okay, I actually expected more people to know, but that's okay. My old company will be devastated that most people don't know who they are. But G Adventures is one of the big companies in global organized small group travel. I grew up in a family with a lot of accountants. So when it came time to go to university, and I kind of did know what I wanted to do. Well, actually, I wanted to be a footballer. That didn't go anywhere. And then after that, I kind of knew what I wanted to do at university, but it was very hard to explain to a family full of accountants that it wasn't accounting. So the first job I went to school for was accounting, the first course I went to. So I did my undergrad in accounting. In a bank in my middle of third and fourth year, I had a huge epiphany in a back room where I broke down and I was like, I can't do this for the rest of my life. So I went back to do marketing, and I always wanted to do it in one of my two passions. So the first one is travel, which is why I'm here. The second one is actually football. So I love the analogies this morning from the midfield and the football. I'm totally going to steal those whenever I talk about AI. So G Adventures was very much my first job in one of my passions with my professional career weaved into it, which was marketing. And at that point, I realized this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. I left G Adventures during the pandemic because it was a rough time and it was time to make a change, which took me to Travelzoo. Now, Travelzoo, for those that don't know, is a membership based on discounts. So Travelzoo has many regions where they are acquiring not customers, but members through the lens of digital marketing. From Travelzoo, I went to Tour Radar, which is I would almost call it like Expedia meets TripAdvisor for the small group travel. So it's a website and an app where you can buy multi-day tours. And then lastly, I am also sat on the board of Tourism Cares, which has a massive overlap with the sustainability work that you heard this morning. And the one thing I can say that connects, this is a 12-year period, the one thing that connects all of these four roles is, despite managing multiple teams across brand, content, community, performance marketing, data analytics, the one thing that was always common was the fact that before you do anything, you have to get the customer's attention. Number one rule of marketing is before you do anything, you have to get the customer's attention. So that's the first lens that I will start the social media marketing session on. Moving on, I actually want to give you guys 5 key takeaways to shape your marketing for 2026 and beyond. So we're still early enough in 2026 that we can't completely write off the year and say this is for 2027. So 5 key takeaways. So 2 of them are going to be strategic. And by strategy, what I mean is you should actually completely change your mindset, because I said so, apparently. You should completely change your mindset as to how you approach things from a strategic lens in 2 key areas. And then the final 3 are going to be tactical takeaways that, of course, they ladder into those 2 strategies. However, they can be used separately as well, and you can use them as early as this week when you make a reel, or later next week where you decide that you can start with a few of these tactics because maybe some of the strategy that I'll go through is too big and you need a little bit more buy-in. And I did hear today that somebody had heard a keynote similar to this last year, and they're still working on their boss to try to get some of those changes made. So hopefully this will be further convincing for them to make that change. Now, before I get into those 5 things, I do have to set the stage. And the reason I've called this the bold shift is the biggest thing at the moment is who in the room, put your hands up if you have spent any part of their career building a community, building followers, building mailing lists, building Facebook fans and followers. Anyone done any of that in this room? Can you put your hands up if you have? Okay, so a decent number of the room, and I also think some people were being shy as well. Probably more than that. The biggest change that I have to talk about is the fact that we are now moving from followers to interests. From followers to interests. So what that basically means is, previous to this, any kind of marketing that you were doing was always about the audience size. And we heard digital audience before as well. It was always based on size. How big is your mailing list? How big is your Facebook group? How big is your database? It was always size, size, size. The coolest thing is now, because of this one app called TikTok, everything has changed across the digital landscape, which basically means now the most important thing is interests. So we went from being everything to being about, I need 100 emails, 500 emails, 10,000 emails, or 100 followers. Now I'm at 10,000 followers. Now we're at 100,000 followers. Let's have a party. None of that matters as much as it used to, because most of the big algorithms, the only reason I stopped there because I was like, is there a Spanish word for algorithm? Like, algorithm, okay, yeah. So most of the algorithms are now completely obsessed with interests. And the reason because of that is they're all fighting each other for your attention. So when you're talking about Facebook, Meta, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, any of the other platforms, all they want to do is to keep you doing this. That's all they want to do. And they know that you love the things that you like to do, that you are interested in. You love that more than you love your family and friends. They know that. That's why everything is now catered towards what your passion is. Is your passion food? Is your passion adventure? Is your passion travel? Is your passion yoga? Whatever your passion is, that's actually now bigger as far as these algorithms are concerned than how many people you're connected to. And those algorithms, they decide the reach of what your marketing is going to be. So basically, if within a few minutes or actually a few seconds, people haven't engaged with your content, it becomes invisible. So the first thing that happens is you post something, and I'm talking about as a business or as a personality, you put something on there, and then within the first 5 minutes, those platforms have decided whether that's a good piece of content or not. Because like I said a minute ago, They just want to keep you on that platform or the user on that platform. If you're helping them do that, they're going to push it to more and more people. So discovery is driven by engagement, not by audience size. So what that point means is, only a few months ago, if not a couple of years ago, actually it's still happening right now in many big companies, people who work in marketing will walk into the CMO or even the CEO's office and say, we got 1,000 likes, or this thing got 500 views. Most of that stuff doesn't matter as much anymore as it used to, because now everything that's going on in the background is how many people saved that piece of content, how many people sent that to somebody else. Because once again, those platforms, they just want to keep you and the users on that platform. So they know if you're saving it, you're probably going to come back to it. What's a like? Okay, so you liked it, cool. Then you move on. If you saved it or you sent it to someone else, that basically means that either you or someone else is going to see that piece of content over and over again. And that's why engagement is now what creates the reach, not what used to happen, which was likes and comments. And these things move so quickly, it is important to keep up with it. So why does this matter in travel? Well, first things first, we have, obviously very biased in this room, but we have the best product in the world. So there's so many big companies from big industries that completely copy our marketing to sell their product. So I'm originally from the UK, but I live in Canada. I get so annoyed whenever I watch TV and they're trying to sell a car, and they're taking the car through this like really adventurous terrain as if that car is an adventure product. It's not, it's a car. But they're trying to sell that car based on adventure and on travel. And another really important one is credit cards. So much of the advertising around credit cards, certainly where I live, is around travel points and travel, when really they're selling a credit card. So they know, the really smart people that work at these brands know one thing that people are really passionate about is travel. So they're going to use travel in their marketing to try and get us. That's our superpower. Travel is our superpower. Think about all the really cool stuff that happens in this area alone. We need to be the ones controlling that conversation and being the leaders in that. The second thing is, because I just said on the last slide, algorithms are the things that dictate what is going to happen next, we need to know the features and the tricks to actually make sure that we as travel entrepreneurs and travel businesses are the ones that are using this better than everyone else. Now, the cool thing is, no big brand right now has an advantage compared to what they used to have. So pre this, it used to be how much money can you spend, because the number one way to advertise, go back 15, 20 years, the number one way to advertise was TV. The one after that was radio. Everything costs money, newspaper, money. Remember when I said earlier on, the first thing you need to have is the person's attention. The second thing you need to have is distribution. By distribution, I mean you need to have a way, a vehicle to actually send the message out. Well, organic social media is free. It's free. For the first time in history, I think, the actual number one way to send a message out is free. So you guys need to leverage what the tools and the tricks are to make sure that you are using that free mechanism further than one of the big companies that might be a competitor. Now, what's interesting is they can use their budget for something else later on, and I'll come on to that in a second. However, at the baseline, they can't outspend you. The algorithm doesn't care. The algorithm literally doesn't care. It only rewards good content. And remember, the only good content is the content that keeps that user on their platform. So if you think back to the sustainability session from this morning, what was really interesting was there was 5 pictures of experiences that Ulla had. Those could all be pieces of content coming from you, from your business. And remember, when she was saying in those sessions, she wanted to know how to make empanadas. She wanted to see what happened behind the scenes when there was clothes being made from the wool. This can all be your content. And remember that for the first time, big brands can't outspend you on that. It really depends on what the customer thinks is the best way to engage. So our role as marketers in this current day, before the AI wave comes in, and by the way, all of these skills will be really important when AI does fully take over. And lastly, you can use AI to actually enhance what you're doing right now anyway. So our role is to spark moments that make people stop scrolling. And that's actually a really funny way to think about it, because mostly as business people, as salespeople, as marketing people, we're trying to get people to start doing something. Start, subscribe to my service, buy my product, write me a review. And really, what we're trying to do is, while people are endlessly doing this, we just want them to stop for long enough to fall in love with your destination, to book a night at your hotel, to book one of your tours. We actually want to create the content that makes them stop doing what they're doing, which is a natural thing now. So the 5 key takeaways, 2 big picture strategies and 3 tactics that you can take away straight away. The first one is to embrace the rise of interest media. Now, I said it already earlier on, and this one has to be the biggest strategic shift right now. So those platforms are prioritizing interest over followers. How does that help you? How does that make you now on the level playing field that I spoke about? Well, the first things first is much of the content we spoke about, the behind the scenes stuff. It's now time to start thinking like a storyteller and actually give people things that they can't see anywhere else. And we all love it as well. Like if you go on YouTube and you're watching something from your favorite artist, so you might watch a music video or you might watch a performance, then go and look at the content of them recording the album. Then just look at content of them eating a sandwich, and you'll see that that actually gets just as much viewership or engagement because it's behind the scenes. It's giving people access to things that they've never had before. So for the first time, content now reaches people that care, not just who follow. And we all have those family members who never engage with our stuff anyway. And you're like, why are you following me in the first place? I'm doing really cool stuff. You can't even chuck me a like. It's actually really unimportant now. Your actually first sole mission is to try to create content that people care about. And if you're not getting engagement, if you're not getting the kind of things on your content that makes your business grow, unfortunately, you're just not doing it properly. This is proven to be working right now. And if it's not working for you, that means that you need to tweak, learn more, get on AI, figure out how to do it. But it's super important because the land grab opportunity is there right now. And it's interesting, I'll get like 1 or 2 calls a month where people are like, oh, I don't think you can help me. I'm shadow banned. And what they're trying to tell me is, that for some reason, Meta or TikTok or Google, who run YouTube, have just decided that they're going to ban that account. They're not. That's really not happening. It might be happening for like some really political stuff or very divisive stuff, but in general, in our industry, no one's shadow banned. They're just marketing or creating content like it's 2015. That's basically what's happening. They're using older tactics and it needs to be renewed. So the first thing you can do is check out data to uncover travel desires. So there's so much data that's out there now, whether you're checking the reports from industry publications like Skift or Lonely Planet, there's so much data out there already. Secondly, these platforms themselves have so much data. The biggest data is if you are on one of these apps, just see what you're being recommended. As soon as you're seeing something that's being recommended, that's high-performing content. Because if there's one thing you take away from today, remember, all those platforms are doing is trying to keep you on their platform. So they're pushing content in your search page, in your explore page, that's going to keep you on that page. The second thing is target precisely. So one thing, sorry, just give me a sec. When I started in marketing in the 2000s, we were just making one thing for everyone. So it was one brochure, one leaflet, one email. Everything was always the same. The way to make things work now is, because the distribution is free, because posting is free, you have to try to make the content as relevant to the people who you're speaking to as possible. That's why it is actually important to create 2 or 3 different reels or pieces of content a day. But even if you're doing one, try your best not to get as many people into that umbrella as possible. You're supposed to try to speak to one type of person. It could be a hiker, it could be a foodie, it could be someone who's a bit more of a senior adventurer. It doesn't matter who it is, but people need to see themselves in your content, number one, or they need to relate to what's in your content. So it has to be highly personal to them. Lastly, test and refine. So once you get into the practice of this, if you're a data person, you will become obsessed with how much data is given for free for every single post. So if you were to do this and actually really get into the practice, every single post you do has so much data just built into the apps. So, for example, who saw it? Do they already follow you? Do they not follow you? Where are they from? What are their ages? What's their gender? You actually get all of this in your content. So you could be someone who has a product that you think is highly targeted towards men, for example. But when you actually look at the details and the data of your content, you'll realize that actually it's the person's wife or significant other or their mother who's actually seeing your content. That immediately makes you want to shift what you're saying, because now you're not speaking to the traveler themselves. You're speaking to someone who is going to be advising them. So immediately, instead of that content being about the person, it should be about the person who's going to tell the person about the content. Small shifts like that, and remember, make it micro-targeted. The second thing is, so this is a slide I put in quite late on, because I really wanted to share what we were able to do at one of the last companies I was working with. And this was in 1 month. And I have to say, this is the honest truth. We did not hire one extra person. There was not one extra person we hired. All we did, we simply went from a traditional campaign marketing to always on short form, interest-led content. 0 extra hires. So no extra hires whatsoever. And the output was, we actually started creating 600 pieces of content a month that we spread across these different platforms. We built different traveler interests, not broad messaging. And this was some of the impact. So every month, we were starting to see growth. So the month that I'm specifically talking about here, because I no longer work at this company, I can't share what month it was. I can't even tell you what company it was. However, the month over month, the impressions were up 30%. That's just every month. Reactions were up 44%, views over 100%, comments nearly 200%. But the bigger picture was year over year, we were seeing even bigger numbers, including views at almost 1,000% up. So every time someone sees that content, they have a chance to engage with you, follow you, buy from you, follow your story. And so at the end is the algorithm rewards momentum. The more of this you do, not only are you getting more and more people seeing it, the better and better you're going to get, but it's that mindset commitment at the start. So the strategic takeaway number 2 is, from now on, we're actually not going to call it marketing. we're actually not going to call it marketing, because for some reason, we immediately associate marketing to the last bit of marketing, which is conversion and sales. And really, marketing is so many other stages. It's like a funnel all the way up to conversions. And I would argue that conversions isn't even marketing, it's actually sales. So unfortunately, in the modern phrasing, if you're doing performance marketing, it should be called digital performance sales. But because it's called performance marketing, everyone thinks that that's marketing as well. And I get it. It's like that dopamine hit. It's like that chocolate or whatever you want to get really for a quick fix. You see the conversions and you think your marketing's working. But all of the other phases of marketing are just as important. And that's why for the rest of them, don't even call it marketing anymore. Call it storytelling. Because storytelling is the oldest form of communication, and it still works to this day. So from now on, if you are actually heading back to your office, you're talking to your team, don't even talk to them about what they're doing on marketing. Ask them, how are you telling the story of our business? And the really big part of this that makes it super impactful is it shouldn't even be about you. It should not be about you. It should be about them. Because in the story, you should make the hero the actual customer or the traveler that you are wanting to attract. And once you start to make it about them, you can start to really focus on things that they can't get from anywhere else. They can get to know people. We all work with such quirky individuals who are our friends, and they have really funny stories. That's what you should be sharing. This should just not be book this, book that. I was actually recently consulting a medical conference, and every single time we went into a brainstorm, all they wanted to talk about was the content that was going to be finishing with, book a ticket now, book it. And constantly, it was the only content that they were putting out that never sold any tickets. Every single time they had one of the founders talking about selling tickets, they sold no tickets. Every single time they spoke about some of the value that was going to be about being at the conference, they were selling dozens, if not hundreds of tickets, because we're all sick of being sold to. And at this point, if you're telling stories, you're actually not selling to someone in the first place. The interesting thing is, though, this does marry really well with what I was saying before, because unfortunately, while we are all slaves of this thing, we do have to respect the rules. So the rules of the algorithm is you do have to try to hook them in the first 3 seconds. So whatever the most important part of your story is, if you think of your favorite movie, the most important part of the story is probably what, like 3/4 of the way to at the end. At this point, you can still put it there, but once you've done it, you've got to bring it right to the front. So within 3 seconds, they know what they're going to get. So it's little tweaks like that that will make you win in this modern landscape. But at the end of the day, it's the rules that we have to obey, because attention is that new currency. So once you start to think about those 3 concepts so far, attention, interests, and storytelling, you can really start to see how we've all had social media wrong, really. We still try to promote ourselves versus trying to give value to the people who are receiving the message on the other end. There's so many studies now as well about the fact that consumers prefer authentic content, not polished. They actually don't want to see like 8K drone footage, nowhere near as much as people think that they do. If you've got an 8K drone, I'm really sorry that I gave you that information, because I know that that was an expensive purchase. But actually, most of the time, people just want to see raw footage that looks real, because what's actually getting even more murky, based on the videos you saw early this morning, most of the time you can't even tell if it's AI or not. I know we can in some examples, but the example you saw today was actually pretty extreme, because there was the dolphins and everything at the same time. Sometimes you really can't tell, but when you see an authentic video, because it's grainy and it's not perfect, you can kind of tell that that's somebody making a real piece of content on there. And here's a really good example. So who knows what a green screen content is? Does anyone know what that is? Yeah, so we have a couple of hands up. Yeah, so a green screen is basically in all of these apps, you can just like turn your background off. You can have a picture or a video in your background. It could be a news article. So there could be something really cool in your industry happening, and you just take a picture of it. You remove your background. You don't need to do anything. It's just all in the app. And you talk about the news article. That's not AI. That's like, actually, it's really easy to do. And those green screen videos get way more engagement than something that looks polished and looks beautiful because people know it's real. That's the other thing about it. Finally, we get onto the tactical takeaways. So number one, I know that this can be a loaded question sometimes, but we all have to get better at working with creators, which is the new word for influencer. I know for some reason, influencer just really pisses people off, but creators is the new name for them, and hopefully with that, there can be a lot more collaboration and trust of what they do. So I've worked with creators for at least the last 10 years, and honestly, some of them are really, really amazing to work with and sell a lot of travel. So there is some that don't. There are people who have bought their followers. It is really hard to tell the difference, but if you can find good creators, people really trust them. And what's really interesting emerging at the moment in the tech worlds like Silicon Valley and even in the New York advertising world, everybody's talking about the individual empire. So all of these people that are creators are actually these one-people businesses, and they're now going to start selling things to make money, and they can help you sell your trips because they're really good at it because their audience trusts them. So the first thing is, back to what I was saying about the 8K drone footage, they make really relatable content. And all of the things that are working at the moment, like the green screen and many other examples, they use it immediately. As soon as something comes out, they're the first people on it, so they get the rewards of that immediately. The biggest thing is, though, they understand their audiences way better than brands. Like, I've worked at some pretty cool brands. There's no comparison to how much a super fan loves them compared to a creator. In fact, I've come from a pretty big family and I have many nephews and nieces. They don't know sports people anymore. They don't know movie stars. They don't even know Brad Pitt, but they know Mr. Beast. And, you know, so like these creators are absolute rock stars to the new generation. And that's how they're going to grow up. And, you know, you might think at the moment you attract a more senior audience, or you think you might attract someone who has more money than a young person who doesn't know Brad Pitt and doesn't know Mr. Beast. But they are so influential. There's actually videos about how much real estate is sold in Dubai through TikTok. And it's not the parents watching the video. It's the kids watch the video, and then at dinner time, they're sat with their parents, and they're like, oh, I saw this apartment in the west side of the city. Here, check it out. And the parents look at it, and they're like, oh, my God, that's exactly what we wanted to buy. So this is the power of influence. It's not just the person you're trying to target. It's actually who influences them. And at the top of that tree at the moment is the creator. So just learn how to work with them. If you've had bad experiences with them, I understand it can be quite daunting. I've seen that too. And this has been happening for 15, 20 years. It used to be bloggers and photographers, and now at the moment it's social media people. And soon there'll be AI creators. Soon there'll be creators that are completely made up, where you could make one of those too. That's another really cool opportunity for you. The last thing I'll say about the creator world is you have to trust them and let them do their thing. So the biggest creator failures I've been involved with, and there's enough of them, is we were always trying to dictate to them what we wanted to see versus giving them creative control of how they were going to achieve the result. So the best way to work with a creator is actually let them get on with the work. You tell them what you want. Is it lead generation? Is it sales? Is it views to your new product? Is it reviews on TripAdvisor, whatever it is, they can get it for you, but let them find out how to get it for you versus you telling them. Because when it doesn't work, they're just going to blame you anyway. They're just going to say, well, you told me to do this and it didn't work. So when you're working with a creator, always do that. The last thing I'll say before I move on to the second takeaway is you don't have to do anything fancy with them from the start. So I want to say 5-10 years ago in the landscape of creators, they all wanted to travel to destinations. That's what being a travel creator was. COVID changed everything. It's actually not like that anymore. So you can sit on one of these apps, find people who create content, and before you ever fly them down to Punta Arenas and get them to try your hotel or try your restaurant, ask them to make content just from their bedroom, and just you'll see, firstly, how cheap and economical that is. And secondly, you'll see that they can really do the magic or not. Because if they do really good stuff, by all means, fly them down here or, work with another couple of companies to pool that money together and bring them down here. But before that, they should be able to do it from their bedroom, because all of these tools that I keep talking about, all of these platforms, they've got dozens of tools in their apps that help these creators make the best content. The latest one is the Ray-Bans, like Ray-Ban glasses. It's like every platform, even though they're owned by Meta, every platform is clamoring to figure out how to get creators to make content with that. So they're taking care of that. You don't need to worry about that. The second tactical takeaway is the only part of my talk that isn't pure organic social media. This part is about money. So this is the part where I was saying big brands can outspend you in one way. This is the way that they can outspend you. However, by amplify what works, what we mean is from now on, you shouldn't be spending a single dollar on, or a peso on, you shouldn't be spending a peso on digital marketing if you haven't seen that your creative works for free first. So what I mean by that is now you upload something, you see that it works first, i.e. it's getting double, triple, 10 times the amount of views that your normal content gets, then and only then do you make that into an ad. And that's a really important distinction, because these same platforms, they're not evil, but they act evil sometimes. They will happily take your money about a piece of creative that you think is a good ad. Like you might just decide, this is a really cool ad, it's going to bring loads of customers, and you put a budget next to it of, I don't know, like $500. That $500 goes really quick, and there's no proof that that was going to work. When you post something for free and it performs, once you then put the $500 against that piece of content, it completely supercharges it. So that's a really important piece of information as well. And lastly, tap into trends and culture. I'm just doing a quick time check. Oh, we're good for time. Okay, so what I mean by this is the part of social media, the part of organic social media that's super fun. So one of the big things that really happens on these platforms is people have a lot of fun, which creates a lot more interaction for your brand's products and services. And really, that should be the essence of storytelling. See how I didn't say marketing? It should be the essence of your storytelling, should be trendy and culture related. So that's one piece of this that can be really important and really fun. Now, if I was to say to you, this works in America and Canada, it might not work here, but I'm going to try it. If I was to say to you, Coldplay concert, what comes to mind? Yeah, right? So one day, last summer, we all woke up, and for some reason, our phones just had one thing on every single app, whether it was YouTube, whether it was Instagram, it didn't matter. One thing broke the internet. That, again, is the power of these platforms. It can stop the world, and everyone takes notice of this one thing. Now, I'm not saying you would want to make content around cheating at a concert. Although if you can crack the code, please let me know. However, there are multiple examples of this happening every week, every month. You just have to be tapped in to see it. The easiest one is music. So now, music trends on these apps way before it trends on Spotify or YouTube. These apps are actually where hits are being dictated. A lot of the biggest artists in the world actually come up through these apps. There used to be a thing called SoundCloud. Now all of that is completely bypassed by these apps. So music is an example of where you can actually use a song that's really culturally relevant in the market right now and promote your business. And here's a hack. You can actually turn the song right down anyway. You actually don't even need to be able to hear the sound. That's the weird thing about it. There's so many hacks in these apps. So there's one example of you can ride something that's a trend and actually get way more, like 10, 100 times more eyeballs on the same thing because you understood that using the latest sound is a really good way of leveraging. But that's just one example. There are so many different examples. The second thing is, and again, I'm going to reference Ula's presentation today, there's just so many cool things that happen here, right here in Punta Arenas, that you should be making more of. So I did do a search before I got here, and I definitely found it really difficult to find what festivals or things are trending from this location, because right now it's not happening the way it should be. However, if you go to a ChatGPT or if you go to a Google, you can find out all of that information. So it's almost like we as a destination right now are underscoring on this area because we should have more cultural relevance of what's happening in the area coming from here. And people will visit and will do the posting, that's fine too, but a lot of that energy should be coming from here. And unless you're competitors, I'm not saying competitors should be helping each other, but if there's brands here that are actually, they complement each other, you should be working together and co-post. So there's a thing now called Collaborator, where you can have one person or one brand and another brand, they post the same thing at the same time, and you can actually get both audiences seeing it. So there's never actually been easier to collaborate digitally than right now, because you can literally post together at the same time. So the big one here is monitor all of these platforms for the trends. So these trends live in the Explore page or the For You page. As soon as you open the app, they want you to see the trends because they know it's keeping everything on the app. Everyone who's staying on the app is because of this trend. Again, I'll use the Coldplay example. If you're seeing that and you're interacting with it and you're reading the comments and everything, then those apps know and they keep feeding you the same content over and over again. As soon as you see that that's starting to emerge, try to figure out a way if you can ride that trend. And again, I don't advocate for one where you've got two people cheating on their significant others. That's a really extreme example, but it does show the power of the internet and of social media on any given day. So very quickly, we'll go over the 5 key takeaways very quickly again, and then we'll wrap it up. So first things first, we're going to embrace the rise of interest media. So these are the 5 things that if you don't remember anything else, I know I got the slot where you've just come back from lunch and I did see a few heavy eyes in there, my bad. But the first thing is it's no longer about the size of your community. It's no longer about followers. It's no longer about size. It's all about interest media. In fact, it shouldn't even be called social media anymore. It should be called interest media. So use that whenever you're starting to create new content, make it relevant to interests. The second thing is we're not even going to call it marketing anymore. We're going to call it storytelling. The only thing that's now marketing is the last bit of the funnel, which is conversion. Everything else, we're telling stories. Think about your favorite story. Think about your favorite superhero, whatever it is. All of those stories that keep us coming back and back, that's the kind of same mindset that you need to take when you're approaching when it comes to storytelling for marketing. We're going to collaborate with creators smartly if you have had a bad experience. Has everyone seen Men in Black, the Will Smith movie where they do the thing? I'm just going to zap you right now, and you no longer think that influencers are bad people, because there is ways to actually work with them. I think that they're the most amazing opportunity for most businesses in this modern day. I actually love them. Put that on record. I don't need the Men in Black thing. Some of the most talented people I've worked with in the last 5-10 years would identify themselves as a content creator. Amplify what works. So this was what we said, when from now on, we don't spend a single dollar or peso on anything digital unless we've seen it works for free. If it doesn't work for free, it's definitely not going to work as an ad. That's really important to know. And lastly, tap into trends and culture. I almost feel like making you get up one more time and do a little dance just to see how much you could do a TikTok dance, but I won't. I'll spare you that. But if you can bring that kind of personality into your storytelling, I was going to say marketing, into your storytelling, then people will really appreciate it, and you will sell more hotels, more meals, more reservations. That does work, and it will work. So closing the value gap. Interest is the thing that's going to create the reach. That, from now on, is what you're playing for. You're not playing for size. You're not playing for how big a community is. It's all about the interest. Story is the thing that's actually going to create the value. So interest will create the reach. Story is the thing that will create the value. And algorithms, they actually reward you for being highly relevant. So they're the three things that are now going to connect in your mind when you start to create your social media strategies. And lastly, stop marketing to everyone. That era has completely gone. In my first travel job, our biggest budget line item at G Adventures was brochures, and everyone got the same brochure. And it was so wild to me that you could be a 27-year-old lawyer in New York, in Manhattan, or you could be a 64-year-old retired teacher in somewhere rural, like Asheville, and you get the same brochure from this company. How? How is that possible? Like, how would you ever put the same thing to the same person? Their needs are different, their wants are different, their values are different. So from now on, stop marketing to everyone. If you're only able to make one reel, I was going to say week. If you're only able to make one reel a week, try harder. If you're only able to make one reel a day, then it shouldn't be for everybody. Pick one of your customers and make it for them. Give them a name. Give them a name. If you had a John or a Cindy who came through and they were an awesome customer, make a profile around them. That's a completely different seminar. That is digital audiences. That's a different seminar. But make a avatar around them and market to them. Don't market to everybody. Start marketing to interests. I've said that a couple of times. And lastly, curate experiences that live in people's feeds, minds, and their hearts. Ultimately, human beings all have the same thing, where they want to be entertained, they want to be story told to, and they don't want to be sold to. Next time you're making a piece of content and you think it's going to be a bit too salesy, just think about when your phone rings and you don't know who it is and you get the ick, like, I am not answering this call. Thankfully, in Canada, it now says possibly spam, and I will never pick up any of those calls. But if I pick up the call and it's my insurance person or a mortgage person and they're trying to sell me something, the first thing I do is, yeah, I'm not interested, and I hang the phone up. People are thinking the same thing if your content is too salesy. I think that's it. Thanks for joining, everyone. And then I'll just put this on there too. You can find my contact details easy enough. There's only a few of me in the world with the same name, so I think I'm the only one that works in travel. And otherwise, thank you. I'll speak to you with the panel. I'm just going to grab the water. Thank you.
You have provided a profound framework for understanding marketing and storytelling in travel. Ya es media tarde y es un buen momento para hacer una pausa para disfrutar de un coffee break, pero antes tenemos preguntas para responder. Bien. Vamos a invitar a Paula Milosevic entonces.
Before that we go to the coffee or the break, I would like to ask 2 questions before the panel. Recordar que los que quieran hacer preguntas las pongan en el papelito y nos las entreguen para que en el panel también las podamos usar. Pero antes de ir al panel, para no perder el hilo en esta vuelta, quisiéramos hacer 2 preguntas, 2 quick questions for you. You gave us an example, Coldplay, okay? And what is the effect that it really had in the Coldplay marketing? Because nowadays, when we think about them, the first thing that comes up to your mind is the kiss. But the important thing is the music. So that is one first question related to that example. And the second question is about building a storytelling. If the algorithm is so focused on using you to tap you on the top of the internet or on the list, how do you compete with your neighbor or with products that are doing exactly the same that you are? You know, because the algorithm, it's gonna read something that probably most of us, we don't know what is. So which would be your advice related to work specifically with the algorithm?
So with the Coldplay question, you actually, unfortunately, you can't control what the internet runs away with. So that one is, I should probably change the example I use because, I mean, Coldplay's music is just going to sell anyway. And the fact that people think of that moment, it's actually super unfortunate. So I was just saying I should probably choose a different example because most of the time you get to own that experience. If something goes viral, then it's not usually in that way where you want to think about the music. Actually, Coldplay, Chris Martin has distanced himself from that as much as possible. And, you know, so that's probably, I don't think that's something we'll have to worry about as like tourism travel professionals. That's just more of an example to show how on any given day, the whole internet can shut down because of one thing that happens. The second question is a great question. So I'd say if you were starting now, the best thing to do is start with AI. The very first thing I would do is you can use ChatGPT or Claude, some of the generative AI languages, to actually ask them to create, firstly, a content plan for you, right? Secondly, you can actually then ask them once they've made the plan to use their best knowledge, so to act like a content expert and create the whole, like what the video would be. So if you wanted to make a 9-second video, ChatGPT or Claude can actually tell you what should be in the video, and then you can try to find that content if you don't already have it, or you can film it. Now, that's where I would start if I was starting right now. The biggest thing about this is, though, that you get better as you start going. So the example that I showed you where with that one company, we were getting month-on-month growth. That's not what month 1 was like. So we did that strategy for nearly 2 years, where we got to a point where we were making 200 pieces of content a day. The first day we did it, we weren't good at doing this new venture, right? So with it as well, there's gonna have to be the experience from getting good at your craft. So I would start first with ChatGPT and Claude, ask them to make, I want to do 1 post a day, give me 30 days worth of content. Obviously, it should know what business you're in, what you're trying to do, etc. Then, if on Monday it says, make a reel, I know you have a hotel, like make a reel about the best room in my hotel,
it will tell you like what you could possibly do, and you should then start talking to it, like say, oh, are you sure that will work? Like, what about if what if we made this change? How do you think that would work? So keep talking back and forth with it until you get to a point where you think you've got the right level of what you're looking for. That's if I was doing it right now, that's where I would start. So it's almost like combining what you learned this morning. So if everyone's taking what they learned this morning, they're going from a journey of either being AI curious or not at all to really leaning into AI. You can definitely apply that to what I just spoke about as well, because AI can be a really good sparring partner for social media. Absolutely. That's what I would say to that one. All right? Cheers.
Okay, thank you very much again, Isas. Bien. Vamos a saludar nuevamente a nuestros gentiles colaboradores que hacen posible este evento. Aerovías DAP, Hotel Cabo de Hornos, Cape Horn International Center, Antártica 21, Santo Tomás y Zona Austral. Y también, por supuesto, gracias al apoyo del Comité de Desarrollo Productivo de Corfo, a través de su instrumento Viraliza Eventos. Quienes se inscribieron al workshop del día de mañana, este se va a llevar a cabo en el Hotel Cabo de Hornos entre 8:30 horas y 13 horas. Y ahora, sí, ahora el coffee break. Vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa de 15 minutos. Disfruten, conéctense con otros miembros aquí participantes, intercambien opiniones y nos vemos en 15 minutos más. Muchas gracias. Bien, continuamos con la penúltima instancia de esta jornada para conversar acerca de un enfoque clave para la toma de decisiones en turismo, los datos. Hoy los destinos que logran posicionarse no solo son los más atractivos, sino que los que mejor entienden su información. Para ello nos acompaña Franz Müller, especialista en inteligencia turística y análisis de datos. Actualmente se desempeña como vicepresidente regional en Amadeus for Destinations, trabajando con gobiernos y organizaciones para transformar datos de viajes en información estratégica. Recibamos a Franz y su presentación, Del dato a la decisión, nuevas herramientas para la gestión turística en Magallanes y la Antártica chilena. Adelante, Franz.
Hola a todos. Hola a todos, ¿cómo están? Bien, cansado, vamos a hablar de datos, va a ser intenso, así que necesito que estén todos full atención, porque cuando se habla de datos, especialmente del dato de la decisión, donde va a haber todo un análisis que les voy a presentar de distintas fuentes que algunas no conocen, va a ser súper importante que estén ahí con mucha atención. Voy a intentar hablar lo más despacio posible para que ustedes puedan entender, digerir, y de la misma forma en la que yo veo la información y veo hallazgos, ustedes los puedan también llevar y quizá representar en sus distintos negocios. Mi primera pregunta es, ¿quiénes de acá representan o vienen del sector hotelero, de una propiedad, un alojamiento? ¿Quiénes son de la operación turística? Perfecto. ¿Quiénes representan a un segmento que podríamos decir otros? Todos los demás. ¿Algunos no le han entrado la mano? Me gusta mucho lo que hizo ACES de hablar un poco de su background, porque es súper importante el por qué yo hoy, representando una compañía tan grande, estoy acá, muy comprometido con la competitividad de la región, y es porque yo trabajé 4 años de mi vida en Cernatur, una experiencia muy bonita en el sector público, muy bonita pero suficiente. Y yo creo que ahí colaboré tanto con la región que fue donde haciendo viajes con televisión, viajes con fan tours, haciendo mucha acción con colaboración público-privada, me pude no solamente, no pude solamente entender lo que era Torres del Paine, sino que estuve en Fiordo Parry, estuve en Caruquinca, caminé por cada uno de los senderos que pudiese experimentar la región, no solo por trabajo, sino también por ocio. Me encanta mucho el senderismo, me encanta mucho, a mí por ejemplo, me encanta mucho correr, entonces siempre vengo acá a una maratón que se hace dentro del Parque Torres del Paine. Entonces mi compromiso siempre ha estado con la competitividad de la región, porque siento que hay mucho que se puede trabajar y para eso, desde mi quehacer, desde lo que hago en Amadeus, tengo mucho que aportar hoy. Entonces, y un segundo, me faltó mi puntero, que lo tengo en mi bolsillo, de hecho. Entonces, yo soy el vicepresidente regional en Amadeus for Destinations. Amadeus es una empresa muy grande, es como Microsoft en turismo, y dentro de las múltiples cosas que hacemos, una división se encarga del trabajo con entidades gubernamentales, organizaciones turísticas y otros segmentos, como pueden ser grupos aeroportuarios. Y en ese sentido trabajo muchísimo codo a codo desde el Ministerio de Turismo de la República Dominicana, una isla del Caribe, el municipio de Quito, siempre entendiendo, escuchando cuáles son sus desafíos, cómo quieren crecer, cómo de la mano de los datos y también de acciones con publicidad digital, cómo pueden ellos ser más competitivos. Partiendo, me gustaría romper con la idea de que Amadeus es un sistema de distribución global. Sí lo es, pero fue fundado hace 50 años atrás como un GDS. Somos mucho más que eso. Hoy en día Amadeus es realmente el Microsoft en turismo. Somos el esqueleto que hace que las cosas funcionen, y solo para que se hagan una idea y lo dimensionen, más de 2 billones de personas se mueven año a año por aire, siendo embarcados utilizando nuestras soluciones. Muchas veces cuando van al aeropuerto, cuando les leen el código QR, o sea, el boarding pass, esa tecnología Amadeus que hace que los aeropuertos se conecten con la aerolínea, que las aerolíneas pueden distribuir sus asientos. También trabajamos con la hotelería, con los cruceros, aseguradoras de viajes e inclusive con destinos. Entonces, nuestra gama de trabajo en la industria es muy alta. De nuevo, somos como ese Microsoft en turismo. Esto trabajamos mucho con Microsoft, trabajamos mucho con Google, porque de hecho Google Flights, cuando ustedes buscan un viaje de un lugar a otro, están utilizando tecnología de Amadeus. Básicamente todos esos billones de conexiones, esas billones de tarifa que en tiempo real te permiten a ti entender cuánto costaría viajar de un lugar a otro, es la tecnología que nosotros le proveemos a Google Flights. Y de esa forma trabajamos así con muchísimos partners a nivel global. ¿Qué nos permite esto? Esto nos permite a nosotros tener muchos datos de múltiples fuentes, muchos puntos de contacto con el viajero, con el potencial viajero, con viajeros frecuentes, con personas que quieren viajar, con personas que ya compraron su billete. Y ahora les voy a explicar un poco cómo nosotros categorizamos cada uno de estos datos y cómo cada uno de estos datos nos permite no solo entender qué está pasando, sino qué podría pasar en el futuro. Primero vamos a partir con la oferta, con la capacidad aérea. Un dato básico que no solamente me permite a mí decir cuánta gente podría llegar a mi destino, porque existen asientos aéreos que están en el mercado, que se están vendiendo. Lo que hoy en día Amadeus hace es que recopila la capacidad aérea de todas las aerolíneas full service, low cost y charters comerciales, no solamente los vuelos que ya han sido volados, sino los vuelos que van a volar en los próximos 12 meses. También entendiendo esas cancelaciones, esos cambios que van surgiendo en tiempo real. Esto es súper importante porque es la base de mi entendimiento de cuál es ese mercado, cuál es ese techo a nivel aéreo en el cual yo podría justamente crecer. Luego viene la parte de la demanda, en donde me gustaría ser quizá al comienzo muy sencillo en explicar de que cuando hablamos de datos de búsqueda, estamos hablando de personas que entraron a un metabuscador o a una agencia de viaje online, una OTA, y quieren viajar genuinamente de un lugar a otro. Están cotizando. Se metieron a Expedia, o a Despegar, o a Kayak, o a Trip.com en Asia, Expedia, Google Flights, Skyscanner, todas estas plataformas que son conocidas para ustedes. Cada vez que ustedes, cuando no sean un bot, no sean tráfico fraudulento, están buscando un viaje, están interactuando con la tecnología de Amadeus. Y eso nos permite entender quién, en qué parte del mundo quiere viajar con cuántos días de anticipación a tal parte, cuáles fueron las tarifas que se le presentaron, cuántas conexiones se le presentaron para viajar de ese lugar, cuántas noches quería pasar en ese lugar. Y lo más importante es cuán activamente las personas están genuinamente buscando viajar, están indecisas, están buscando múltiples destinos en un mismo día. Y esa información nos permite ir un poco entendiendo esa demanda potencial. Y la categorizamos en el interés de viaje, tal como decía ISAS. El interés de viaje es súper importante. Búsquedas que al final reflejan intención de viaje. Luego tenemos la parte de la reserva. Amadeus sí es un GDS, pero también tiene información de muchos otros GDS, que nos permite a nosotros entender más de 1,5 billones de pasajeros que se mueven año a año, porque a través de un viaje al Corte Inglés, porque a través de un Jet Ventures, de una Pleasure Group, de un Cocha, de un Travel Security, están viajando de un lugar a otro, de una agencia de viaje, un mayorista, un tour operador. Luego tenemos mucha información de tickets aéreos, lo que nos permite entender quién ya va a viajar de un lugar a otro y anticipar tendencias, crecimiento y mucho más. Así como datos de la estadía en un destino cuando están interactuando con ciertos hoteles en donde la tecnología por detrás es tecnología Amadeus. De todo lo que siempre hablamos, la demanda es importante, la oferta es importante, perdón, la oferta, la demanda, pero los datos futuros son clave. No solamente entender qué pasó en el pasado, sino qué es lo que ya me está enseñando mayo, qué es lo que me está enseñando julio, qué me enseña septiembre y cómo yo, desde lo que hago, puedo anticiparme a eso y tomar ventaja para mi negocio, sea un hotel, sea una región, sea una ciudad, sea un país. Por último, hacer acá un nexo entre lo que decía ISAS. Los datos son súper importantes para entender el ecosistema aéreo, pero también la parte publicitaria. Algo que me gusta decir, que también ISAS me dijo muchos términos que yo refuerzo mucho. Nunca fue tan fácil enseñarle algo a alguien. Nunca fue tan fácil meterme a una herramienta de Google y invertir 3 pesos y decirle algo a alguien. Pero nunca fue tan escasa la atención. Entonces los datos, en la medida que en tiempo real nutran mis esfuerzos comerciales y publicitarios, y que en tiempo real mis esfuerzos comerciales y publicitarios también nutran los datos, va a hacer que mi funcionamiento permita esa hipersegmentación y yo pueda llegar a esas personas con el mensaje adecuado, en el momento adecuado, para que cada peso que invierto en ellos realmente les enseñe un mensaje valioso. Entonces acá básicamente lo que quiero ejemplificar es que como usuarios nos comportamos de manera muy compleja. La digitalización nunca estuvo tan al alcance para nosotros. Si nos comparamos frente al día de ayer o a la semana pasada, quizás no nos damos cuenta de cuán confiados estamos de plataformas digitales. Pero si nos comparamos frente a nosotros en la pandemia, ha habido un cambio radical en cómo nosotros podemos llegar, entrar a un lugar, reservar, cotizar. La forma en la que nosotros viajamos no es lineal, no es que nos inspiramos, consideramos, compramos. Básicamente nos estamos inspirando, considerando en tiempo real. Cotizo un lugar, estoy decidido, después me meto a redes sociales, me aparece un viaje a Guatemala, increíble, entonces no sabía que existía Guatemala, me inspiré de nuevo. Es un ecosistema muy complejo en donde los datos me permiten siempre entender cómo tomar ventaja de eso. Vale, vamos a partir con cómo identificar tendencias y oportunidades utilizando la inteligencia de viajes. Esto es algo que desde Amadeus tenemos muchos datos y hacemos este ejercicio y tenemos herramientas que utilizan desde un país entero hasta un grupo hotelero o un grupo de operadores turísticos. Lo que quiero es que sepan de que todos ustedes, desde lo que hacen, también generan datos. Y son datos relevantes para su negocio, para lo que los convoca. Entonces quiero que sepan de que mientras antes comiencen a recopilar esa información y tomen como ejemplo el análisis que yo hago, más van a poder empezar a medirse mes a mes, año a año, y van a empezar a generar un poco esta inteligencia de viajes. La inteligencia de viajes se puede aplicar con una regla de las 3D, algo muy sencillo, no voy a entrar mucho en detalle porque hay mucha estrategia, esta es la que me gusta a mí, en donde básicamente yo defino, descubro y diseño después mi estrategia. Cuando se trata de definir si soy una región, en este caso lo que quiero es, quiero llegar a más turistas, quiero que el turista que llega acá deje una rama económica mayor, quiero tener una gestión de turismo de alta densidad, mucha gente en Torre del Paine, quiero que se dispersen cuando estén ahí, posicionar experiencias turísticas específicas, temas de turismo de naturaleza, turismo cultural, turismo indígena, hay mucho que se puede trabajar. Nadie más que ustedes, en este caso hablando como si fuésemos la región, nadie más que ustedes sabe bien a lo que quiere llegar. Mientras más específico sea su objetivo, más concluyente va a ser el resultado después de que hagan su análisis. Entonces, me gusta mucho reforzar de que yo no salgo a descubrir y después defino, yo defino lo que quiero y sobre eso salgo a descubrir. Perfecto, entonces soy en este caso un destino y lo que quiero es traer más turistas por aire. Luego de eso salgo a descubrir. Cuando salgo a descubrir tengo que hacerme preguntas que no sé responder. Y usualmente la mejor forma de ejemplificar esto es con, imagínense un iceberg, donde la punta del iceberg es todo lo que pasa hacia su organización, sea un hotel, un restaurante, una región, y lo que está bajo el iceberg es todo lo que ocurre hacia todos los restaurantes de una gran región, hacia todos los hoteles de una gran región, hacia todas las regiones de una gran región. Es entender el comportamiento total de un mercado. Y esa parte del iceberg es donde yo entiendo cómo viajan las personas no solo a la región, sino a Patagonia, contra quién compito, cuál es la duración de su viaje y cuál es el origen real, no solamente de los que me visitan a mí, sino de los que están visitando Patagonia, o en este caso, la región. Y por último, diseñar una estrategia. Para diseñar una estrategia hay muchas formas. Mi sugerencia siempre es digitalizar más una estrategia. Mientras más puntos de contacto tengan con un potencial viajero, incluso un viajero, más información voy recopilando para después nutrirme y tener mayor inteligencia de viajes. Perfecto, entonces vamos a enfocarnos ahora en la fase de descubrir. Y vamos a partir por algo muy general, Sudamérica. Antes de entrar a hablar de la región, hablamos de Sudamérica. Entonces voy a partir primero hablando de, allá abajo siempre van a encontrar cuál es la fuente de la información sobre la cual estoy hablando. En este caso estoy hablando de búsquedas aéreas. El mundo queriendo viajar a Sudamérica. Lo que veo es que para todos los meses del año hay más millones de intenciones de viaje, hay más millones de personas que quieren viajar por aire a Sudamérica. Lo que ya me dice a grandes rasgos de que hay un impulso positivo por viajar a Sudamérica. Eso es súper bueno. En este caso, los meses de enero a marzo ya pasaron y ya vimos de que hubo más personas que querían viajar en estos meses del año frente al año pasado. Y hacia el futuro, lo único que veo son datos positivos, es crecimiento. Hay más personas en el mundo que quieren viajar a Sudamérica por aire. Perfecto. O sea, en este caso estoy viendo que la región tiene un impulso positivo y lo que puedo ver también es de dónde vienen esas personas que están queriendo viajar a Sudamérica, esa demanda potencial. Y entendemos de que el mercado brasileño crece muy fuerte, seguido del estadounidense, el argentino, el colombiano, el chileno, muy emisivo también, el español, peruano, francés, el canadiense y el británico. Súper importante entender, antes de yo llegar a la región, quién quiere viajar a Sudamérica y quién termina por viajar a Sudamérica y qué formas de viajar tiene, si existen vuelos directos o no. Entonces estamos partiendo de lo más general antes de llegar a lo más particular. Luego de eso entramos a hablar de Chile. Hay más personas que quieren viajar a Chile desde el mundo y lo que vemos es que sí, hay un interés de viaje en crecimiento. El interés por viajar a Chile crece un 16% en lo que va del año. Esto es súper bueno y habla de que hay 16% más de intenciones de viaje a nivel mundial por viajar a Chile. Y lo que veo es un crecimiento muy fuerte para los meses de mayo, julio y junio. ¿Y de dónde viene ese interés de viaje? Brasil, de nuevo, constantemente deseando, cotizando, soñando con viajar a Chile, seguido de Estados Unidos, que crece muy fuerte. Miren este crecimiento exponencial del mercado estadounidense hacia Chile. El argentino con una leve baja, más allá veo el canadiense creciendo muy fuerte. No es una novedad, hay un nuevo vuelo, hay 2 nuevos vuelos desde Canadá hacia Santiago. Eso también estimula mucho cómo un mercado me va a buscar. Y entiendo cuáles son esos top 10 mercados que están queriendo viajar hacia Chile. Luego de eso, como ven acá abajo, estoy hablando de la capacidad aérea. Más personas quieren viajar a Sudamérica, más personas quieren viajar a Chile. Ahora, ¿hay más asientos realmente para viajar a Sudamérica? Lo que veo es, sí, hay 70 millones de asientos y cada uno de los meses tiene más asientos para viajar a Sudamérica. Y veo cuáles son los 10 países que tienen mucha relación con los países que más quieren viajar a Sudamérica, que tienen en su mayoría esa conectividad aérea directa. Súper bien, de nuevo estoy validando el impulso positivo, estoy validando desde la perspectiva más general que dónde yo puedo entrar a buscar estas oportunidades. Cuando busco la capacidad aérea hacia Chile para cada uno de los meses, acá ven en color azul más oscuro 2025, en azul más claro 2026, veo de que la cantidad de asientos para el año decrece 1%. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? De que en lo que va del año, frente al año pasado, hay 1% menos de asientos que conectan Chile internacionalmente. Entonces, primero digo, vale, Sudamérica crece, pero Chile no crece tanto a nivel aéreo. Esto siempre va a ser una limitante para la región debido a la necesidad de conectar a través de Santiago. Entonces, si Santiago tiene menor conectividad aérea internacional, básicamente eso afecta directamente a la región. Lo que vemos acá son los 10 países que más conectividad aérea internacional tienen durante el año hacia Chile, pero también es importante saber de que las aerolíneas no están programando con tanta anticipación todos sus vuelos, que en diciembre y noviembre puede que haya más frecuencia. Entonces lo importante quizás acá va a ser empezar a acotar un poco el análisis para ver cómo están cambiando la capacidad aérea hacia Chile y especialmente la región para los meses más prontos. Lo que vemos acá son cuáles son los mercados que están creciendo más fuerte en su capacidad aérea hacia Chile de enero a septiembre del 2026. Y esto a mí me sirve como una imagen muy rápida de decir, vale, hay menos personas en Brasil que podrían llegar vía aérea de manera directa hacia Chile, porque tengo un 5% menos de asientos. Esto es súper importante cuando yo anticipo esfuerzos de comercialización y promoción, porque al final me está diciendo que hay un mercado que está teniendo una leve baja de nivel de asientos. De nuevo, lo que ustedes ven acá es una herramienta de gestión para destinos en donde básicamente un destino en tiempo real no solo tiene que entender lo que el aeropuerto le dice con ciertos meses de fase de cuáles fueron los vuelos volados, sino el destino siempre a la vanguardia sabiendo faltan 12 meses, pero yo sé cuántos son los asientos que ya están programados hacia mi región, hacia mi país, hacia la competencia y estoy al tanto de ello para tomar ventaja y ser más competitivo. Acá lo que yo destaco es que sí, Chile no está teniendo un crecimiento a nivel de capacidad aérea, pero es algo normal debido a cómo funcionan un poco y la participación de low cost dentro de Chile, en donde no hay una programación tan anticipada a nivel de vuelos. No solamente entender de dónde vienen los vuelos, sino cuál es la aerolínea que me permitiría a mí traer todos estos pasajeros. Porque esto es importante, porque la aerolínea perfila mucho el segmento en el cual yo voy a empezar a crecer o decrecer, o en el cual yo quiero madurar. En este sentido, pese a que hay un decrecimiento de enero a septiembre, yo veo algo muy positivo. El segmento full service crece un 1%. Y básicamente la caída está muy relacionada al segmento low cost, en donde aerolíneas como Sky Airlines tienen una baja del 20% de su conectividad hacia Chile. Eso quiere decir que la aerolínea está apostando a otro mercado, a pesar de ser nacional, pero el segmento full service crece muy de la mano de un Air Canada, un British Airways, un Air France, y eso es muy bueno a mi parecer para el posicionamiento de Chile por el segmento en el cual se está perfilando, entendiendo que la aerolínea es full service. Por último, hablamos de asientos aéreos hacia el futuro y no hemos hablado todavía de visitantes, personas que realmente llegaron a Chile por aire por motivos de ocio o de negocio. Entonces, así como hay una herramienta que me permite monitorear en tiempo real cómo cambian los asientos, la misma herramienta me permitiría a mí, en este caso estoy haciendo un análisis entre enero y marzo, estos son datos reales, básicamente todo enero, febrero y marzo, lo que estoy viendo es de todas esas aerolíneas que pusieron sus vuelos de distintas partes del mundo, cuántos visitantes efectivamente llegaron y utilizaron esa ruta, semana a semana, mes a mes, mucho más. Y de esa forma yo puedo monitorear el estado de las rutas, si las rutas están teniendo una ocupación muy alta. Eso es muy necesario no solamente para una región o un país, sino para monitorear la competencia, es decir, vale, ¿en dónde yo puedo ser más competitivo y tomar ventaja cuando mi competencia está teniendo una tasa de ocupación muy baja en esa ruta? Entonces, en este caso, lo que puedo ver, por ejemplo, para distintas rutas, es la tasa de ocupación, súper importante, ver cuándo están saludables, cuándo están medias y cuándo están muy bajas. Y en este caso, si yo fuese una región, si yo fuese un país, si yo fuese una organización, tomaría ventaja junto a mi sector privado, decir, vale, antes de que el problema ocurra y se nos caiga la ruta, trabajemos juntos y mantengamos esa ruta que está teniendo ciertos, por ejemplo, problemas de ocupación aérea. Y no solamente entender para las rutas que tienen conexión directa, sino entender, por ejemplo, de dónde vienen, dónde están haciendo escala los pasajeros. Si una gran porción de los pasajeros está haciendo escala en Sao Paulo, en Madrid, en Buenos Aires, yo puedo entender de dónde vienen esos pasajeros que están utilizando escalas y trabajar rutas aéreas directas. En este caso, ustedes pueden ver, por ejemplo, por volumen, cuáles son los países que más utilizan, que más llegan de manera indirecta hacia Chile, liderado por Estados Unidos y Brasil, que representan dos grandes oportunidades que vamos a explorar durante esta presentación. Y algo súper importante que tiene que ver con la sostenibilidad, no se trata solo de traer más pasajeros, sino de entender que la tasa de ocupación que yo estoy generando con cada una de las aeronaves, para cada una de las aerolíneas, está generando un impacto. Y en este caso también una herramienta, muy sencillamente, me permitiría a mí monitorear cuál es la cantidad de toneladas de CO2 que estoy emitiendo por mi desarrollo turístico, que es algo que hoy en día para muchos destinos se vuelve algo súper importante, ya que es una balanza al final. Yo quiero crecer, pero quiero crecer tanto al nivel de que se vuelva insostenible. Entonces, ¿cómo quiero crecer eso y cómo quiero mitigar el impacto que está teniendo el desarrollo aéreo? Que básicamente es algo que puede escalar muy rápido. Entonces, en este caso, lo que vemos es que entre enero y marzo, más de 30.000 toneladas se generaron de CO2 por la cantidad de pasajeros que Chile logró traer desde el mundo. Es interesante, ya que me permite a mí decir, ¿vale? Es como el consumo de 6.000 hogares durante todo el año, si tuviesen básicamente toda la parte eléctrica prendida día y noche durante todo un año. Es un impacto de igual manera importante y que nos permite monitorear la sostenibilidad de nuestras acciones. Ahora vamos a hablar de Patagonia. Vamos a hacer una proyección en invierno. Vamos a ver qué tendencias existen y cómo está Puerto Natales, cómo está Punta Arenas, qué está pasando hoy en día en distintas ciudades que tienen un aeropuerto y que están dentro de este concepto que llamamos Patagonia. Patagonia, para este efecto, se considera todo lo que está de Puerto Montt para abajo y todo lo que está de Bariloche para abajo en ambos países para nosotros entender el posicionamiento de la región. Entonces, haciendo un análisis hacia Patagonia, lo que vemos acá es partiendo por las búsquedas aéreas. ¿Dónde están las personas que están queriendo viajar en invierno a Patagonia? Y invierno está haciendo básicamente un análisis del 21 de junio al 21 de septiembre. Esto quiere decir que de Sao Paulo a Bariloche tengo en promedio unas 16.000 intenciones de viaje que se generan por día para viajar en invierno. Eso es un montón. Eso es muchísima, muchísima, muchísima gente, muchísimo interés de viaje. Esto es súper interesante porque me permite a mí decir en invierno, en Patagonia, Sao Paulo Bariloche está creciendo, un Sao Paulo Ushuaia está creciendo, un Río Bariloche está creciendo, un Belo Horizonte Bariloche. Y puedo entender, por ejemplo, cómo hay un Belo Horizonte Ushuaia que está creciendo muy fuerte. ¿Por qué esto es importante para mí si yo soy Punta Arenas, Puerto Natales o Puerto Williams? Porque, tal como dijo Aisas, el interés de viaje es lo que predomina. Si alguien quiere viajar a Ushuaia, ¿por qué no querría viajar a Punta Arenas? Si alguien quiere viajar a la Patagonia, ¿por qué no querría viajar a Punta Arenas? Y de esa forma yo tengo que saber, mediante los datos, anticiparme para enseñarle el mensaje a esa persona, entendiendo justamente con los datos en tiempo real lo que le quiero enseñar. Entonces lo que vemos acá es que hay un crecimiento en el deseo por viajar a Patagonia en invierno. Desde el mundo, muy liderado, altamente liderado por Bariloche y por el mercado brasilero, que representa una gran oportunidad. Si entendemos ahora a nivel de ciudad-destino, por aeropuerto, vemos de que Bariloche, Ushuaia y el Calafate lideran. Pese a eso, a pesar del volumen que maneja Bariloche, no hay nadie que esté emergiendo tanto como un Puerto Natales, que a pesar de tener un volumen de unas 350 intenciones de viaje por día, es el destino que más está creciendo y está apareciendo en el radar. Eso quiere decir que activamente hay gente que está soñando, cotizando, que quiere viajar en invierno hacia Puerto Natales. Y lo que estoy viendo acá es el orden según volumen. Posteriormente, cuando yo busco entender de esta demanda potencial quién quiere viajar de un lugar a otro, usualmente se asocia a, mira, las personas viajan con 50 días de anticipación y quieren quedarse 6 noches. A mí me gusta siempre decir que eso es una forma incorrecta y muy general de decir cómo se comporta, en este caso, un país entero como puede ser Brasil o una ciudad dentro de Brasil. Básicamente lo que hay que entender es la dispersión. Es entender que hay personas que quieren viajar a Patagonia invierno y se quieren quedar 14 semanas y personas que quieren quedarse 7 días, 3 días. Y entender cuán grande es la porción del mercado que quiere quedarse en este destino por esa cantidad de noches, para yo adaptar mis experiencias, mi producto justamente al grueso del comportamiento del mercado. En este caso, yo veo de que hay una tendencia muy marcada en torno a 7 días. Eso no quiere decir que toda persona que quiera viajar a Patagonia en invierno quiere quedarse 7 días, no, sino que es la moda, es lo que más se repite. Pese a eso, veo incluso que hay una gran porción del mercado que busca quedarse hasta incluso un mes. Lo importante es saber y distinguir dónde quiero yo posicionarme y abrir esta información para cada uno de los objetivos que yo quiera cumplir en este caso. Luego, si nos enfocamos en la Patagonia chilena, entendiendo la temporada invernal, vemos de que el origen y destino más buscado es un Sao Paulo-Puerto Montt, que cae, un Sao Paulo-Punta Arenas, que cae. Eso quiere decir que hoy en día hay menos intención de viaje en el mercado brasilero hacia estos destinos, pero Puerto Natales está creciendo muy fuerte. Veo que, claro, un Sao Paulo-Punta Arenas cae, pero un Sao Paulo-Puerto Natales está creciendo. E incluso me doy cuenta de que hay orígenes en Estados Unidos que están creciendo muy fuerte y que quizás yo no esperaba que estuviesen activamente buscando, cotizando, soñando con un viaje a Patagonia en invierno, como puede ser el caso de Atlanta, como puede ser el caso de Denver, como puede ser allá el caso de Salt Lake City para Punta Arenas, Minneapolis, San Francisco. Esto es súper interesante y me permite a mí decir, mediante datos que tienen una cobertura muy amplia, de que a pesar de no tener conectividad aérea directa con Estados Unidos, mira cómo aparezco en el radar y mira cómo crezco año a año y lo fuerte que crezco. Estamos hablando de un crecimiento del 300, 400% interanualmente. Esto no es una novedad y es algo que está pasando un poco a lo largo de Chile, y es que Chile se puso de moda. Hay muchos estadounidenses que están buscando viajar a Chile. Y dentro de ese Chile está de moda, la región de Patagonia está creciendo muy fuerte y es quien está traccionando un poco, está capturando esa intención de viaje. Entonces, súper importante, veo quién quiere viajar a Patagonia en invierno desde estos orígenes. Y veo cómo se comporta alguien que quiere viajar a la Patagonia chilena en invierno y es 7 días ahí muy marcado, una moda. Ya podría decir que el grueso del mercado, básicamente eso es lo que quiere cuando busca una estadía en Patagonia en invierno. Luego de eso, analizamos un poco la capacidad aérea, ya que hablábamos de que hay oportunidades, hay un crecimiento de mercado estadounidense. Brasil tiene una baja netamente de Sao Paulo, pero hay otros orígenes que están creciendo muy fuerte. Lo que veo ahora es cómo está la capacidad aérea de Natales y de Punta Arenas para saber si esa intención de viaje realmente se puede canalizar. En invierno, Puerto Natales no suele ser un hub con una amplia conectividad aérea doméstica. Pese a eso, veo que el segmento full service está creciendo un 10%. 3 de cada 10 vuelos, a pesar de eso, son de la TAM. Esto es algo que podría crecer y podría beneficiar mucho más al destino. Y Punta Arenas crece un 18%. Esto es muy bueno, ya que la conectividad aérea doméstica de Punta Arenas siempre va a beneficiar y va a ayudar a que todo ese interés de viaje realmente se pueda convertir. Porque si hay más vuelos hacia Santiago y de Santiago hacia el mundo, en este caso vamos a poder convertir a todos esos viajeros y realmente traerlos hacia acá. En este caso vemos, por ejemplo, un crecimiento de todas las aerolíneas menos de Aerovías DAP. Eso es muy normal porque Aerovías DAP al final va comunicando su frecuencia, no con tanta anticipación. Estamos hablando de un periodo de junio-agosto. Pese a eso, la región ya enseña un crecimiento del 18%, que es mucho. Estamos hablando de 18% más de asientos que existen en estos 3 meses. Entonces, de nuevo, tenemos la oportunidad de traccionar la demanda. Ahora, ¿qué tan competitiva es la región desde Estados Unidos? Recién vimos una tendencia importante de Estados Unidos. Ahora quiero ver desde Estados Unidos hacia la Patagonia en general. Realmente aparezco en el radar y lo que me doy cuenta es que hay una tendencia muy importante. Punta Arenas, Puerto Natales es lo primero que se viene a la cabeza de un viajero estadounidense cuando quiere viajar a Patagonia en invierno. Seguido Bariloche, Ushuaia, Puerto Montt, Neuquén, Balmaceda, etc. Esto es súper importante y esto a mí ya me refleja una tendencia, una oportunidad muy, muy, muy clara. Una oportunidad que hemos visto a lo largo de distintos destinos en Sudamérica y que tiene mucha relación con la guerra. El mayor emisor de turistas del mundo Estados Unidos, está hoy en día privilegiando a América Latina y Caribe porque no quiere viajar a México, está pasando cosas con el narcotráfico, está bajando mucho el tráfico estadounidense hacia allá. El estadounidense, como nunca antes, incluso el canadiense, están buscando viajar a Sudamérica y hacia el Caribe, y eso no solamente en intención de viaje, sino en viajero efectivo en los pocos meses que hemos visto ya resultados después de que estalló el conflicto geopolítico. Por último, cuando buscamos entender, vale, más personas de Estados Unidos quieren viajar hacia la Patagonia, tengo más asientos aéreos domésticos, ¿cómo es la tarifa? ¿Qué es la tarifa que le aparece a un estadounidense cuando dice, ¿sabes qué? Voy a buscar puertos natales. Lo que vemos acá es con un 1 y 2, tiene que ver con la cantidad de conexiones, en la cual a ese estadounidense se le enseñó una tarifa. Y lo que vemos es en dólares la tarifa promedio para viajar en clase economy. Entonces lo que vemos es que pese a no tener obviamente una conectividad directa con Estados Unidos, viajar a Punta Arenas es muy barato y es más barato que viajar a otros destinos dentro de Patagonia, especialmente por ejemplo con 2 escalas, que Bariloche se encarece bastante. Y en ese sentido, yo como destino digo, vale, también soy competitivo a nivel de tarifas aéreas, no solamente porque tengo más asientos y porque hay más personas que están buscándome. Y lo que ven acá es el valor, obviamente por tramos solamente de ida, no es un vuelo ida y de vuelta. Y obviamente hay que entender que las tarifas siempre van a variar según la semana del año en la cual se quiera viajar. Entonces entiendo un poco de que hay una tarifa un poco más alta para llegar a Patagonia desde Estados Unidos cuando hablamos de la 27ª semana del año, que es finales de junio, inicios de julio. Ahí es básicamente donde se encarece mucho más el viaje para un estadounidense cuando quiere viajar hacia Patagonia en general. Esto es súper importante porque, de nuevo, estoy analizando el ecosistema y estoy identificando cosas que antes no sabía responder, pero que ahora con claridad puedo decir no solamente lo que ocurre hacia mi destino, sino en general hacia este ecosistema que es Patagonia. De nuevo, ¿qué tan relevante es la conectividad aérea de Santiago? Hablábamos de que es un cuello de botella súper importante para la región. Lo que vemos acá es toda la capacidad aérea internacional hacia Santiago para junio-agosto. Vemos cuáles son los países que lideran en materia de conectividad y cuáles crecen y cuáles decrecen. Y si hago un zoom, veo que Estados Unidos tiene un 13% menos de asientos, lo cual, a pesar de tener mayor conectividad doméstica desde Punta Arenas a Santiago, esto me limita. Me limita porque al final veo que Los Ángeles, veo que Atlanta, veo que Miami tienen menos asientos de Estados Unidos y eso siempre va a ser un cuello de botella. Por eso siempre, en el caso de Estados Unidos es difícil, pero siempre el interés con los datos es llegar a generar ese vuelo aéreo internacional que me evite a mí tener que pasar por Santiago y un poco pavimentar ese crecimiento turístico, en este caso no que sea del mercado estadounidense, pero sí del mercado brasilero. Algo súper importante también que no hemos profundizado es Ushuaia. Ushuaia es un destino que captura, por ejemplo, muchos visitantes brasileños en temporada invernal. Como yo, hoy en día, como Magallanes y Antártica Chilena, tengo oportunidades de capturar ese mercado, de ser visible para ese mercado y cuán grande es ese mercado. Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer un poco es entender cómo el brasilero, en este caso, visitó Ushuaia en la temporada invernal del año pasado. Lo que vemos acá es de dónde vinieron esos brasileros que visitaron Ushuaia en la temporada invernal. Vemos que vienen principalmente de Sao Paulo, de Río, bueno, del estado de Río, que tiene el aeropuerto de Río, de Porto Alegre, Curitiba, Brasilia, Salvador. Y lo que veo es que son casi 9.000 turistas y que llegaron por ocio, negocio, que no estuvieron en tránsito y no fueron argentinos volviendo a casa. Y lo que vemos en el gráfico que está enmarcado ahí en amarillo es que un 71%, 7 de cada 10 llegó por ocio y 3 de cada 10 por negocio. El segmento de ocio crece a doble cifra, eso es muy bueno, eso quiere decir que básicamente están teniendo un impulso positivo ellos en la temporada invernal desde el mercado brasilero y vemos de que 1 de cada 2 brasileros que viajó a Ushuaia lo hizo reservó con 3 meses de anticipación o más. ¿Por qué esto es importante para mí? Porque yo lo que quiero es ser visible dentro de esta demanda también. Esa demanda que consume Ushuaia o que podría consumir Ushuaia es perfectamente relevante para mí porque el interés de viaje existe. Y en ese sentido, mientras más datos tengo yo de la competencia, más competitivo voy a ser yo porque sé más información, estoy un poco completando todo ese iceberg que les comentaba. Esta es una herramienta interna que tenemos nosotros, o sea, una herramienta que se utiliza por gobiernos, pero que también la usé para uso interno para este análisis. Lo que vemos acá es la distribución de noches cama de un brasilero que viaja a Ushuaia y a Punta Arenas. Y vemos una estacionalidad muy marcada para el brasilero visitando por aire Ushuaia versus el brasilero visitando por aire Punta Arenas. Punta Arenas está en color azul, Ushuaia está en color morado. Lo que vemos acá es la estadía promedio de un visitante que va a Punta Arenas, 4,7, versus un visitante que va a Ushuaia, 5,5, y el tamaño del grupo promedio de un visitante que va a Punta Arenas y un visitante que va a Ushuaia. Esto de nuevo es importante ya que es información pasada, pero entendiendo la intención de viaje y aproximándose el invierno de este año, yo puedo tomar ventaja de eso para salir con información a capturar esta demanda que sé cómo se comporta cuando viaja a Ushuaia, siendo un mercado tan grande como el mercado brasilero. Y por último, esta herramienta que yo les comentaba tiene una forma, tiene un algoritmo que me permite a mí decir cuál es ese crecimiento al cual yo podría apuntar. ¿Cuál es el máximo hoy en día sin una ruta directa desde Brasil al cual yo, como Punta Arenas, podría apuntar? Lo que hace la herramienta básicamente es analizar todos los viajeros que viajaron por ocio hacia Ushuaia el año pasado, todos los viajeros que viajaron por ocio hacia Punta Arenas el año pasado, entiende las señales del mercado a nivel de intención de viaje, tarifas aéreas, conectividad aerodoméstica y mucho más, y lo que me dice es cuál es ese target al cual yo podría apuntar si hiciera todo correctamente, a nivel comercial, promocional, y con tarifas para este mercado emisor. Y lo que me dice es que hay 4.183 noches cama, o sea, estadías en destino, que yo podría haber tenido si hubiese hecho las cosas de manera correcta, porque el ecosistema estaba dado para lograr eso. Y la herramienta acá me demuestra un poco dónde está ese crecimiento dentro de la estacionalidad brasilera hacia Ushuaia. Súper importante, una herramienta que básicamente lo que me permite a mí es consumir insights, consumir conocimiento para yo salir con claridad al mercado. Y obviamente también me hace información un poco del mercado peruano, colombiano, uruguayo, que no es tan relevante, pero siempre representa un potencial de crecimiento. Ya avanzando hacia la primavera, y la primavera la vamos a analizar como 21 de septiembre al 21 de diciembre, lo que vemos es, de nuevo, ¿quién quiere viajar a Patagonia en primavera? Y de nuevo vemos un Sao Paulo, Bariloche creciendo muy fuerte, capturando mucha demanda, en donde si hacemos un barrido por todos los destinos que van creciendo, un Porto Alegre, Ushuaia, crece muy fuerte. En este caso vemos un Porto Alegre, Bariloche, crece muy fuerte. Estamos viendo una tendencia positiva desde el sur de Brasil. Y veo un Sao Paulo Punta Arenas y un Sao Paulo Puerto Montt dentro del top 20. Eso me quiere decir a mí que hoy en día dentro del radar, como Patagonia chilena, aparezco con solamente 2 orígenes y destinos dentro de este mapeo. Entonces lo que quiero después es entrar a profundizar más desde un cierto mercado. Si hago el desglose a nivel de ciudad, lo que veo es que Bariloche, Ushuaia y el Calafate lideran, y que Punta Arenas y Puerto Natales crecen. De nuevo, Puerto Natales está teniendo un crecimiento muy explosivo, un crecimiento súper importante que a pesar de no ser grande en volumen, es consistente en los últimos años y ha ido pasando de desapercibido a entrar en el radar. Eso es súper, súper importante. Entrando, perdón, voy a saltar por un tiempo a la siguiente slide. Cuando vemos el comportamiento hacia primavera, hacia la Patagonia chilena, vemos de que, de nuevo, un Sao Paulo, Punta Arenas está teniendo menor demanda, menor interés del mercado, muy leve, un decrecimiento muy bajo, pero un Sao Paulo, Puerto Natales está creciendo muy fuerte. Se está un poco compensando. Eso quiere decir que el origen, en este caso, está buscando llegar de manera directa a Puerto Natales, muy de la mano de un aumento de la conectividad aerodoméstica. Acá veo tendencias muy interesantes, como de nuevo un San Francisco, Puerto Natales, un Chicago, Puerto Natales. Estoy viendo tendencias que a mí me permiten evidenciar, ¿vale? Hay una altísima demanda del mercado brasileño y el estadounidense hacia la Patagonia en primavera, hacia la Patagonia chilena, y hay mucho que yo podría explotar y capturar entendiendo ese interés de viaje. Ahora, ¿qué tan competitiva es la región desde el mercado Brasil para cuando hablamos de primavera? Y nos vemos acá en el mapa de que Puerto Natales crece muy fuerte, Punta Arenas tiene un leve declive a nivel de intención de viaje, Puerto Montt crece muy, muy levemente, primavera básicamente estamos hablando del 21 de septiembre, 21 de diciembre, y septiembre igual tiene mucha demanda Bariloche, porque aún hay mucha nieve. Entonces, si nosotros hiciéramos el análisis y quitáramos septiembre y nos enfocáramos más en noviembre y diciembre, ahí sí vemos que Puerto Natales y Punta Arenas entran a ser mucho más competitivos. Vamos a entrar a ver eso más adelante. Si entramos acá a ver solamente el comportamiento de diciembre, vemos que Punta Arenas y Puerto Natales crecen muy fuerte. Eso habla muy bien de que hay más demanda por viajar ya en diciembre de este año hacia estos destinos y veo tendencias muy positivas en este caso para la Patagonia chilena. Esta demanda de viaje del mercado es súper relevante porque es interés. De nuevo, si complementamos con todo lo que hemos escuchado hoy, yo particularmente me destaco mucho lo que dijo Aisas, el storytelling y el cómo quiero llegar a esa audiencia para estar en sus mentes. Es súper importante trabajar directamente con los datos para correlacionarlo y en tiempo real ir adaptando ese mensaje. Y cómo se perfila el turista brasilero que visita Ushuaia en temporada primaveral. Lo que vemos acá es que en temporada primaveral Ushuaia está teniendo un decrecimiento año a año. Eso quiere decir que de los 4.600 turistas hay una baja del 6%. Veo de dónde llegan, veo una baja importante de Sao Paulo, un crecimiento muy elevado de Porto Alegre. Y el comportamiento en general para la temporada de primavera en Ushuaia es que el crecimiento es menor en el segmento leisure y más en el segmento de negocio, donde veo que el segmento de negocio, 4 de cada 10 pasajeros vienen por negocio a Ushuaia y 6 de cada 10 vienen por ocio, pero que el ocio está bajando año a año. Entonces, para mí, digo, tengo una oportunidad acá de yo entrar a ser más competitivo porque Ushuaia como destino está perdiendo esa competitividad y ese interés en el segmento de ocio. Y de nuevo, entrando a hacer el análisis de la misma gráfica que vimos, pero esta vez enfocándonos en los meses de primavera, vemos de que Punta Arenas tiene mucha oportunidad de crecer frente a Ushuaia, ya que el comportamiento de las personas que viajan a Punta Arenas frente a Ushuaia, la estadía es mucho mayor en la región versus a Ushuaia, y en este caso el tamaño del grupo, acá hay un cambio en el que para Punta Arenas es 2,1 y para Ushuaia es más elevado, 2,8. Pero hay oportunidades muy claras de capturar mercado frente a Ushuaia en esta temporada del año. Y por último, haciendo el mismo ejercicio, queremos salir a competir y ganar noches cama frente a Ushuaia. Lo que le pedimos a la herramienta acá es que analice todas las señales del mercado, tarifa aérea, ocupación de ruta, búsquedas aéreas, capacidad doméstica. Y lo que me señala es que existen 1000 noches cama, básicamente 1000 noches en destinos que se podrían capturar frente a este mercado emisor, Brasil, para el destino Ushuaia. Y si le añadimos a esto Bariloche, como pueden ver, la gráfica cambia, existe incluso un segmento mucho mayor y tenemos 1400 noches cama que se podrían capturar si hacemos todo correctamente para que estos destinos de la competencia básicamente reciban menos brasileros y lo recibamos en este caso nosotros como Magallanes, particularmente con el hub Punta Arenas. Algunos takeaways de mucho dato que vieron de tarifa aérea, ocupación, de número de asientos, de búsqueda aéreas, es uno, la conectividad aérea impulsa el crecimiento de los viajes. Eso es un hecho, eso es algo que evidenciamos. Cuando existe una ruta aérea directa, básicamente estimula un mercado. Y el caso más claro es Canadá, en donde el viajero canadiense hacia Chile está creciendo muy fuerte de la mano de conectividad aérea directa. A pesar de que Aisas me dijo que tomó una ruta distinta. Las señales de demanda por parte de los viajeros son fuertes y diversificadas. Los datos de las búsquedas aéreas, del interés de viaje, no es algo que yo tenga que ver una vez y tomar decisiones. Es algo que tengo que hacer siempre, regularmente. Porque cambian y muy rápidamente, así como cambiamos nosotros. Cuando analizamos el comportamiento del interés de viaje durante el conflicto geopolítico, durante el inicio de la guerra, vemos de que es radical el cambio. El estadounidense dejó de buscar México, dejó de buscar Europa, ni hablar Turquía, Grecia, están ya muy fuera del radar. El británico, las Maldivas, Vietnam, pasan por una zona conflictiva. Cambio eso por el Caribe, busco un destino premium dentro de Sudamérica. Lo mismo el alemán. Y esas señales de viaje inmediatamente se comienzan a visibilizar, como el interés de viaje cambia. Y en un ecosistema tan cambiante como el que estamos viendo hoy, en donde los precios del petróleo suben y eso afecta mucho a la aviación, tenemos conflictos por aquí y por allá, siempre hay que ir monitoreando esto para, en tiempo real, tomar ventaja de esas señales de viaje. Los destinos atraen a distintos segmentos de viajeros a través de aerolíneas específicas. Si bien por ahora se ve un decrecimiento en el volumen de asientos hacia Chile y en algunos casos hacia Puerto Natales, como vimos, el segmento full service crece. Eso es muy bueno. Ese es el perfil que queremos traer y es donde debemos justamente enfocarnos y que siga así creciendo sostenidamente. y la acción impulsa el rendimiento y las campañas publicitarias tienen que ser basadas en datos. Y no solamente los datos de una compañía como Amadeus, que puede ver todo el ecosistema, sino de lo que ustedes también, desde su alcance, pueden ir generando, recopilando, para tomar mejores decisiones. Por último, mi compromiso siempre ha sido acá con el trabajo con las distintas organizaciones a cargo de la competitividad de Magallanes. Tienen ahí acá un representante muy comprometido con la región. Se podría decir que Amadeus es como la innovación foco, somos como esa big picture que está pasando ahí. Pero la percepción local y lo que ustedes saben que es lo que están recibiendo y los conflictos, las oportunidades, los desafíos que ustedes vienen el día a día, es lo que justamente en colaboración con la organización permite ser más competitivos. Son 3 pilares de trabajo. Y ya para finalizar les dejo un QR en donde si ustedes quieren hacer lo mismo, entender tendencias para cualquier país, ciudad, la que quieran, hacen el código QR y van a poder ahí tener un reporte específico de esa ciudad o país. Muchas gracias.
Esto fue del dato a la decisión. Muchas gracias, Franz. Muy interesante todo lo que se viene a futuro con estas herramientas para la gestión turística en nuestra región. Y a continuación vamos a proseguir con el panel interactivo. Para eso vamos a recoger aquellas preguntas escritas que ustedes tengan. Quienes tengan preguntas, por favor, levanten la mano para poder ir a recogerlas. ¿No? ¿Nadie? ¿Sí? Por allá. Bien. Para cerrar esta jornada abordaremos uno de los desafíos más concretos del turismo regional, la estacionalidad y el desarrollo de los destinos. En este punto los invito a reflexionar 2 interrogantes. ¿Cómo logramos que destinos como Magallanes puedan sostener su actividad durante todo el año? ¿Cómo diversificamos la oferta y generamos nuevas oportunidades? Estas preguntas guían nuestro último panel del día de hoy, titulado Estrategias diferenciadas para potenciar el turismo durante todo el año en la región de Magallanes y la Antártica chilena. Para este panel nos acompañan Aisas Sheikh, Franz Müller y Yara Gutiérrez, quien es gerente general Kipapventure Patagonia. Invitamos también a nuestra moderadora Paola Milosevic, directora de Austro Chile y gerente general del hotel La Yegua Loca. Invitamos a los miembros del panel. Por favor, tomen sus asientos.
¿Está bien? ¿Mucho dato? ¿Se entendió?
Un segundo para cruzar.
Ya. Vamos a partir con Aisa, con algunas preguntas. Igual que en la mañana, vamos a ir uno a uno con los panelistas. Ahora contamos con la presencia de Yara Gutiérrez. Ella es gerente de Equipaventur. Lleva más de 11 años trabajando en Equipaventur. Igual que en la mañana, la idea es que nos pueda contar un poco su experiencia en la parte de estacionalidad, storytelling ahí. Igual vamos a ir haciéndole preguntas. Si se me va algún tema relevante e importante, levanten la mano y también podemos hacerle alguna pregunta a cualquiera de los 3 panelistas. Aisa, how can we improve the Magallanes region storytelling to get a better position as touristic destination? As you have researched with Julie and I have heard you, what would you advise as a region?
I think the biggest opportunity is to collaborate even more together where there's complementary businesses, even if you're competitors maybe, but certainly if you're complementary businesses, then I think that that's the first thing that people can do a lot more immediately. So I would say that number one, back to what I was specifically talking about, is You know, whether you're talking about platforms or algorithms, like when you combine people and combine two companies or two people or two like rock stars, like whenever two things come together, it always has the opportunity to be bigger than one person. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is I'm looking for someone who I spoke to. No, it doesn't look like they're still here. The second thing I would say is, it's okay, I'll repeat what I said. It was, I would challenge people to start to look as themselves as well and as their business. So I know I said a lot about, I know I said a lot of stuff which is probably like, how do I even start this for people? But once you get into it, I would challenge people to say, not only should you be looking at it as your business, but you should also be looking at it as a person, as a creator, whether it's your LinkedIn personal brand, whether it's like you're doing something individually and even posting on the same platforms. They're the two things. I think the collaboration between two companies, two people, but also even as a human being, you should try to think bigger as to how can, not just my business, but how can I make more impact?
Thank you.
Si no usan
Ahí.
de esas.
Gracias. Vamos ahora con la pregunta para Amadeus. Según las estadísticas que nos estabas mostrando, hay bastante interés por Punta Arenas, por Puerto Natales, cambia un poco según la época del año, pero lo cierto, por ejemplo, uno de los grandes temas y una de las grandes discusiones es, viene la temporada alta, viene la alta demanda y vienen unos precios estratosféricos. Entonces, vimos ahí que los precios eran competitivos en temporada baja, ¿no es cierto? En la temporada de invierno, pero en la temporada alta, que es una de las cosas que más escuchamos entre las empresas, también suben los precios, sube la demanda, sube el precio. Entonces, en definitiva, si sube la demanda, sube el precio, ¿cómo podemos motivar aún más que existan más frecuencias de vuelo? Porque aún no tenemos las frecuencias de vuelo que teníamos hace años atrás, o sea, no, han crecido, pero en algún momento tuvimos 12 vuelos diarios, por ejemplo. Y hoy día no tenemos 12 vuelos diarios a Punta Arenas. Entonces, ¿cómo motivamos como destinos, como empresa, que en definitiva pongan el ojo para tener más frecuencias de vuelo? Porque hemos hecho las gestiones con las distintas líneas aéreas. Entonces, por un lado, hay demanda, suben el precio. ¿Será que no hay tanta demanda acorde con las estadísticas que tú manejas? ¿No hay tanta demanda como para que saquen más frecuencias? ¿Cómo funciona estadísticamente? Porque eso es lo que nosotros vemos, que sube la demanda, suben los precios y nos faltan frecuencias.
Perfecto. Nosotros trabajamos mucho con aerolíneas y destinos. Y yo creo que, solo para partir con tu pregunta, nunca fue tan de corto plazo el entendimiento del desempeño a nivel aeronáutico. Eso quiere decir, una ruta en 2 meses no está funcionando, la van a dar de baja desde una aerolínea. A nivel de frecuencia, yo creo que lo más importante es entender que si en este caso las señales de viaje me están indicando que hay una alta, por ejemplo, una alta demanda por consumir mi destino desde el mercado brasilero, con un foco muy grande en Sao Paulo, o sea, yo tengo la oportunidad de tomar la iniciativa y evitar de esa dependencia de frecuencias, por ejemplo, desde Santiago, y salir yo a buscar con un partner de aerolínea el traer viajeros desde este origen, que sería en un mundo ideal como podría funcionar. Hoy en día las aerolíneas un poco salen a vender sus aviones, algo que si bien las demandas enseñan algo, a veces las aerolíneas van y salen con una aeronave al mejor postor. Le dicen, mira, te pongo el avión, básicamente los datos podrían decir que el avión va a tener 70% de ocupación y los asientos no vendidos, la aerolínea se los cobra directamente en este caso, un destino, que es algo que a mí no me gusta, porque siento que al final no se trata de conectar personas con personas, sino de dónde es más rentable. Pero eso es lo que en la industria hoy en día está pasando. ¿Cómo tener más frecuencias? Es justamente con datos. Las aerolíneas lo que hacen hoy es medir su demanda, lo que entra a su sitio web y lo que para ellos es seguro. Si en LATAM está viendo, por ejemplo, que entran tantas cotizaciones o tantas reservas desde estos orígenes o en estos periodos del mercado, es porque no están analizando la imagen completa. Ya es cuando uno como destino tiene que decirle, mira, tú que estás viendo solo lo tuyo, yo veo lo de Sky, veo lo que está pasando en el ecosistema. Y te digo que hoy en día está la posibilidad de tener más frecuencia, que es algo que se trabaja mucho, o sea, nosotros trabajamos mucho con destinos, porque los destinos quieren salir a hablar con estos players importantes, que son los medios de transporte, y decirles, podemos poner una nueva ruta, más frecuencia, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, al final es con datos del ecosistema, porque la aerolínea solo va a velar y va a ver lo que le está pasando a ellos como marca particularmente. Entonces, si tú sabes cómo LATAM está operando vuelos y distintas aeronaves, la misma aeronave que vuelan a Punta Arenas, como la operan hacia otros destinos, ya sea de Chile o de Sudamérica, tú vas a tener tanta información como LATAM o más para defender el por qué tu destino tiene que ser priorizado.
En eso estamos. Ahí vamos, ahí vamos. Para Yara, una estadística interesante fue que el brasilero tiene una estadía promedio de 4,7 noches cuando viaja por Punta Arenas y 5,5 en Ushuaia. ¿Cómo ves tú, que tienes una agencia de viajes que opera en toda la región, el turismo de invierno? 4,7 días o 5 días en Punta Arenas en junio, cuando oscurece a las 4 y amanece a las 10. ¿Cómo tú como agencia te vendes y qué recomendación nos darías a los demás para que también vayamos juntos remando para que el destino en invierno, como vimos en la estadística, pueda tomar más relevancia? ¿O ves más sencillo trabajar en eso mismo, pero en las puntas de temporada? Vale decir, trabajemos más fuerte abril, mayo y trabajemos más fuerte octubre, que la ocupación promedio en octubre sigue siendo bastante baja, entre 50 y 60% todavía, salvo desde la segunda quincena de octubre, no toma la fuerza como un mes de temporada como noviembre o diciembre.
Gracias. Sí, está difícil, pero a ver, el turismo de Brasil, si lo vamos a enfocar solo a Punta Arenas, se nos complica un poquito más si lo ampliamos a la región. Sabemos que el turista brasilero no es un turista que, lo que hablaba, que no es un turista fan del trekking. Por lo tanto, también tenemos que empezar a sacar actividades que no son algo que a ellos particularmente les interesa tanto. El tema de las navegaciones es un tema de mucho interés. Excursiones cortas, de las cuales nosotros también contamos. En tema de navegación tenemos mucho que ofrecer, específicamente en Punta Arenas y, bueno, obviamente en Puerto Natales, que son totalmente distintos los servicios que ofrecemos en ambos lados. Me ha pasado mucho que cuando ofrecemos Brasil, por ejemplo, aunque sea en verano, y ofrecemos ballenas, he tenido operadores que me han dicho, nosotros también tenemos ballenas. Y yo les digo, claro, pero nosotros las tenemos con los pingüinos y los glaciares, que es algo que ustedes no tienen. En general, el brasilero le gusta el frío, pero no tanto. Todo es como no tanto. Cuando le ofreces un trekking te dicen que sea Nutella. Pero si en Punta Arenas lo puedes enganchar muy bien con el shopping, es algo que también les maravilla. Yo creo que nosotros tenemos que empezar a entender un poco de cómo piensan ellos, porque piensan muy distinto a nosotros. Si nosotros empezamos a pensar en el turista como pensamos nosotros, se nos torna un poquito más difícil poder ofrecerle cosas. Siento que tenemos muchas actividades. Yo ofrezco una gama bien amplia de actividades y nos funciona muy bien todo el año, porque nosotros no operamos solo en una temporada alta, sino que todo el año. Y siento también que cada año esto va creciendo. Además, tenemos muchas actividades cortas que hacer dentro de la ciudad. Punta Arenas es una ciudad maravillosa, llena de historia, donde también la puedes ofrecer y puede llamar mucho la atención no solamente al turista de Brasil, sino de cualquier país.
¿Puedo complementar algo súper interesante respecto al turista brasilero? Brasil es otro mundo. Cada estado es como un país de Europa. Nosotros tenemos un cliente, dos clientes, trabajamos mucho con Río Grande do Sul, el estado, y con Minas Gerais. Y ellos, el turismo doméstico en Brasil es gigantesco. O sea, no podrían dimensionar el volumen y la derrama económica que genera el turismo doméstico en Brasil. La gente del Nordeste, la gente que vive en Fortaleza, en João Pessoa, en Recife, en Natal, esas personas visitan Río Grande do Sul y Minas Gerais en un periodo del año en donde pudiese ser que escarche, y para ellos es vivir el invierno. Y es porque para un brasilero sentir frío ya están teniendo la experiencia completa, y ya para ellos están saliendo totalmente de zona de confort, hablando de un turista del Nordeste. Entonces, en ese sentido, claro, un Punta Arenas, al final las experiencias de gastronomía, wellness o shopping complementan perfectamente su sensación de estar en un lugar frío y salir y comprarme una chaqueta, que es algo que no tienen en su armario. Y comer rico.
Muy interesante. Vamos con Aisa. La pregunta es, lo voy a decir en español primero, hablaste de la atención al cliente y de tener contenido que a la gente le interese, un turismo que también pueda ser inclusivo. ¿Cómo romper esa barrera en las empresas y que permitan traer turistas que tengan discapacidad, en Spanish? Related to our clients, there is an opportunity for disabled people. So what do you recommend and what do you think about promoting and what we could do maybe to bring people that are disabled so we can give them the opportunity also to see Patagonia, in spite of that it's a very far away destination and with a lot of special things. But what would you recommend about and related to the storytelling too for disabled people?
Firstly, this looks like a detention slip from school. So it looks like I have to stay back with my name and everything on there. So I was like, whoa, PTSD there. I think, so I tried my best to give everything in the presentation. So I think from there, the best example of marketing there would be using creators who have got a following that is also considered disabled. And I think that that's probably the best way forward, because you would really need to connect with those people in the best way possible. So if you think back to my slide, and I know the slides will be shared, it said they know their audience is better than the brands. And this is a really good example of, it's very sensitive and you could possibly get it wrong. And this is a really good example of where they are the experts. That's what I would say there. And it's never going to be something where we as particularly entrepreneurs and people trying to create brands are always going to be able to get everything right. And I think this is a really good example of where I would say trust someone who's more of an expert. And I would say even if you are working at a bigger brand like a couple of the ones I worked for, we would still probably look outside, because if you get that one wrong, it definitely would stick with you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Para Frank, según el gráfico, los puntos bajo el doble del viaje a la cabeza. ¿Qué letra y Puerto Natales? Estoy tratando de dilucidar el español, esperen. Según gráfico, Punta Arenas bajó. Según gráfico, Punta Arenas bajó el doble de viaje a la ciudad y Puerto Natales aumentó el doble, con que los aviones aterrizan allí. ¿Cómo podemos...? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar la llegada a Punta Arenas y en qué tenemos que trabajar, me imagino?
Perfecto. La demanda de viaje es algo que, si bien yo lo presenté de manera para Punta Arenas, de manera muy global, lo importante siempre es entrar a picar en la información más granular. Eso quiere decir analizar las personas que quisieron viajar a Punta Arenas y querían quedarse 10 días, 9 días, 8 días, quizás sacar el segmento de negocio, incluir el segmento de negocio. Al final lo que hice yo fue enseñar una imagen, se puede decir, con datos agregados. Cómo trabajar y distinguir ambos destinos es, cada destino sabe muy bien la oferta que tiene y la distinción que tiene y lo que pueden ofrecer en materia de experiencia según X cantidad de días para distintos perfiles en el mercado. Entonces, mi sugerencia, el cómo trabajar eso para Punta Arenas, es abrir la información. Es decir, si una persona quiere entender la demanda de viajes hacia Punta Arenas para personas que quieren quedarse 10 días y en base a eso solamente entender cuán competitivos son los productos que yo tengo que ofrecen 10 días de estadía en Punta Arenas y sobre esa base trabajar el cómo yo podría mejorar en el caso que los datos estén decreciendo o creciendo. Entonces, de nuevo, quizás la información enseñaba un decrecimiento con datos agregados para el caso de Punta Arenas, pero mi sugerencia siempre es que lo que yo quiera obtener sea lo más específico posible para que de dentro de mi análisis lo que yo obtenga sea más concluyente. Entonces, siempre alguien que sabe mucho de datos siempre te va a decir esto, pero no se trata de que la situación esté negativa, sino que hay que entrar a picar en qué es lo que tengo yo para ofrecer y limitarme a eso y entender dónde ahí está la oportunidad. Entonces, yo no quiero enseñarle algo a una persona que buscó viajar a Punta Arenas por 3 días, siendo que solamente ofrezco viajes de larga duración, porque no va a hacer sentido con mi producto. Entonces, por eso hablo de la granularidad de la información cuando se busca.
Y ahora, para ti, linkeando la misma pregunta que hicieron, ¿qué es lo que más se vende y llama la atención de Punta Arenas, Tierra del Fuego, este link o este match que estamos también intentando trabajar fuertemente? Que cuando a ti te piden, obviamente, visitar toda la región, cuando tú vas a vender Punta Arenas, ¿dónde o qué destacamos como Punta Arenas como para todos ver si estamos hablando del mismo lenguaje?
Bueno, primero hay que saber si la baja del vuelo, perdón esto, pero no lo sé, ¿se ve al poco interés o es porque se bajaron las frecuencias y eso hace que haya llegado menos gente? Porque quizás puede ser eso también, porque la gente quizás sigue teniendo el interés, pero en muchas ocasiones te metes y no es posible comprar el vuelo a Punta Arenas. Entonces también pasa eso. En el caso de Punta Arenas y la región de Tierra del Fuego, bueno, siempre lo más vendido o lo que más llama la atención a nuestros pasajeros son los pingüinos. Esa es como por la razón de la cual quieren ellos venir a Punta Arenas. Pero hace mucho tiempo, yo creo que ya van un poquito más de 3 años, donde el interés también, y yo lo veo con lo que se promociona, por lo menos nosotros como empresa por redes sociales, las ballenas jorobadas. Es el boom, la verdad. Tú tiras cualquier imagen de las ballenas jorobadas y vas a tener consulta de 10, 20 personas en una red social. Eso es algo que llama la atención harto. Sabemos que es un punto difícil, entonces yo creo que tiene que ver todo eso, que sea difícil de llegar, de que las vas a ver, que sea un tour 100% asegurado y que no es algo que sea fácil también de poder verlo en otro lado. Entonces yo creo que las ballenas hoy en día son como... ballenas y pingüinos son como nuestro boom en Punta Arenas para ofrecer. Bueno, Tierra del Fuego es Tierra del Fuego, entonces llama la atención por sí mismo, por el nombre incluso.
Gracias. Aquí tenemos otra pregunta para Franz. La fuente de datos incluye las búsquedas por VPN. ¿Hay búsquedas sobre barcos, cruceros o entradas por tierra? ¿Cuál es el margen de error de las intenciones?
Perfecto. No, buena pregunta. Me gusta. A ver, dale. De la primera, ¿incluye las búsquedas por VPN? Esta es una muy buena pregunta. No sé qué la habrá hecho, pero no las incluye. Ya, no las incluye. Al final, algo que nosotros hoy en día trabajamos con más de 20.000 metabuscadores y OTAs a nivel mundial, lo que nos da un 80% hacia grandes rasgos, porque nunca se ha hecho un catastro de el volumen y todas las OTAs y metabuscadores que existen a nivel mundial, pero más de un 80-85% de la demanda de viajes aéreos a nivel mundial pasa por nuestros sistemas. Eso definitivamente. Si es tráfico fraudulento o es un bot, eso el sistema lo elimina. Pero hoy en día la inteligencia artificial es tan poderosa que pudiese incluso que nuestro propio sistema no lo esté identificando. Y así como un dato freak en el futuro, básicamente va a ser tan interesante entender la búsqueda genuina de viajes como la búsqueda a través de inteligencia artificial de viaje, que es algo que prontamente ya va a haber que hacer una distinción porque hay muchas personas que están interactuando con una inteligencia artificial para salir a cotizar. Entonces, a la pregunta es no. Hay sobre barcos y cruceros o entradas por tierra. Es algo que nosotros hacemos con señales de GPS de dispositivo. Eso quiere decir que podemos entender dónde reside una persona y cuál es su movimiento en base al GPS que entrega los múltiples dispositivos que tiene una persona que lo asocian a esa persona, que puede tener un iPad, un notebook, un teléfono, pero es solamente un usuario. Y y eso nos permite a nosotros trabajar con el puerto de Miami o trabajar con sectores que están muy aislados de aeropuertos para entender cómo ocurre el movimiento hacia esos lugares y entender que el alemán pasa 8 horas en este lugar, pero solo 5 horas en esta otra parte. ¿Y cuál es el margen de error de las intenciones? Creo que ahí lo dije. Es un poco cuán sesgado está hoy en día cómo lo trabajamos. Eliminamos tráfico fraudulento, eliminamos bot, no consideramos VPN, pero en un futuro va a ser súper interesante entender qué es eso que es efectivamente fraudulento y qué es inteligencia artificial.
Y una pregunta relacionada, si tienes estadísticas y datos de muchas cosas, ¿por qué o qué está sucediendo con la hotelería? Sé que no estaba en la presentación, pero ya que manejas tantos datos, ¿qué pasa con la hotelería y qué pasa con las estadías promedio de Patagonia comparado con el resto de Chile, de Punta Arenas, de Puerto Natales? Porque yo creo y me imagino que son mayores que en otras partes donde visita el extranjero, porque la estadía del chileno en el viaje interno es distinto. Aislando ese, ¿cómo ves tú estadísticamente las estadías promedio y qué podemos trabajar tanto en la puerta de entrada que es Punta Arenas como en la otra puerta de entrada relevante que es Puerto Natales?
Perfecto, sí, efectivamente nosotros tenemos muchísima información que viene de Airbnb, de Verbo, de muchos PMS. Tenemos información de la ocupación hotelera en tiempo real de millones de propiedades a nivel mundial. Entendemos por segmento y por canal cómo esa propiedad está siendo ocupada, si fue reservada vía OTA de manera directa, si es un grupo. Hay mucha información ahí que nos permite tener insights y justamente de lo que me preguntaban, la representatividad de la información. Hoy en día en Patagonia tenemos como esa insuficiencia para hacerla lo suficientemente representativa como para que esté ahí como información y tomar decisiones. Pese a eso, tenemos acá con nosotros a Claudia, que es mi colega que se encarga de la parte, trabaja muy fuerte en la parte hotelera. Entonces no sé si Claudia quiere decirle a todos cuál es una tendencia general quizá de la hotelería en Chile, Sudamérica, podría ser interesante.
Gracias, Franz. Bueno, me pongo acá, soy Claudia.
Esto no estaba preparado,
aquí.
pero parecía como
Perdón, no estaba. Bueno, yo soy peruana, soy de Lima, así que he venido para acompañarlos, a acompañar a Franz en este evento y muy interesada por compartirles a ustedes la importancia de cómo hoy la hotelería y lo que es la inteligencia artificial que está empezando a dominar a cada uno de nuestros canales y segmentos y que están empezando a salir de ello, cómo podemos nosotros acompañarlos a ustedes. Por ejemplo, hablaba ahora con algunos hoteleros y les comentaba, nosotros en el diseño de páginas web, por ejemplo, ¿qué hacemos? Estudiamos qué es lo que ustedes tienen como hotel para que luego la inteligencia les recomiende qué es lo que busca el huésped o el turista o el cliente que ustedes están atrayendo, ¿no? Dentro de eso también tenemos muchas herramientas, como dijo Franz, la demanda, donde podemos entender qué es lo que está pasando con el turista que está llegando a Magallanes, ¿no? De dónde viene, de dónde proviene, si se queda en Santiago, cuántos días se queda, ¿no? Tenemos también ahora una oportunidad que muchos lo están viendo, que son el Mundial, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que es el mes de junio, y desde mayo ya están preocupados los hoteleros de qué va a pasar en este mes. La realidad es que vemos que viene bastante bien, sobre todo con Brasil, y juega a favor nuestro como Chile, que las visas no se dan en 3 meses ni en un mes, sino se dan con 1 año de anticipación. Entonces muchas de estas personas que decían llegar por ejemplo, brasileros a Estados Unidos no están llegando, con lo cual se abre la puerta para que lleguen aquí y que podamos vender el territorio más que Ushuaia, ¿no? Venderlo como Puerto Natales, Punta Arenas, etc. Y bueno, si desean como hoteleros también podemos revisar una reunión previa, un análisis del hotel, cómo está la página web, cómo nos miran, porque muchas veces decimos, mi hotel es hermoso, mi hotel es bello, pero finalmente ponemos el cuadro de los años 50, por ejemplo, pero eso no es lo que busca el cliente. El cliente lo que busca es dónde dormir, cómo va a dormir, la seguridad, cuál va a ser la gastronomía que le vamos a ofrecer o cuál va a ser ese tour. La idea no es solo vender una habitación, sino vender todo el camino y toda la experiencia es lo que va a hacer que la página web de un hotel o el segmento o el canal nos ayude para continuar.
Gracias. Bueno, y para ir finalizando, we are almost about to close. So one last question, and what would you put in value, or what would you say are the most special things about Patagonia? I heard that you were talking to someone in the coffee break, and you said that this place has very special things, and you have traveled in many places around the world. So as a tourist, as an expert in storytelling, what would be the advice for our companies to improve our storytelling, and what would you show to the world to be better in everything?
No pressure, right? So, I mean, I think what I was specifically saying was like the cultural thing about the lunch, which is so unique. So putting that one to the side, because I'm not sure that would sell travel. But I think so I was also here twice, like Ula said. So, and actually Julie too. So I was here in October, just gone, and then I'm here again. Last time it was mainly in the Porto Natales area, and then this time Punta de Arena. So I think from my observation, I think that firstly, the landscapes are very, very unique. So I think like every place, for example, if you look at Peru and you look at Machu Picchu, that picture, that image is still the hero image. And then there's a million things you can do with that. So I think the first thing I would recommend is you still have to use the best that's in the area. So that's the first thing. The one thing I think, and it follows on to what I was saying earlier, was that what's very underutilized is the people from this place. So I think that particularly, I mean, this is a bigger city than I was last time, but from where I was for 5-6 days, you see the same people over and over again, and you can definitely start to make characters or even, dare I say, like personal brands around those people. So I think that that's something that's very unique to not just every destination, but certainly towards this destination as well. And then, yeah, I think the last thing I would want to say is somewhere, like a place has to be like the best in the world at something. So I think that when you can find, like, I don't think I've been here long enough to have the audacity to say that this is the best thing in the world, but you folks will know what is the best thing or what is the most unique. And I think that that is the ultimate thing, that if I was part of a tourism partnership here and I was getting everyone together, I think that that's the thing. So the one thing that always goes into my mind is Colombia Tourism. I'm trying to keep it very Latino. Colombia Tourism did their tourism campaign maybe like just before COVID, so I want to say 2018, 2019, around the music of Colombia. So they have a word there, sabrosura, and they made the whole thing around that feeling or the emotion. And to me, it was always the most special tourism board campaign I was a partner with, just because no other area can claim it. So if there is something that's so unique to this area, and again, you folks would know that way better than me, that's something I would lean into. And then the last word I would say is culture above anything. So we saw in one of the presentations, there was 5 examples of things where, yeah, okay, other places have empanada as well, but like, do they have all of them at the same time? I think that that's something else you could definitely lean on.
Okay, thank you very much. Vamos con Franz. ¿Algo más que quisieras agregar como para ir cerrando ya la sesión de hoy día?
Yo, quizás para cerrar, yo creo que una muy buena iniciativa que podría hacer es, los datos obviamente son confidenciales del desempeño o lo que cada uno de ustedes hace y genera, pero si desde ya pudiesen trabajar en una forma de anonimizar la información y entender lo que está pasando en cada una de sus plataformas o en cada uno de sus sistemas, eso podría ayudar a, como dice Aisas, al beneficio común de la región para que puedan entender de forma un poco clara, no sé, a nivel de reviews, por ejemplo. Las reviews son tan importantes y no solamente entender las reviews de un hotel, sino en general el comportamiento. Entonces, no solamente los datos que Amadeus enseña están ahí, se pueden consumir, que son datos de terceros, sino datos de primera fuente que los tienen ustedes, que en la medida que los trabajan con datos de tercera fuente es donde se genera ahí la competitividad, es donde yo realmente soy un solo bloque saliendo adelante a ganar mercado.
Gracias. Y para cerrar con Yara, hay una última pregunta a raíz de la respuesta de Aiza. ¿Cómo tú, que vendes el territorio completo, de punta a punta, ¿qué destacarías como región quizás para ir posicionando cada uno de los destinos? Porque por Última Esperanza está súper posicionado con Torres del Paine. ¿Qué opinas o qué visión tenemos, por ejemplo, del posicionamiento del Estrecho de Magallanes, de Shackleton, de Piloto Pardo, de Hernando de Magallanes, que han sido hitos históricos, o sea, innegables en el mundo y quizás están un poco como dormidos y siempre vamos y lo primero que decimos la ballena, los pingüinos, que son maravillosos, pero ¿qué pasa un poco con la parte histórico-cultural? Como por ejemplo el Estrecho de Magallanes, que recordemos que fue lo primero que se descubrió, incluso antes que Santiago, estamos hablando de 1520, y está como un poco relegado en lo histórico-cultural. Shackleton se conoce en el mundo entero, y también tenemos una historia con la Antártica y con toda su expedición súper relacionada. Entonces, ¿qué pasa con ese cliente? ¿No lo conoce? ¿No lo promocionamos bien? ¿No pega porque no lo hemos hecho bien? ¿O realmente es una zona que vende mucho más naturaleza que nombre histórico?
Yo creo que en general quizás no lo tomamos nosotros como operadores, no nos vamos a ese lado. Si bien hay mucha gente que viene por la historia, nosotros vamos más como para el grupo masivo y más para este joven de 30 y algo, que sabemos que también va a tener un gasto importante, pero no sé si tan interesado en esta historia antigua. Ahora, me recuerdo cuando fueron los 500 años del Estrecho, fue muy promocionado, se vendió mucho, pero en ciertos lugares. Tampoco es algo tan masivo. Recordemos que hay mucha gente que no maneja mucho esta historia. Estamos hablando de los grupos quizás de gente un poco más de edad. Ahora, también trabajamos harto con este tipo de gente. Yo creo que sería interesante ponerle un poquito de énfasis a eso que tú dices, porque de verdad es importante, sacando la historia, quizás tengamos otro interés, además de la naturaleza que se vende por sí sola, todos los atractivos turísticos de trekking, o como dices tú, solamente visitas nomás de ciertos lugares. Me enfocaría también en eso de la historia, me parece súper interesante, Pau.
Bueno, ya con esto vamos a ir cerrando. Les pido un aplauso para los expositores. Muchas gracias.
Bien, y de esta forma, amigos y amigas, llegamos al cierre de esta primera jornada del Seminario Internacional Turismo Magallanes. Hoy hemos recorrido temas que no solo son tendencias, sino que definen el futuro del turismo: inteligencia artificial, sostenibilidad, storytelling y toma de decisiones basadas en datos. Los dejamos cordialmente invitados a encontrarnos mañana a partir de las 8:30 horas en el Hotel Cabo de Hornos para continuar con el workshop de inteligencia artificial y marketing digital. A quienes se inscribieron, les pedimos por favor que lleven sus computadores personales. Luego de esto, el evento se trasladará a Puerto Williams el día 22 de abril para compartir estos conocimientos en la ciudad más austral del mundo. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy y nos vemos el día de mañana. Hasta pronto.